Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect
from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Rest Regional, brought to you by Relog Media, as we are heading over to the second last day of the group stages here. In total, Group B is halfway. Group A was already completed a couple days ago, but not fully, because we do know there's a tiebreaker happening later on. But will there be one for Group B? Maybe today will tell us a storyline about that here with T-Panda and with Otomo. How you been doing, man? You been keeping up with the Group B games?
Yes, I have. We did game one, we did day one together, but day 2 and 3, I've been watching a little bit here and there. It seems like, as we thought, that Group B is way more competitive because we got like several teams with the same score. Maybe one team's only lagging behind, but the other 5, each one can take the top 3 at the moment based on the score that we have.
Very true, very true. If we look at the situation for Group B, it is as follows. We've got Nightpulse still holding that first place, taking a 2-0 victory yesterday over NAVI Junior. Of course, followed up by a very tight competition with Yellow Submarine, NAVI Junior, Rest Farmers, and Monte. But I think it's quite safe to say that Nemiga it's not up to them anymore, even if they win their last 2 series, because there's so many points still up for grabs for the rest of the pack to keep Nemiga behind them.
Yeah, Nemiga's best thing to do right now is like maybe just get 4th place and get some rest points, because you do get points. You don't advance, but you get 15 points, and they did lose some of it because their carry was used to be Violent, now it's Lucas, so they lost 33% of what they got last time, even though they were champions. So they're kind of playing like recovery in this tour with the way the tournament is going at the moment.
Well, the schedule for today is as follows. We've got Nemiga kicking off with NAVI Junior to start off the day, followed by Yellow Submarine and Rest Farmers, which is also going to be a very tight battle, but not even least and last, Nightpulse versus Monte. Got to keep up if Monte is able to score some more points, considering that they have only gotten ties so far. But hey, let's start talking about our first matchup, because we're almost into the game itself. We've got Nemiga versus NAVI Junior. And if we talk about Nemiga first, if I understood correct, they're going back with a stand-in for this series. We've got Jess V, ex-Malrine's teammate. Malrine now playing with Team Falcons, and of course also from the Cybercats roster. I think he's a very valuable stand-in here. He's got some good players around him.
Oh, for sure. But my worry is that Nemiga is making changes, you know? Like, they already brought in Lucas instead of Violent. Now just V's coming in. It's like the team seems to be going through something. It's clear they're clearly not successful in the games, and I don't know if this is a stand-in or it's like a tryout, you know what I mean? And I'm just worried because Nemiga was so stable before. They looked super good. And now these changes happening, it's a lot for the team to go through right now.
And also for NAVI Junior, who are, they got upset yesterday versus Nightpulse, taking that 2-0 victory. And it was, of course, a matchup where NAVI Junior couldn't establish much in the first game. Nightpulse, they pulled off some cool stuff. We talked about Kami, a.k.a. Dream, who is a Morphling spammer, Grandmaster Morphling player, going in the offlane, playing it and itemizing it as a carry, but they didn't do anything about it. They couldn't even kill that offlane Morphling, which was a bit of a surprise. And then we did some deep diving with Kips, and we're like, oh, wait. I mean, if he's a Grandmaster Morphling, I'm pretty sure he hasn't played all of his games in Pause 3. And yep, that was indeed a Dream, one of the top Kyrgyzstani players. And I did actually share a couple of words. I mean, I'm probably going to talk about more with their later series today. But the shot calling, basically, regarded with their team, I was curious about who's making the moves, and they have multiple voices, but it's VTune and Kami who are making most of the calls. VTune doing his from time to time as a carry, and Kami also doing the drafts. So he's got a lot of weight on his shoulders, but it seems to be working out so far for Nightpulse.
I mean, from what I've heard, a lot of teams, the carry should be the one making calls later in the game because they know they're the strongest hero, so they know their strength better. They'll be like, yeah, I can take their carry, or no, I can't fight. And it's like the beginning of the game should be the supports, like the first half.
Yeah.
So that doesn't surprise me at all. That Vito's like, yeah, I'll take it from here, boys.
But going into this particular matchup here with Nemiga versus NAVI Jr., the draft is ready, and we're going to start things off with the Primal Beast first pick into a Doom response coming out from Nemiga. And of course, banning out the IOs here. It's been a hero that NAVI Jr. has played quite frequently. They've paired it up with Leshrax. They've also had the Pudges sneak in between. It's left open, which I think Nemiga is the first team to let that Pudge go through, unless we talk about the very first series they played when we were casting.
Yeah, other teams are like, no, we don't want to go with it. I think the Pudge they have for God the Juice is 22 out of 28, which is an incredibly high win rate. I mean, they believe it's okay. They're like, sure, if you want it. To be fair, Pudge versus Doom, not easy in the lane. We are talking about carry Pudge, by the way, so you can't really kill Doom. He moves too fast. He's too tanky even if you hook him. Like, maybe if you pair him up with something like, I don't know, Venomancer, then you have sort of enough damage, but you don't have any way to stop him from TPing you after the hook. So, we'll see. As this phase of banning right now. I like the point that you mentioned about the Aya. To be fair, Navi Jr., they've had mixed success. It does good with the Leshrac, but they picked it with like Marcy offlane, and it was not good in that situation.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of Marcy IO pickups in this tournament in general, and it feels like none of them have actually performed as well as we'd hope to actually see that kind of pair up work, because it's a lane winner. But in some cases, like when it was played versus Monte, it was like, yep, we got the first kill on Crystallize because he had Power Shot instead of Wind Run, and that was the only death he pretty much had since the laning stage, because that was that one level 1 opening that they were able to get working for themselves. So yeah, you're right. Like Marcy IO hasn't really had that success in this tournament so far. We got the Bane and the Rubik though.
Okay. I like the Rubik pick, it's super good against both these heroes. Doom, we've always talked about it, when you link in, you often have Scorched Earth active, so you usually just go in and you Doom. It's a long animation, it's very easy for the Rubik to steal it. And Fiend's Grip is also, it's like, he's standing there for 7 seconds. You should be able to press R most of the time if you're, free. And Clockwork comes out, great interrupt for the Fiend's Grip, and just in general, could work with the Pudge, right? We're saying like you need some hero. So I like it. I like the Clockwork quite a bit.
Yeah, and also the fact about Fiend's Grip, all channeled abilities, always great for Rubik to steal, because they know that there's no other spell being cast after, and it's such a high value ability. You're not going to hold it for 2 seconds and then cast something else after that, because the whole hero is really built around those big channel ultimates. So it is looking like a good Rubik game, and of course, you mentioned that Pudge could still fit in Navi Jr.'s draft. Let's see if Nemiga are expecting it to show up. Of course, if you do consider Pudge counters, those heroes are also pretty much got the Juices counters as well. If they go Lifestealer, they could pick a Slark here.
And so far, if he's not playing Medusa or Lifestealer or Pudge, God the Juice, his other fighting heroes, like the ones he picks like Bloodseeker and Slark, have looked pretty underwhelming. Obviously Medusa is like a farming hero, but he's good with like Pudge if he wants to roam. He's good with Medusa and Lifestealer if he wants to farm. But Bloodseeker and Slark have looked very meh. So with Medusa out, I'd like if he could take the Pudge right now, more than the Lifestealer, who, if you doom him, feels a lot more controllable.
Yeah, you are right about that. See if they decide to go for another type of hero pick for Got the Juice. At least Pablo, when I talked with him, he said that Navi Jr., it's a very difficult team to play the draft against, because they have such high hero pools on all of their players. So it's like, we can't ban them all, which was one of the reasons why Rest Farmers did lose that series versus Navi Jr. It's like, there's only so many heroes that they know how to play, and then they still have extras on top.
Check it out. Sniper comes out. This is not a fun matchup for the Primal Beast. You go in, sure you have damage, you can take a point of Uproar as well to give you some armor, some extra right click. Like, you should be able to get the CS, but he whittles you down eventually, just through the constant headshot hits. 1 point in shrapnel is also very annoying because you are going to be there. So it's not fun. It's not fun if it's going to be a mid sniper as Wind Ranger comes up.
Yeah, and also, like, still going with that Sniper versus Primal Beast, as if Primal decides to go in and do that trample damage, Sniper will guarantee with his E just popping headshots. Those will also hinder his trample damage a little bit, but he also takes a lot while trying to deal damage to the Sniper. So Sniper's Primal Beast, it is Sniper favorite, definitely. But yeah, that Wind Ranger pickup coming out as well. There's no access for a Centaur yet. I mean, still in the pool, but because they picked the Primal Beast, it's kind of already locked in from mid offlane. Navi could still keep that option open if they want another offlane to get to that Sniper. But there's also a Lifestealer in the pool. So if they 23rd a Centaur, we're going to see a Nikes come out from Nemiga Gaming, and I think they win the draft at that point.
Nemiga is believing that this is going to be a carry Wind Ranger and a mid Primal, because they ban out the Mars. It's PMA's second most played hero after the Centaur, and I kind of feel that way based on like the record that we have, which is Got the Juice. Wind Ranger is like his fourth most played hero in this patch, and Niku as well as PMA don't play it. So it's like, all right, it's more likely to be a carry Wind Ranger. And Primal is played a lot more by Niku than it is by PMA. So again, it could go either way. They banned the anime, so they're really like, it could go either way with these picks.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was kind of bringing out here as well, is they are trying to push that draft to a direction where Navi would go for the Centaur pick, and then they just counter it with the Lifestealer, which is also in the pool, which is the thought process that I already have in mind from Nemiga. They're quite comfortable with what they have, and they feel that they have the advantage in the draft right now. So Navi Jr., I think one spicy hero that could still go through. If they put Primal, they pick the Dazzle. So they're going for the Centaur after all. All right, so bring out the Lifestealer then.
They do ban, they ban out Troll Warlord though, so that's a bit different than the Lifestealer. Maybe they believe that they could put... I mean, the Centaur versus Lifestealer matchup is super annoying for the Centaur. Until level 6, you don't really have an escape except to TP. At level 6, you have to use Stampede every time he just scratches you. It's not ideal.
Yeah.
Well,
you banned the Troll, you might as well pick an Ursa as well. That also works now. It's one of his worst counters.
We'll see what Lucas wants to go with here. Is it going to be... Whoa! That's different.
Okay. So, is that a carry sniper then? It
does,
is. So Lucas Sniper and Nikki Cool for the Timbersaw. Okay, so they'll mix things up a bit here.
I gotta say, I would have preferred that the Sniper be mid against the Primal Beast rather than the Timbersaw, because I don't think Sniper loves Centaur that much as a matchup, right? You usually, if you harass him, he can take 2 points and retaliate, which is just more than enough to like out damage the damage you get. I don't like it. I don't really love this last pick Timbersaw.
One good thing I do see about that lane is if they don't hit the Centaur. If they just let PMA be, except of course in the early levels when he doesn't have the retaliate points still picked up, they'll just let him be. They'll focus the pause for support. They'll get their farm. They'll push out the wave, go back to jungle, use its shrapnel there, come back to the lane, keep pushing, hit the pause for. I see that as a way for Lucas to actually get a really good laning stage for him, but it also gives Centaur a bit of freedom in the lane too.
I don't know how much of a game Lucas will have, because you're up against Stampede, Windrun, and Onslaught.
Yeah.
And
it is the ultimate
like,
counter in terms of team fight. Yeah, the Centaur into Sniper.
It's like the only thing you need is like Rubik has to be like some other hero who can jump in like a Phoenix, but otherwise, I like a lot of what Navi Jr. has. I'm not sure how I feel about Got the Juice on Wind Ranger, but it's his comfort hero, so I'm gonna go with them. You know, Nemiga's also been looking really off, and I don't think a stand is gonna fix that.
All right, well, who do you think is going to be taking this first game based on paper? It sounds like you're Navi favored here.
Yes, I am Navi favored. I like what they have. It's very tanky, it's durable, solid damage, decent scaling, good catch on the Sniper. Yeah, I'm all in on the Navi draft. And they have a stun on everyone, which is always cool. I love when everyone has a stun.
Yeah, crowd control is always nice to have in the team, especially in a game like this. If you really need to kill the Sniper, anyone can get there and keep the Sniper on the spot, plus getting there as well with the Stampede. I also think I'm gonna favor Navi Jr. with this draft. Even though Nemiga, I felt like they did have a tiny advantage there in the second phase, but I think they threw that away a bit as well with that Timbersaw pick. I know this is a great Timber game. There's 3 strength heroes, and Nikki Cool can do a lot with this Timber. But the previous game that I saw was Nicky Cool's Timbersaw being super beefy, super tanky. They can't kill him, but he's not killing anyone else either, which was a bit of a downside. So the game was only alive because when Nicky Cool was being focused, that opened them up a possibility to turn and kill. Otherwise, everyone else would constantly be dead, and they can't touch the Timbersaw because he's too tanky. So I think if I take that game from out of my mind, I could say this is a really good Timber game. I see Nemiga have a lot of strengths here, but there's definitely a couple weaknesses that might end up losing them this game.
Yeah, and on NAVI Junior side, supposed to mention that Daze has good spells to steal from both the Bane and the Doom. Even like a Terrorize is very nice. So there's a good, few good things that the Rubik can do. There's a bunch of BKB piercing abilities already, the Pulverize as well as the Hook Shot. And if you steal like a Fiend's Grip or a Doom, that's also really cool. Another BKB piercing ability. So I don't know, I look at Navi Junior. I like everything that they have. We'll go into the game for a second, and then we'll see how it's going to work out for them.
Yeah, let's see how this first game of the day is going to roll out here as we're finally done with our long pause and going straight into the action itself. One team smoking up, the other not. Navi just taking it an easy, nice stroll towards their jungle. Well, Nemiga already getting into position here, putting down both of their wards. And just, expecting and suspecting if something shows up, it's going to be on this side of the map.
We might see a lot of blade mails in this game. On one side you have Wind Ranger, who's kind of like does a good amount of damage, but when you focus fire, the person turns on blade mail, you're like, oh crap, now I have to stop hitting them. It's never fun. The other side has Sniper, who's also like, a good hero that tends to do high damage but low health. So blade mail is pretty good at him. And Primal and Centaur are pretty much the best blade mail builders in the game anyway.
Yeah, we did actually see some prime blade mail usage yesterday. In the last game of the day with Rest Parmas versus Monte, we had the mid Earth Spirit Rush Blade Mail versus Sniper and Wind Ranger, and Wind Ranger and Sniper would both just kill themselves to the Blade Mail damage because it was popped so early into the
By the way, if you guys want to improve, look at the item build on everyone. Look at and count how many branches everyone has. It's a minimum of 3. So that is
you want to count the total?
A total. Wait, we got time? I don't think so, but it shows you how much these players value these early stats, because one branch, it's not a whole lot, but you get 4 or 5, it's basically like 2 level ups for your hero.
We have 17 versus 12 branches.
Damn! I think Nemiga's got the 17, right?
Yes,
I'm seeing
Nemiga
a bunch of them have. But to be fair, they got circlets on the other side, so... Oh wait, they have the same amount of circlets, my bad. Jeez, the extra stats is a fun thing. Alright, so bottom lane is going to be Daze as well as PMA. Wow, Daze goes in, takes like a lot of bullets here. That Fade Ball was not worth that, my friend.
No, not at all. And it also wasn't for securing a range creep, was it? Actually, it was
just harass.
A range creep, yeah. He did get a last hit with it.
But at the same time, I think PMA, once you have like level 3 and a couple points to retaliate, I'm not sure if you can say he can solo, but he'll be fine, Like, Rubik doesn't really need to extend himself too much.
Yeah. You don't want to push yourself too far. This particular matchup here, at least. I mean, you do want to poke the Sniper as much as possible, but then again, you're playing against the Bane, and Bane is really good in 1 versus 1s.
Exactly, it's like you can't really... Like, the Bane's a great bodyguard despite being a range hero, which is oftentimes we feel like bodyguards are like the melee, the Undying, the Clockwork, but Bane does a good job of it himself. And PMA is just this early levels before he gets the Bracer or 2, he's gonna suffer a little bit, but he's so far he seems fine. He's having fun.
Yeah, he's definitely having a pretty good time. Mid lane is also already hitting the level 3s on Niku and Nicky Cool. And Nicky Cool is already doubling the CS versus the Primal Beast. So expected that this Timber is going to do great in the laning stage. But top lane, Jesvi is actually going to go down under the tower to Riddy's, hunting him down with the Battery Assault. And got the Juice is going to pick up that first kill. That means he's going to get some nice, juicy laning stage items for himself.
I'm a little surprised about how much Nicky Cool is suffering, because he does have that point Uproar, which is a great equalizer, right? You get like that extra attack that allows you to get denies, but he doesn't even have a single deny. Oof. Still, it's not the worst thing in the world. You can still do work with the Primal Beast by rotating later on.
Yeah. Yeah, the Primal will at least help out the side lanes when this mid lane isn't going that well. I don't think it was planned to go this well anyway. At least Nico's trying to keep up with the competition.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. And I think... Alright, who do you think scales better into late game? Is it Primal Beast or the Timber Saw?
Timber, definitely. Timber's level 25 is a game changer.
The second chakram is a big deal. True. A Primal Beast... to be fair, though, the extra pulverized duration is pretty nice as well.
Yeah,
but...
it is nice. It really comes, like, it is dependent to what the situation is where it is being used. A lot of these channeled abilities in late game are so easy to break and cancel.
Fair,
while Timbersaw has just obscene amounts of damage when you have that 25 talent. This is coming from Timbersaw players that I actually didn't discuss too long about. It's like Timber 25, if you can pick up a lot of these wisdom runes, especially early on, and get that experience going your way, it really is a killer.
It's the same as like the Pucks Dream Coil going through BKB, which is like, wow, that's different. You know, like there's nothing you can do about that one.
Yeah.
Still, he's not doing too bad. It's only a few CS behind. He's equalizing a little bit. He's not dying. So Nico, I think he can walk away from this mid lane feeling not happy but satisfied. You know, like I got something.
Technically, what we could say is he's feeling like a winner. He's gonna get both of the water runes too, which means Timber is gonna have an empty bottle.
That'll help. And Nikki Cool is actually lower and slightly less in the EXP, but he should equalize with all these creeps dying right now.
Oh.
Alright, so how are we looking at on Got the Juice? He's already got the double bracer, going for the fast Maelstrom.
Yep.
I want to see what he can do with this, because on Pudge he was very active, but on the Slark and Bloodseeker it was activity but failure, you know?
Oh, Nico's actually getting a kill maybe here in the mid lane on Nikki Cool, and he's got it with the trample damage. Primal Beast. Nikki was really greedy for those last hits there and just gets completely surprised. Once the Timber chain out and Nico breaks it with the Onslaught, chases him with the trample. Very big kill.
And when he comes back, Nico's level 6. The not filling up of the ball ended up hurting him quite a bit.
Yeah, all these small things piling up, definitely.
Bomb lane, PMA, he is... You know, I like how Daze and Ike are just hitting each other in the forest, and they're just like, that's all. I have never seen them in the lane. They're both in that area right there that you see them at, in the creeps, just hitting each other. You know, one of them sleeps, nightmares, and then brain stabs, and the other one uses fade ball. And you're like, okay, this is cool. This is all we're doing today.
Yep, seems like my prediction was quite right. We just ignore the Centaur and try and kill the 4 and the 5.
And it's been favoring PMA slightly just because of the deny, so he's able to actually look at the XP. They're basically the same. So all these denies have been helpful, but only in containing the sniper rather than like slowing him down.
Now I do see Windranger has a big question to ask here. Is there going to be a Gleipnir this game, which it would be a very good idea. But also, I don't think it's a bad idea to also go for a Mjolnir this game, because both, I think, are good items this game.
Sniper?
Sniper actually in trouble here. The Nightmare comes out, but it's not going to be enough. PMA will slice him down with the double edge. Radies might get traded here with Jesvi rotating with the AD rune and the damage. Oh, so close, but just not enough.
Oh dear, he could have charged a tiny bit more, but he does have a DD rune, so he's like, alright, this is probably enough damage. And unfortunate for them,
Vision
that is really sad.
Vision limited, so had to let it fly. 6 HP for the Clockwork as he gets out. So they don't even lose a hero with this rotation. Navi up to 3 kills now.
So that Iron Branch was the saving grace, because each Iron Branch is what, 22 health. So very nice for him to be able to get that. Well, in the meantime, yeah, it's in the win percentage though is very even, 48 to 52. So it's not like it's favoring one side more than the other. Navi Jr. I'll say that, you know, we're saying like I don't like Sniper versus Centaur. Centaur gets a kill. It's nice for him, but he might lose his life right now.
They're gonna make a move on PMA, and it's gonna be a pretty swift kill. We'll go for Nikki Cool this one. Lucas would have liked to pick that one up, but I guess it doesn't really matter which one of them takes it. If the Timber is going to get a strong early start, then of course that's also going to be seen with more activity on the map. For a Sniper, he's just going to get his farming items faster, and he'll still stay farming.
Reddy's net worth is pretty sad on this position 5, so he's actually going and farming the jungle. Love that you can do thanks to Battery Assault doing double damage to creeps, because back in the days, back in my days, if you were a poor Clockwork, there's nothing you could do about it to get gold. You're poor forever.
Niku baiting out with the onslaught, and they're not actually diving. Jesvi goes in for the teleport. Mixa gonna give a bit of a chase here for Riddies.
It's basically just
They've already recovered a minute ago.
mid lane.
Mid lane though, a bit of an action here onto Daze. Doesn't quite dodge the Chakram, and Ike will finish him off there with the brain sap.
Lovely work by Nicky Cool so far. I mean, the rotation bottom of the Centaur, he gets a nice kill as well on this Rubik. And he's just number 1 in terms of net worth, which is who you want. Honestly, if you have to pick one guy who's going to be farmed on Nemiga, should be the Timbersaw. Like, he's going to be all your aggression. Doom, between Doom cooldown, he's very inactive, and of course Sniper just wants to farm.
It is very important to get that mid-active early. Niku also did want to make his move to the top lane a minute ago, but not feeling comfortable enough diving under a tower.
By the way, remember when we talked about blade mails? Both PMA is halfway, like his was flying out, and Nico has got his queued up. So it is going to be blade mail galore, probably by like the 12-minute mark. Both of them will have it.
All right, both on the same side too.
I mean, you have the 2 highest strength gain heroes in the game, 4.3 and 4. So it makes sense that these guys, no one uses it better than them.
True. We get a lot of benefit out of it. Big HP pools and reflecting all that damage back.
Yeah,
the Timber is going to have to feel worried about that.
And again, there's not much that the Timbersaw can do about it. I believe these 2 heroes are what they call thick. They're thick boys.
Yeah, they definitely are.
Top lane.
Interesting attempt here. They don't have the hook shot ready, but Mixa will have to tank a lot of damage. Got the juice, can't follow through. Level 2 and Wind Run. Never gets the power shot off.
Interesting to go for it as early as he did, and doesn't really pay off. But I guess it just scares the enemy Doom a little bit, so he doesn't feel too active. He's got Midas queued up on Mixa. He has definitely suffered some. I don't know if he would needs it though. Like, you might need to be more active than going for it. Then again, both teams look like we might be here for a while. The win probability is like 54 to 50, all fluctuating. No one's really making a big dive for any towers. Just top lane actually.
We are going to get some action at least. Niku charging in on Mixa, wants to kill the Doom before he gets anything off. He dooms the Primal Beast, but Primal's already used everything.
Nice dodge.
Shackle shot is there as well. Ike coming in with the Fiend script. The Primal Beast is going to get traded for this one. PMA also rotating in for the Bane kill. Now Radies is also here. Lucas has also moved in with the Sniper. The whole team is here, and the last teleport's going to be Daze. They're going to take Ike and Radies down. The Willow caught in between the line of fire here. Got the juice, looking for a kill on the Willow. Will get it with the focus fire. And so we're down to 2 versus 3. Navi Jr. He'll get both of the supports out of the way and also kill the Doom early.
Everyone rotated for... Oh, got the juice, taking some damage. Everyone rotated top, but the juice should be fine. Does he really want to stay in this fight, though?
Yeah, we got a replay rolling, but not sure if we're going to get a continuation for this fight. Okay, Mixa's actually going down, maybe in this live picture here. PMA, huge burst, but the Blade Mail also does a lot to Nicky Cool. Trying to make a run for it. Able to run out. Not the hook shot up still on Riddies. He's only halfway to level 6. By the looks of it, just the Jesvi and Daze are going to be the ones to drop.
I was favoring Navi in that fight, but when Nico came back, they charged in, they lose Daze, and unfortunately for them, the whole time Lucas is just farming. He actually takes the mid tower. So it is nice, a nice win for Nemiga in the end.
Yeah, at least they tie it up a bit, losing more heroes, but getting an objective. Now there's 4 versus 1. Well, this will be a big one. Nico's Pulverize instantly cancelled. They have really been fighting for these runes. The 8-minute, the 10-minute, now the 12-minute rune. A lot of action in mid.
You know what's funny? Nicky Cool is actually only working with half his net worth. He's got 3,000 gold in the bank. I'm not sure what that is. He could have bought a... Okay, it goes straight up Eternal Shroud. And very close. He should get after these bunch of creeps die. If you thought he was hard to kill before, he's going to look kind of impossible.
Yeah. He's actually going to go full on regenerate before he starts to attempt that ancient camp. There's a nice stack there on the Radiant side.
By the way, this is the similar item build to what Nisha had yesterday, where he went 25, 2, and 26
Oh, damn.
against Team Secret. You know who he killed the most in that game, by the way?
Who did he kill? I didn't watch.
He killed Puppy. He killed Puppy 10 times. No one else. It was who got the wrath of Nisha like his old teammate. So I felt kind of bad.
I mean, I was watching Yapsor's stream for a bit before that game started, and I remember him saying like, Nisha looks like a little bit of a puppy every now and then, but when he's playing against Secret, he's an animal. And I think that I think that really applied yesterday.
He did destroy them. And this is a very similar item build to what we're seeing. There's the first item, Eternal Shroud, with the boots and the soul ring to be active for mana, and you just go in. He also only took 1 point reactive armor, which is maxing, but that's kind of standard, right? It's like 1 point reactive is usually good enough. Well, right now, it's again feeling, I don't want to say passive, but both teams are just comfortable with the pace it's going. Centaur does get his Blink Dagger, that's going to help him out. It does feel like they needed to jump on, especially with all these, like the blade, not the blade, but the bramble and the shrapnel to move around the map when these fights begin.
I think we've seen the most out of the early action here with the top lane fights. People wanting to finish off their next items.
Anything interesting coming out? By the way, Riddies continues to be relatively poor on the Clockwork, 1,000 gold behind the other supports.
He's a poor boy.
Yeah, and you know, Clockwork is not the easiest here to play late game because hookshot is so hard to land then when it's like super hectic. There's a lot of creeps and like base defense or base pushes. This is a hero that I feel like you get the most value out of him in the first 25 minutes and then he just falls off. Well, we'll see what he can go for. Not too late to get Blade Mail, Riddies. That's always fun.
Yeah, third Blade Mail would be quite cheeky.
They're like, guys, everyone, come into the Chakram. Just go, walk in.
Reminds me of the old days of like running into Tinker March of the Machines.
Yes.
Let's all get Blade Mail and just run in there.
That's the best thing. Well, the better part was when you smoke and he shows up into the lane. He's like, oh, you're all here. You're like, yes, and we've been waiting. That is much better. But yeah, the Blade Mail was also a lot of fun.
Let's see.
Maelstrom...
Jesvi is actually spotted by the ward. They know about that ward placement too. They'll get an easy B ward after. Riddies is already setting up the hook shot onto the Doom. They're going to catch Mixa. He'll take a lot of early damage here, and looks like he will go down before the Doom is ever taken. Jesvi also down to Nico at the same time. Now Ike has to be careful here. If does this Bane run fast enough?
He does. He's fine. He's got the Windlace. Never underestimate the Windlace. He's able to make it out. But nice move by NAVI Jr.
Yeah, value lace. Yeah, important. I mean, this is a tower that doesn't really matter too much to them at all, but taking the fight here, and with the information, they were looking for a regular smoke gank, potentially even go into the triangle, but instead they're like, oh, we can actually kill this Doom right here, and then the Timber decides to cancel his teleport. Now Nikki cool with Lucas. Ike is also hunting in the front. Bane looking for a target to start the fight with. 10 seconds for the hook shot to be up on Riddies. He'll cog push the Timber Saw. The Nightmare comes out. They've got the Rubik. They'll take the Rubik.
He stole the chain, but unfortunately wasn't able to get off in time. And Riddies could get the cog up, but the fight's not over.
A waiting feeling. They do get the Chakram on top of Riddies. Again, the cogs. And there's the Fiend Script as well. And Niku, they still got the Doom running in. We also got the Juice turning things around as well with the Focus Fire. Nikki Cool is dropping low, but the Wind Ranger is also being very cautious about the situation. Primal doomed up. And it looks like the Primal Beast is also going to drop. And PMA goes down to Lucas in the bottom lane with the Willow. They're winning 2 simultaneous fights at the same time. Daze is trying to help out, got the Juice. They really need to save the Wind Ranger, but the Chakram damage, the connections, the burns, and the Stampede just in time. He bought back to save him.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's just to save. I don't think they're going to get any more about it unless Nikki Cool can land
my God,
this. He doesn't have Pulverize.
Well, PMA walks in with the Blade Mail and they'll get it. Nikki Cool we'll get tipped by the Navi boys, but yeah, PMA with that buyback changes everything. They save the wind and they get a kill.
To be fair, he couldn't have helped the team because he didn't have the TP scroll available when he died. It was still like 15 seconds off cooldown. So, and he was being controlled by two people, both Lucas and Just V. So he's like, alright, this is the best thing I can do. And it doesn't hurt his net worth that much. He's still neck and neck with the Doom. Unfortunately, two of NAVI's scores, not poor, but behind for sure. And Lucas is just farming away. He is getting very close to that Hurricane Pike. That's one way to get out of cogs, to save allies. He might go for the shot after. Oh, nice hook shot.
Well, that's a pretty good hook shot there. The connection there on Ike. Also, Niku still in the river, but a very difficult one to follow up on.
Yeah, the Bramble Maze is going to be super annoying. And you can even see that Just V, he buys the shard because he wants as many Brambles on the ground as possible. And I like that decision a lot. There's so much mobility on Navi Jr.'s side from the Stampede, as well as the Onslaught. He's like, alright, I'll just, counter both with this shard.
Yeah, he plays a pretty big role in how these fights could go with the Willow. Reedy's going to call for a pause.
Alright.
Get a
gives us a
tiny
chance to look at
breather.
some. Oh, look at what the Bane has. He has already got
dagger?
himself a point. No, he's straight up wants the Aghanim Scepter.
Aww.
What, you want Blinking Bane? Come on, he's got Wiglace.
Because of the voice line, man.
Oh, is it the one where he laughs like a maniac?
No, it's the one where he sings. Blink dagger. I don't even want to imitate it, but you should go check it out. It has a 1% chance for it to play, and it is great.
I've heard it. I've heard it because it was like posted a few times back when it was like introduced. People were like, this is weird.
Yep, there's a song of that on YouTube called I think it was the Bane G's Blinking Alive.
I like there's a Witch Doctor song. That one's good. I like that one.
Yeah, it's also a good one. There's a couple of good ones out there.
There's one where they also pretend they're doing something, like Dota heroes, in a kitchen, and they make all these. They use their voice lines for it. It's not bad. Timber
Dragon
by
to
the
the
way.
fridge.
I was gonna say Doom's got the Shivas. That is very nice because it does amplify a lot of the magic damage you have on your side, and we do have the Hurricane Pike on the side. And he goes shard next, by the way, like instantly queued up. So I like this. He's all in for surviving, and he's the most farmed hero. So he's like, I do damage. I don't need to worry about this.
Yeah.
I just need to stay alive.
They're gonna have to pick it up. They're gonna pop the Stampede here. They're gonna catch Bane. But nobody else alongside that. Oh, what a hook shot from Reedy. He's actually catches Mixa in the river. He might die for it, but he's helped Mixa along on the ground. Then Niku can follow up, but oh, poor Niku. Yeah, it was a good hook shot, but nobody got there in time. So bit jumping the gun there with that play.
I think they already used the Stampede early in that fight to begin it, so it's not like you can use it to get to the clockwork.
Yeah.
And they do lose their
Bit of mistakes there from
Niku.
Navi, yeah.
He's got BKB coming at least on this plan. This will help.
At least they got through the portal with the Wind Ranger. Daze is still around the area. He'll steal the Timber Chain, so good luck chasing this Rubik. Yeah, it's just teleporting out.
All this time, even with like a few kills going in Navi's favor, it's Nemiga who's just farming a little bit more efficiently. He didn't go for like Behind the Mice, but Devour's maxed out, so it's kicking in. Lucas has just been farming most of the time, like the last person to join these fights. And now it feels like they're trying to make fights happen, but it's never actually working out that well.
Yeah, it does feel like it's just Ike dying over and over again.
Okay.
Well, if there's a kill they can get, it's surely always this Bane. Reedy's going to get traded, but the smoke will enable the dodge on the Assassinate.
Yeah, he timed it perfectly. He just had to walk out of tower range and gets it. Very nicely done by Riddies. I love the use smoke to dodge something that's about to kill you, like Thunder God's Wrath, or of course Assassinate is the easiest.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Jesvi steals a Wisdom Rune from the dire side of the map. Niku is chasing the Willow here, but actually not chasing, really just goes straight to the Ancient Camp. Doesn't even know about the thievery. But now we do. We've got the scan on top of him. Clockwork's coming in. Riddies with that smoke he used earlier. Smoke pops, finds Jesvi.
Oh, okay.
Hookshot's still on cooldown, but PMA's there with the stun, and Niku's here to help him out. They'll get the Willow. So they caught the thief in the end.
They did. Let's see. They lost 1,680 XP from that steal. How much did they get? They got 1,000. So that tells you just how damn good Wisdom Runes are for experience. I mean, there's an argument to be made that while you're dead, you don't get EXP, so you also lose that, but still.
XP definitely plays a huge role in today's Dota.
Kaya-Sanj finished up on Nicky Cool, so again, he's sticking to that build that we saw from Nisha yesterday. Hopefully, and he's on the way to the same scoreline, 5, 2, and 5, so he's very happy with the way the game's going.
He's just gonna run into a world of hurt here. Hostiles everywhere.
It's the clockwork life. I don't think that this is unusual. He's actually not that far behind in terms of other people. It's Days, the Grand Master's actually farming up a storm right now. He's already got the Aether Lens very close to the Blink Dagger as well. And with the Timber Chain on top, you're not catching this guy.
I mean, it is kind of a funny thing, like when you look at like a game where nothing's happening, it's either because of the items they're building, because of the heroes that are being picked.
Yeah,
but if there's a game with a clockwork, it's either him killing a lot or him dying a lot. And even if there's no actual situations happening, they're hunting for, hey, we can kill this clockwork. And suddenly we got like, what, over a kill a minute? Just because of one hero in the game.
Yeah, the clockwork, it just feels like somehow there's just not that many kills happening, despite the Primal Beast and Timbersaw on each side, the clockwork as well. Both teams, Navi Junior, they need a win today to get into the top 3 spot. Nemiga's super far behind, so they're cautious as well.
So basically what I'm trying to say is, I know there's not a lot of kills in the game, but there's frequent deaths and frequent fights happening. There's constantly something going on because of the heroes on the board. And I think Clockwork is the one main reason why this is the name of the game. Yeah. We could be just AFK farming and get like 8 people killed in a team fight where almost everyone is dying, but now it's like 1 or 2 heroes every now and then. But it's just a more frequent amount of information and invading.
Games like this, you love it when your supports can pick up a Philosopher's Stone, but nobody has it. I think everyone's kind of like, wait, we're going late, so we don't have that passive gold. Come on.
Poor supports.
They are a little bit. Ike, like, since the last time we talked about, he got the Ogre Axe, but he's got no gold. So he's still on the way.
What is the probability for 4 support players to not roll a single Philosopher's Stone?
It's pretty low. It's pretty low. I mean, what's your chance of getting Philosopher's Stone? There's how many tier 2 items, right?
There's like 7, 10, 13. So you get 5 or 6, right?
You get 5. You get 5.
So 5 out of 13, and that to happen 4 times in the same game.
That's pretty low. That's pretty low.
That's pretty low.
Yep.
I don't remember the equation for it, but I am interested about that now.
We'll have our production doing it, someone out there cracking out that calculator.
Production, can you do the maths for us quickly?
Then they'll be like, wait, what? I was not hired for this. And I just
we don't have time to think. We've got action going on here with Ike being chased by Niku with the onslaught charge. The Bane will get blown up in the river. And again, just one singular pick off, but will we get a fight after? Can Navi invade? They're considering the triangle now. They'll find a Timbersaw Courier, AFK here, Riddies. Sees Jesvi. Does Jesvi see Riddies? They're actually right outside of fog from each other. Now they finally do. Mixa also blinks and quickly misses the hook shot. Sees Nicky Cool in the trees, though. Willow spotted as well on the side now. Windranger getting caught in the brambles. Riddies won't be able to hold the Timbersaw. Stampede coming out as well. If they can get the Willow, they will. Roche is in his pit as well. Uproar. Nobody getting affected by it. Timbersaw has to fight the Clockwork. Willow coming in with the buyback. They've got the outpost they can battle it out with. But they're going to have to take the portal away because it's on the Radiant side. They've got the Pulverize. They've got Mixa. Doom comes out. Alta got the juice. He still had Focus Fire. And they'll take down 2. Lucas is the one being hunted right now. Windranger also has to be cautious. That BKB has run its course. Gets jumped by Nicky Cool. Nicky will take him. Lucas still surviving, but Niku charges in, takes him out of play. Got Jesvi returned into the fight with that buyback. Nikki Cool with a double, taking down Niku, and now PMA and Daze. They can maybe snipe the Willow, but I don't think they can deal with this Timber Saw. That might be a bit too much to chew. They're trying their best with the double edge, and there's the Fiend Script. That will be the 5th death for Navi Jr. Nikki Cool will get an ultra kill from this fight, which started off with Navi getting a couple kills, and Nemiga will finish it.
It's not too bad though for Navi Jr. I mean, that was a dieback on Jess V, and I mean, you look at it is favoring Nemiga quite a bit, but they did get something out of here for Navi Jr. Riddy's in the start of the fight, the hook shot, it like cleaved through 3 people without hitting any of them, which was super unlucky for them. And of course, makes a great doom as he's about to end on the carry. Hectic, but overall Nemiga walks away a little bit happy. However, Navi, they interrupted the Roche attempt, so they're okay with the way the game went.
I'd say yes and no. Timber got to level 21. He got 4,000 experience. Bane also got like another 4,000 XP from that fight. And Windranger didn't get much done there. Nixa, though, getting killed on the live pictures. We're still watching this replay. But this was a heavy Nemiga win. You're buying back a Willow. That doesn't really hurt you at all. Even got back into the fight as well. Radiant side had to portal outpost portal, take the twin gate, and then get back into the action. It could have gone either way.
Ike? Should be able to TP. Yeah, it is fine. Beautiful. They've been just going there, stealing these Wisdom Ruins, and that's been a big, reason there that they have such a good EXP advantage. It's quite high, actually.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I don't know how to read the graph when it says, I understand 14%. Ah, yeah, 40% more XP. I don't understand the 7 levels. Does that mean you have 7 levels over them?
Yes.
Okay. That's kind of cool, I guess.
Yeah, it's the it's a percentage-based lead. I don't think it's 15% of the 7K. I think it's, I mean, probably that's how the math should work, right? But yeah, they're 7 to level 8 levels ahead of their opponents, because when you look at the hero level graph in general, Timber is 3 levels higher to the next Navi core.
Yep.
Got a Stampede coming out here at the same time, saving Riddies, but it doesn't look like there's a real fight going on here.
I think Daze has been interested in Timber Chains a lot this game, but we haven't actually seen a Doom Steal, and I don't think we've seen a Fiend's Grip either. So, I mean, no. Timber Chains is good, it's not been the spell I want on him most of the time. As, yeah, but Daze is very farmed. You talked about the dieback not being that big on Willow, as in the meantime Aegis does fall to Lucas, but it does. He's only got a Glimmer Cape. He doesn't have a whole lot of gold. Like, it could be that this Willow will be dying very early in these fights because he just hasn't been able to get any farm. Well, some farm. And in the meantime, Ike finishes up the Aghanim Scepter. He may have the same amount of gold as Dark Will, but he's been focused on like boots, Aghanims. I want a Fiend's Grip from 3 angles.
Yeah. Yeah, the Aghanims is really important here, considering the 5 stuns you talked about in the draft. So you're gonna have to spend at least 3 of those, or 1 really good onslaught.
Or a Battery Assault. Actually, Battery Assault's pretty damn good against that, you know? You just walk in. Same thing with the Power Cogs. Like, they're relatively close to each other, so you can cut it out pretty well. So I'm liking the Clockwork because of that.
Yeah, it's a good idea. The cogs are being used for another purpose, though. So
most of the time.
is definitely causing some issues.
Really is going to have his Aghanims fairly soon as well if he keeps going for it. Then we see Clockwork become not exactly a damage dealer, but certainly damage influencer, if such a thing is a word. Nikki Cool, he's kind of caught.
Put it that way. They got eyes on the Timber. There's the Shackle shot. Stampede as well to get everybody close. They missed the hook shot from close range. And that barrier, the Aghanims, this guy is tanking a whole lot of damage. And there's the explosion. That's a lot on Got the Juice. He has to pop his PKP. Niku, also the same thing. He can't get the Lucas. Doom on the Rubik. He won't get to steal anything today. Got the Juice also has to run away from the Timber. And man, it's just like yesterday. You try to focus Nikki Cool's Timber and you lose a fight because of it. It's just not working. You just can't kill this guy's Timber. That's not how it works.
4,000 health, Defiant Shell, Eternal Shroud, Kaya Sanj, so he gets extra healing. The
Dandelion Amulet.
The whole
that's
package,
man.
Sorry, my bad. Dandelion Amulet. That is just... And they went for him first. You had no support. This is actually very scary because now Nemiga would be like, we can just put this guy in front. There's nothing they can do about it unless they steal Doom.
And he's got 64% magic resistance before he starts building Eternal Shroud stacks, so that as well. You've got to try and focus the other heroes here. You've got the Doom being controlled here by PMA and Niku. Riddies has Ike. Vayne is still quite happy standing there. While Lucas is getting free shots in. He's already taken a second kill. Niku, Riddies both down. Nikki at the back line. And Navi, like, their resolve is crumbling here. Nemiga yet to win a single game of Dota here in this tournament. Could this be the start of something beautiful?
It looks like it. I don't think you can kill Nikki Cool unless you use a Stolen Doom. That's just how it's looking like. He does get a Scythe of Vice, so not taking a defensive item, but then again, he's got 4 defensive items, basically. So he's like, alright guys, I want to be able to control people. Oh, that's something. Take some damage, actually.
Yeah, but he's not dying.
Bad.
He's not dying. He still has the Ags. Like, it's impossible. They're just wasting time and resources on the Timber Saw, and I think that's the right call will be to focus everything else and just leave the Timber be.
By the way, he's, what, halfway through his 24, so very close to getting that second Chakram, which a certain co-caster of mine is a big fan of.
Yeah, Shroud Enjoyer. You have any other co-casters who are Shroud Enjoyers?
No.
Just me.
Just you. You're my, yeah, but you're my favorite Shroud Enjoyer.
Ah, wow. That's a compliment. Thank you.
By the way, Navi, they've got 3 BKBs. I think that they haven't felt like they're that impactful though most of the time, which is a little bit unfortunate for them.
Ooh, they got the juice, by the way. Jesvy's right on top of him.
He should know. He should know. Oh dear.
Oh dear, indeed. That's how easy it is to kill a Wind Ranger.
And he wants to go Lincoln Sphere. So he's got... The only damage item he really has is a Maelstrom. And that's it. And this is a problem. Your main damage dealer is like, yeah, I'm going defensive items, guys, because I'm dying too fast. You're like, well, we have damage issues as is.
Yeah.
But
damage issues. Positioning issues. Even with a Stampede, it feels like they're never... getting the most out of it. Like, they pop a Stampede and they've only still got like 3 out of 5 heroes present. And the next kill, it looks like Riddies will drop too.
Nice
hook shot.
But
still going to be here with the Blink and the Shivas with the Bedlam. It's a lot of damage for Riddies. Radiant Scan. They'll find the next targets. Oh, they're going straight for the teleports. Lucas is being saved by his buddies. Can they get the sniper out of the way? That could be a great start for things. But no, they lost track of him for a while. Finally, they get him out of the way. Wind is spawning in 6 seconds. Niku being chased by Mixa here. The jump on PMA, who's doomed up as well, sitting in a Chakram. And now Timbersaw's hit level 25. That double Chakram is now in play. Nemiga will clean out 3. He didn't quite get to save Lucas there, but a price has been paid.
it's fine for them, right? Like, you have no problem with that. BKBs were used, everything thrown at Lucas. And that wasn't even like the whole team of Nemiga was there. So another situation for Navi to be in. You know, when Nikki Cool didn't die from that top thing, top assault, I think the biggest factor was that they got more confident than Nemiga. Oh,
Stolen Doom on Doom. And the Fiend Script to turn things around. A hook got the juice, but there's the hook shot, and Riddies is trying to clean every single illusion out.
Cool.
What they can do here. There's Daze. He'll lose the Doom. Riddies trying to teleport out. And Root comes out from Jesvi.
Another situation where it takes them 2 deaths to get 1 kill, and even then it's not even over.
Yeah.
There's Nikki. So I got the juice. He's kind of in the middle, but is able to make it out just fine here. Nikki Cool now is entering level 26. Oh boy. It's a little unfair that they lost the Rubik so quickly after he died, because if he had kept Doom, that would have been very nice for him.
Yeah, that was the one big ability you talked about as well. Stealing Doom would be one of the only things to actually try and kill this Timber Saw. But now they've lost that as well.
Look at the juice.
Oh, the Lincoln's pop is there. There's the Roots as well. The Terrorize will connect on the Windrunner. And Ike has the Fiend's grip. Does get controlled. There's still that one illusion on the low ground, which they can't get to. So Got the Juice will go down. Fighting in two separate areas. This is Stampede. Nicky Cool loading up the barrier. He's regenerating faster than he's taking damage. Niku, EKB, teleport out.
Alright, kind of, I want to say solid because you lost your K for support, but I mean, in this situation, you're so desperate. At the same time, though, Navi Jr., they're just, the high ground's being sieged. And you don't really have great high ground defense.
Yeah, not really. Daze. Got the Chakram.
Oh!
Actually blow up this Timber Saw in a matter of seconds. Broken as well. 300 HP. He's got the Blink ready. He could just get out anytime he wants to, but he's gonna stay and bait. Finally, the break comes out there from Niku. But it doesn't matter. He's back in, and he's going for kills. He'll take that next one as well with a Chakram spam.
You're batting Timber Saw next game. That is too much. It's not really like he did anything amazing in that situation. It's just that you threw everything. You're like, we're so far behind, we can't burst him down. He was one double edge from dying, but his positioning was great, and his team has done fantastic to keep him alive. Oh dear. Navi
Yeah,
Jr.
you either ban it or you just let him be, because the fights they tried to take by starting off with the Timber Saw haven't worked. Even this one, with the break on the Primal Beast, Uproar, Aghanim, yeah, that one didn't work either.
I love when you say let him be. It's like, we can let him be, but he's not letting us be. You know, he's coming in our face.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But sometimes you do see these games where like a hero is untouched for 15 minutes and then they start to worry about it.
Have you ever been in games where people are like, stop fighting? I'm like, we don't want to fight. They're the ones who are killing us. As, oh, poor. Well, he's gone.
Yeah, that Lincoln's isn't paying off when there's so many single target abilities in this game. It's unfortunate for him.
And in general, like, you get the Lincolns and you don't feel like it's not great. You know, you want the damage. As win percentage, it's actually only 98 to 9. It was 99 a second ago. I thought it'd be at 100 at this point for Nemiga.
It does definitely feel like it, because they haven't lost a full-on fight for a while now. Graph has continued to go up and up and up towards the Radiant's favor.
I hear a hook shot. I hear him, you know, calculate his mistake as he's about to lose his life.
Just look at that Chakram damage. Like, it's a 40-minute game, but I think this Timber Saw has already dealt like 50k.
I think so too. Is, you know, you'll probably be like 48 just because Gaben wants you to be wrong. He'll be like, nah, I'll put it at a 48. But you want
to do a prediction on his damage, by the way? Oh, I'm gonna say he did 61,000 damage.
61.
Yeah, I'm optimistic here.
Now, you know, we might both be wrong and be like in the 80s or something, because he's up against two strength heroes, so he actually does do a huge amount.
Oh, what's your bet?
55. I'm gonna go with 55.
55. Oh, pretty close. Okay.
But you know,
61. Let's see. Got himself Niku controlled again. But well, even if he tries to get out, he's just getting peeped by the sniper of Lucas. EMA pops the blade mail early here. But Nicky Cool just goes in, doesn't care. Oh, the hook shot's blocked as well, but not that it would have really done any difference here.
18 kills on Nicky Cool. Oh, and he's got off screen core, by the way, because he feels like these spells are taking too long. You know, it's like, I gotta get them out even faster.
Yeah.
Masterclass from him. They're all smoked up on Navi Jr. side. I guess they're gonna go
one more
for
fight.
something
Can
here.
they finally get a proper team fight going here? The Doom comes out onto the Wind Ranger, trying to kill Lucas. But without the benefit of all that damage, Lucas just set satanic heals faster than Got the Juice deals damage. And there we go. There's the GG call. 41 minutes. Nemiga have the first win on the board.
It didn't even look close. I mean, it was looking kind of decent for the first half of the game, but after that, it was just the Nemiga show. The Nicky Cool show. Let's be fair, because they were able to catch like Lucas, they were able to kill Mixa, but they got nothing on Nicky Cool. And when they jumped him top, and he wasn't able, like, they couldn't bring him down despite everything. Yeah, it was over. Oh,
Yeah, and also the scaling when you put it into picture, of course, Nemiga Gaming is going to look better and better as the game progresses. Wind Ranger is more of an early game carry. Primal Beast is also a maximum like mid game, maybe early late game. This hero is still really good, but they fall off pretty quickly. Sniper looks great. Timber is insane, and that 25 Chakram as well. You win the prediction game here. It's a 46,000 Timber saw. So we didn't quite break the 50s or the 60s, but it easily could have been a game like that. I mean, that's over 1,000 damage per minute still.
Yeah, and even the mid lane, right? Like despite him, that was he only died twice, and one of them was in the laning phase, so which was not that big of a deal for him. So really looks really good for him. I feel like you gotta ban him out. His skill build his item build was on point. His rotations were on point. I don't think the other 4 had the same performance as Nicky Cool, so maybe that's just the way you have to do. You guys just gotta shut him down.
Yep, and that's going to be the first game in the books. Nemiga Gaming finally on the board with their first victory here in Group B. But can they make it a 2-0? Well, we'll find out after the break. See you guys in a bit.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
OneXBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
All right, folks, we're heading over to the second game of our first series with Nemiga Gaming taking the lead over NAVI Junior, which also means that that's the first map win for them since the previous 6 games. So, 7 maps played, finally start to turn the course around, but is it a bit too late for that? Well, I mean, even if Nemiga were to win today, their second game, and of course tomorrow, their last series, and go 4 and 6, that... I'm not trying to build copium here, you know.
It's a tough sell, you know. How often do you see a team advance when they have more losses than wins? Basically, they're not even 5. They don't have a chance of 5 and 5. Their best thing is 4 and 6, and you're like, 4 and 6, really? So as we're saying, I mean, we haven't seen them in the red, so I guess there's some sort of magic that can happen that causes a tiebreaker, maybe. But 4 and 6 is a tough sell.
What could possibly happen is if Night Pulse beats Monte and Night Pulse beats Rest Farmers,
of course.
Now Nemiga beats Navi Junior, and then Navi Junior loses to Yellow Submarine. Nemiga could go through in 3rd place to the playoffs. That's 3 series that need to be lost for Nemiga to go through, and they can't afford to tie up with anyone because they've lost to all these teams earlier on. So yeah, there's that. Plus Nemiga also needs to win Monte in the final round. So yeah, good luck with that.
Well, now,
but it's doable. It's doable.
Oh yeah, doable. It's the no philosopher's stone on any support, you know, doable level. Where it's like it can happen. It's just very unlikely. As they got first pick, who do they want to ban? If you feel like Timbersaw you want to take, you should probably ban out the Doom because you do give them a chance for Navi Junior to take it, or they might go for something completely different. But either way, that Nicky Cool Timbersaw was very chef's kiss, as they say.
It definitely was. And for once, it also worked out for Nemiga that their opponents were focusing him and the rest of the team was given space to then turn those fights around. It was a plan that seemed to work. They banned the Medusa, which is not your first phase ban. I'm very curious about this one. Well, of course, if you're planning on picking a Doom, then you ban the Medusa because Medusa doesn't care about Doom. So in that sense, it's 1+1. But before, we've seen a lot of Doom first picks, and we don't see a first phase Medusa come out after that.
Yeah, but to be fair, God the Juice is also like he's got that comfort heroes, and it feels like it's either Pudge, a Life Stealer, and Medusa. And of the 3 Medusas, as you mentioned, the one who can sort of ignore the Doom completely, because she's technically the only hero who can actually heal through the Doom. So
yeah,
Navi Junior,
but I've never seen a first phase Medusa, I'll put it that way. I haven't seen a single one in this entire patch, in this entire year meta that we've played. I've not seen a single first pick Medusa, which I was very curious about. But it makes sense. They're going to pick up the Pango, which was left over, and 2 more bans for Nemiga. What do you think they're going to get rid of here? Got the Juice's Hero pool still open.
I mean, like I said, I'd rather you get rid of like the Pudge over anything else. But they didn't pick in the previous game. I think Navi Junior, they'd be like, if it's available, we should go to our classics because that Wind Ranger did not look very good. I like the ban on the Coddle. Both of these teams have had decent success with it. But in general, when you see Doom, it's a very like, well, whatever I pick is gonna feel not so great. So it's more like what I want to get that I'm comfortable with.
Yep. Coddle, I mean, Navi Junior have 2 players who can play it. Of course, Nemiga, if they wanted to pick it up for Nikki Cool, could potentially work. One thing I actually didn't talk about a lot in the previous game, but has been the theme in the last 3 days, has been how silent Mixa has been on the field. Very kind of invisible, not really highlight worthy, has had some really rough games, game after game. He's always last in net worth. But now, I feel like maybe with a different pause 4, things could look a little bit better. Because Jess V standing in for the team, no Queasy this time around. Maybe that also helped their lane dynamic.
To be fair, even the previous game he suffered, right? Like he suffered so much that he was getting Veil first, and he was like, I might need to get Hand of Midas. And for a long time, even on Doom, he was behind net worth. So, still some quirks to work out, but at least there's some burst of confidence that we won that one.
Yeah.
As Nemiga, they spent a lot of their time on that ban. I think they're down to like 15 seconds in their reserve time, just because of how much they used from that situation. So we'll see. I expect the rest of their picking phase to go a little bit quicker.
Yeah, they ban out the Centaur and the Zeus. Navi Junior. Still up to them what they want to get rid of here. Maybe another Lucas hero. They banned the Luna last time.
I like the Pangolier pick. It's not bad against the Timber Saw. It doesn't care about his damage that much. The Diffusal Blade's also very nice for them. So it's not like a counter per se, but it's here they can work around him basically.
Yeah. It's not a counter, but it's an answer. And there's the Luna ban coming out from Navi Junior and picking up the Bane.
I like what you just said. It's not a counter, but it's an answer. I'm gonna write that down somewhere and say it and enforce it into conversations when I would talk about drafts.
Yeah,
and
T-Panda's legendary quotes.
Oh no! There you will get no credit whatsoever.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be like, yes, I came up with it. I don't know, just at night sometimes I was thinking about it. It's so good.
Yeah, I mean, people interpret words as they see fit. That's also another good quote to give.
I like the other one more. No, you can't throw out 2 good ones in a row. Yeah, you can't throw a good one. There's a cooldown. You give me one later.
Yeah, I was starting to get shit about that during the DPC. Is like, can T-Panda stop with his prophecies? I was just clearing them all over the place. There's also another good one. It was a bit of a modified version. I actually wrote this one down because sometimes I say it out wrong. So I actually have written down a couple good quotes just to keep them safe. I'll give you a couple good examples. Like this is from, I think this was by Sun Tzu. You must not fight too often with one enemy, or you will teach him all your art of war. And then mine. That's where pigeons fly upside down because there's nothing worth shitting on.
So they pick out the Batrider on Nemiga.
You just left me hanging. Oh boy. I'm
sorry.
Oh, thank you for that. That was such a good quote. It's just a straight up silence. All right, let's move on.
No, sticking with your bird thing. There's one that I was like from a show I was watching. He's like teaching them these references, and he's like, a bird in the hand is... The other guy goes, bad for your wrist, makes a mess on your wrist. I'm like, that's a good way to go for it.
Yeah, good old preparing for a test, Salmon's a fish, salmon's a fish, salmon's a fish. And there's like, what is a fish? And you're like, salmon.
Navi Junior, wait. So Nemiga, they pick up the supports. I imagine these are the supports. It is the Batrider as well as the Shadow Demon. Pretty good supports in terms of controlling the enemy, by the way. Whereas Navi Junior, they have the Bane, but there's like nice saves on the other side. Although interrupting it is like not the easiest thing to interrupt the Bane, right? Like Doom has to jump on him and doom him, Flame Break or Disruption. You're usually just gonna disrupt your ally and that's it. But interrupting the Bane Fiends group itself is tough with these 3.
Yeah, the support duos are definitely working out here. Nemigas especially. But is there any weakness in here? I mean, there's room for a Nyx assassin if Navi plays one.
I was thinking also Nemiga might consider Seeker if they want it, right? Because Blood's Right's good against the Fiend's Grip, solid against the Pangolier, just in general. So that could be an option they go for. Although a lot of the Pangos have gotten a lot smarter. They're like, I'm gonna stop rolling, and that's kind of all you need to do. Wow, we are digging deep in this reserve time, deep.
I love how, like, yesterday in that one Night Pulse game, they first phased a Pango, and it got instantly replied by a Bloodseeker, then a Batrider, then they picked up a Puck, and they also got the Slark, and they lost that game with that many Pango counters, which was wild. It's like, yeah, it's an absolutely super bad Pango game, and they won it in 24 minutes. It's like, okay, sure, you do you.
Pango in general, it feels like no matter what, this hero always has a certain amount of viability. Like the skill build, the skills that he has just makes him good. Swashbuckle is amazing, and as well as the Rolling Thunder, and you get a bit of extra stuff as well from his other two spells. If you can't pick heroes who can ignore the Doom, you pick transformation heroes, and technically God Strength is a transformation build, because you God Strength, you jump in and just boom boom, and you should do all the damage you need anyway. Doomed or doomed, not doomed, you don't care.
Yeah. Nemiga, they found a pattern to victory. They're going to continue with the Sniper and the Doom pair-ups here for the second game. While Navi, you got Sven, you got Hoodwink, you're strengthening your lanes a lot here. Got yourself that extra damage coming out, but two damage sources even, not just one.
Nemiga, they're banging out offlaners. I guess they're not scared of the Centaur yet. Navi Junior, are they gonna keep this? Okay, I was gonna say, are you gonna keep Timbersaw? Because you got Sven, and they're like, nah, let's get rid of Timbersaw. Cool. What else are we looking for here? Nemigas, they get the next pick here. It's probably gonna be the carry for them. In general, I don't think there's much of there's carries that really counter the Sven.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. SD ult is nasty on the Sven.
10 seconds remaining.
But like in a carry-to-carry matchup, maybe... I mean, what was it? Like Ursa maybe? Something like that. There's just not many heroes that can go toe-to-toe with the Sven. Troll Warlord's kind of okay, but generally, I think Sven can take any hero.
He can. Troll is actually a really good pick if Nemiga wants it. Depends, but I think Lucas is the one to play the Sniper. And we got ourselves a TA pick coming up here.
Very greedy. Very greedy. You got Doom who takes his time. Sniper definitely takes his time. You have TA on the other side. If I'm Navi, I'm feeling the Centaur. No, Centaur's banned. Sorry, my bad. What else is there?
Well, at least filling the early game here. I think that should be their answer. Yeah, early game should definitely be their answer. They're going to bring out the Broodmother. This is a good reply if Navi pushes their advantage early on. They have an early timing on this lineup, and I'm not saying these are early game heroes. I'm saying their timing is much better because of what you just said. Doom takes his time. Sniper takes his time. And also it's a Sniper mid, so it's not your standard, necessarily your right-click build Sniper either, coming out of this game. So if this game is like 25 minutes, Navi wins this one. If it goes more, Nemiga is going to win this one.
They're also, Broodmother... How do you feel about this hero? Because every time I see her, she seems to have a new item build. I've seen her go with Kanda. I've seen her go for more right-click. The Aura build, occasionally pops up, but it's nowhere near what it used to be with the Wraith Pact, of course. And I'm having a hard time, really figuring out her place in the meta, because I know that her win rate is, I believe, atrocious in pubs, at least.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's one of the few offlaners that builds into a phylactery, and of course with the Orchid meta being live right now, can you pick both? True. Do you pick the other, where it would be like phylactery and maybe some auras alongside it, or do you get yourself a good start in the laning stage and you can consider an Orchid for yourself, and you start hunting the supports, you start teaming up with your with the rest of your squad, which you can, by the way, with this lineup, and then hunt for kills with that Orchid. Later on, then you build nullifiers, hexes, if you need tankiness, Soundjin Yasha. But I think it's really, does he go Orchid or does he go Phylactery? I feel like it's either one, but if he has a wild game, he might just pick up both.
I like the Orchid more. You know, it's just so much damage. We've seen the Bloodthorn with it as well, just shred people as well. Sometimes you go Orchid, Phylactery, Bloodthorn, or you know Phylactery or into Bloodthorn. Either way is fine. Like Kanda waits. It's not really an item that you care too much for the Broodmother. Overall, I mean I like Navi Junior's draft in the first game. I kind of like it as well in this game. I just think Nemiga's draft is too greedy, so I'm gonna go with Navi Junior. I think they can make the space to win it.
Yeah, I'll stick with my previous prediction. If the game is short, Navi wins it. If it takes longer, Nemiga is going to take it in the end. So I'm not going to give you a winner, though. I'll just throw it out like that. What about you, dear viewer? If you are also pondering that same question, you can keep up with some extra statistics alongside our talks with the 1xBet mobile application. You should get that for your mobile phones, especially if you're on the road or if you have you know, rough internet connection right now to watch the stream. Then you can keep yourself updated on the mobile app.
Well, let's see if if there's going to be any engagements here. Nemiga, it'll be scary if they suffer in the laning phase. That's the biggest thing for them. Like they really need to do a decent job here in the laning phase and not get too far behind. Because if you get far behind, you'll just be run over. Bat Rider as Shadow Demon are pretty solid laners though as supports. So it's just V and Ike in the early game to carry them. Oh,
like that early invasion with the flame break. He's just gonna go him a casual tip. I saw you. Saw you do that.
Missed.
Yeah, missed by a mile.
It's all on the supports. It's all on the Nemiga supports to keep this early game relatively even. Pangolier versus the Sniper. Again, I don't feel like you really have a lot of fun as you walk in. You take a few headshots. You often will be swashbuckling away just to dodge more damage. It's not fun.
It's definitely not fun. Another flame break, this time successful. Jesvy's got the air horns going after that one. Is like, you tipped me before, but I got this one. And let's get the laning stage underway.
There's 3 bounty runes for Nemiga. That's actually, I mean, not the biggest deal, but it's the good signs that you want. You know, it's like, hey, we got more bounty runes. We have a 400 gold advantage right off the bat.
Right off the bat, or right off the Bat Rider?
Sometimes I'm like, I don't know. If I give him a laugh, he'll think he needs to do more of them. No. Well, in the meantime, though, the bottom lane, it's going to be Hoodwink and Broodmother versus the Shadow Demon as well as the TA. At the moment, it looks like it's going a little bit better for Nemiga, but I think this really can go either way. I favor the Broodmother over Lucas's TA, but the supports feel fairly even what they can do.
Yeah, somewhat even, sure. Doom also starting the lane with the Infernal Blade above the Scorched Earth. Okay.
I guess they just really
guess it's pretty laning matchup dependent.
Yeah, honestly I don't mind this so much. It's relatively low cooldown. It does a decent amount of damage as well. It doesn't push out the lane, and you throw it out on the Sven. He takes a decent chunk, so I like it. Yep. It's fine. As although so far in terms of CS, it really hasn't helped him that much. It's what, 10-2 to the 2-0, and you mentioned Mixa has been struggling this tournament, and I see it in this game as well.
Same pattern continues. There's definitely been difficulties with the off lane for Nemiga.
Mid lane on the other side, though, Nico is also suffering. He is just taking it to the face right now with these level 2 hits, and get worse.
Yeah, Pango's having a rough time. TA also 3 last hits, which is not what you're aiming for here. Brood is already 11 and 5 for PMA.
Alright, so 2 lanes for Navi, 1 lane for Nemiga, basically. Nico, the bottle is on the way, so at least he'll be able to refill the bottle. And that, it takes a little bit of the sting out of the laning situation. As he also can go refill. Much better, much easier to refill as Pangolier. You can actually refill both just because of the sniper, especially when he uses take aim and moves so much slower.
Yeah, these are some rough minutes that Nemiga have to kind of get past early on.
Yep. And
until they can finally start to play the lineup. And the downside is when they finally get to play the lineup, Navi gets to actually play aggressive because their lineup is built for that.
I mean, the one thing is he probably that got the juice won't be that involved. He'll be farming away, so that's nice. But then again, all your cores want to be farming away as
the
well.
Lucas TA might just go down to the bot lane. PMA
More
almost with the damage, and he's got enough. The blood grenade ticks will do it. Daze will pick up the first blood, and it will go for Navi Jr.
Needs to be careful, PMA, and one more shot poison would have been a problem. He did.
He released a little bit too early there.
I don't think he released. I think he timed out actually, because I was clicking on him and it was like.
Did he time? Okay. So either way, but yeah, he got hit by the poison and then reapplied that first stack. So yeah, it was like 0.1 seconds for being able to stack it.
Probably would have killed him anyway. He would have only gone up to 200 damage and he about had that health. But it was, it would have given him a bit of a minor heart attack, which you love to do as a Dota player.
Oh yeah. At least he would stay low, which would mean TA can finally start to catch up in CS with the Brute out of play.
He's got 2 points in spin web, so he's definitely feeling like he wants more in health regen. He's got 2 bracers, so he wouldn't have been low for long. He's already almost full health anyway. Damn.
Every little bit helps. Every little bit helps here. You already got killed once. You'll take anything you can get.
Well, in the meantime, yeah, PMA, he's just happy in the bottom lane here. 2 lanes, as we mentioned, going for NAVI. And even mid, Nico's at least getting something. And to be fair, if Pangolier has a rough time, you can still have influence on the map by going around and just ulting. I don't think it's too bad if you get EXP. Meanwhile, though,
got the juices, got himself a crazy good laning stage already.
Yep.
He's already 1,000 gold ahead of the Doom.
I'm not opposed to taking the occasional
and speaking of Doom, though, he is not having the most fun time. I don't know what's up with Mika. He's actually thinking of going for a null talisman. Okay.
Not a bad idea.
I guess he wants to spam Inferno Blade more. A bit odd to see that one, honestly.
I mean, they're gonna have to brawl a lot this game. So I guess the null talisman will find its place. Rather that than another bracer, probably.
I would prefer the other bracer. I'm just not seeing the value of this second null talisman. But then again, he is the pro, so he knows what he's doing. In terms of stacks, no one's making stacks just yet. Both sides would be wary, though, right? Like, so many stack takers. Yeah. Sven on one side, the other side even has a Bat Rider who can take it, along with, of course, the TA.
Ike has already made a quick stack here. I think he's going to stack it again here on the Radiant jungle. So you end up with the triangle not being stacked that much. Jess V is pulling one. Ike is getting the double stack going here.
Nice.
This is the time when they can finally leave the lanes and get something done here. Riddies will deny the shield rune here, and Jess V is going to reply, but Lucas is just going to quickly teleport out. Yeah, Lucas being hunted at the same time by Daze and PMA. Support's missing out. This is why they don't have time to stack, Their cores will die.
Nico's like he's going to actually, yep, he does die. So even though they don't kill Lucas in the bottom lane, but they do, damage him quite a bit. Yeah, but Nico, he's suffering, but he's expected to suffer. He has level 6 though, so he can rotate now if he wants to. I feel like going mid is just it's a catastrophe for him. Overall, in terms of net worth, got the juice and Nicky Cool are ahead, but it's not the biggest deal as Lucas just zoned out again. Oh man, he's not having fun.
Lucas giving a quick tip there for Mr. Radies.
Looks like he's going for an null talisman as well. I mean, they know something on Nemiga that we don't, because they are picking up null talisman. You were talking about the other day saying that with Falcon Blade being garbage, more and more people want. It did get buffed a little bit, so it does give better mana. And in a brawling phase meta like this, it's okay, I suppose.
Yeah, we had the same. We had the same with the Morphling yesterday, where you had null talismans as well, because he at least is spamming Adaptive Strike. Null talisman gives you the mana regen for it. So yeah, it is a common thing these days. If you're not taking damage, you don't build Wraithband. Physical damage, that is. If they're spellcasters, you can consider bracers, but if you're doing damage, you build null talisman.
Honestly, if you want mana, the Ring of Basilisk actually gives you more, but then again, your supports have arcane boots, and it's like, eh.
But Bazzi doesn't get upgraded at 25 minutes.
That is true.
Where the item technically turns into 1,000 gold item.
That is actually also another way of looking at it, for sure.
Yeah, it's just like...
Nicky...
See what PMA and Niku can get done here. Ike is being hunted by the Spiderlings. Mother will get himself that kill. And also they're cleaning out the stacks that were they're also made here for the mid sniper. So they're cleaning them out.
To be fair, Nicky Cool got most of them, so it's not that bad. He's actually maxed out shrapnel. I don't see this very often on mid snipers.
True.
You know, usually it's like they max, 1 point in shrapnel for vision, then you max out headshot and take aim. But he wants to max shrapnel. It does help you clear out stacks, though. The best ability for that.
He also has the sniper set, which costs like a lot. I think the set's worth like what, 300 euros or something like that.
Damn.
The spaceman sniper, the marine.
Is that? Is there?
I don't remember which one this was, but it is a very expensive set.
No. I think there's the most expensive item Dota is like one of those hooks or something. I'm not quite sure. Which would make sense, right? Because Pudge is the most played. Here's the dragon claw hook or whatever, and it's like, yeah, there you go.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I'm actually curious. I wanna look this one up because I don't remember what it was. Was it Tales of the Ardalan Interdictor? Yeah, that's the one.
Wow. By the way, in the meantime, while you're looking it up, Lucas is struggling on the TA, and he can't even look forward to stacks because Nicky Cool is like, no, stacks for me, all mine. And Lucas is like, I can't really do anything, guys. And the PMA is just pushing the lane. He's going, oh wow, he's going Witchblade first item on the Brood Mother.
Yeah.
That is different than what we thought he would go for.
Yeah. So the Tales of the Ardalan Interdictor is 281 euros.
Nicely done.
Very, very expensive cosmetic.
Would you ever spend that much amount of money on a cosmetic? I mean, I love Dota.
I probably wouldn't. I mean, I had a bunch of Crimson Witnesses, but of course those were from TI.
Yeah.
But I didn't keep a single one for myself.
I know some of these cosmetics, you look at me like, wow, this is very expensive. How do I tell my wife I bought it?
If there was a Crimson Witness for Enigma, I would probably keep that.
Okay.
But you'd have to roll the right one too, so it's like, game a chance. Not for me.
So far, the chances are favoring lightly, but I expected them to put their foot on the gas a little.
Yep.
He's getting, he's going, but it's not that close to it. We mentioned
that would be the way to do it, to put the pedal to the metal. Side of Navi Junior, because now they are the stronger lineup for sure, but it won't last longer than like 10 minutes with their most effective window. You almost got the Orchid up on the Brood Mother. That would allow you to group up with the team. That means you have Diffuse already on the Pangolier by then, and potentially Sven. Well, Sven doesn't have to tune in, but he can with if he hits level 12 in time. That's really his level 2 ulti. He probably has Echo Saber by then, maybe a Blink Dagger, and that'll be enough for him to kill. PMA does get hit by Ike and the ulti. Nicky Cool has a bunch of spiders on him though, but those shrapnels are cleaning the spiderlings out, and PMA will go down to Lucas picking up the kill here. So good group up for a very important pickoff. Niku is hunting though, right on top of Nicky Cool. He's got himself, he doesn't actually have the defusal yet, but he's gonna make his work around Nicky Cool, and there's the Fiend script. They all moved out thinking the situation's already over. Nice disruption save, Swashbuckle used as well. Can they get Nicky Cool, which they really need to get? The Bushwhack is there, and Niku almost getting it with the right click, but the lasso comes out. Riddies will go down. Niku has the Swashbuckle available, pushes himself away from Jess V. Daze loading up the Sharpshooter. That's another hero gone. They're so low on the side of Navi Junior, and it's down to Lucas. There's a fourth hero showing up, and it's PMA coming back to the battle, and that one hero will not remain. Oh, what a cleanup from Navi Junior.
I mean, this is what we've been harping on, so strong early on, and sure, you killed PMA, most valuable person. Then good Fiend's Grip, and they take out Nicky Cool. Well, almost take him out. They get the end, they take out the support, joins the fight. This TA farm and forced to fight early, not fun. I wonder if you're thinking of getting a very fast Lucas, because you could silence the Bane and at least interrupt his Fiend's Grip. Otherwise, we mentioned this early on, it's very difficult if you're not saving someone. Like, that is the only real way you're stopping it.
It's true. Jess V also going to get hit by the Orchid Silence. There's followed up by a bunch of spiders. Nice early burst, and we'll take Just V down. Radies hitting the back line, finding Ike. They got the bushwhack there for a second kill, and that's going to open up the tier 1 tower.
Yep, that's something you could just bring down. DMA. What's he going for? He's going for Phylactery next, and I imagine Bloodthorn will be after that, or BKB if he just doesn't want to be controlled at all. Although with Doom and
he's caught another. They caught the sniper. Nightmared up. Nikki cool this time. They've got the damage with the Diffusal Blade. They'll make quick work of that. And also the Orchid on the Doom. Rolling Thunder here by Niku, but he's going very deep with this one. He might just get doomed up. Actually, Doom is still cool now for 25 seconds. The lasso by the Batrider, but he's going to get interrupted by the Rolling Thunder. Niku will take this kill.
Well, they have Fiend's Grip, but they don't even need to use it. They lose days on the way out, but so what? He's doing a good job of keeping up that aggression. We haven't even mentioned that God the juices just farming off, pre-farming the whole time.
Yeah, they're pulling so far ahead now. It's a 6k lead at 14 minutes. Absolute steamroll, as they're supposed to. For Navi Jr., everything is going according to plan.
Yep. I'm not really liking the item build from Lucas and Nikki Cool. It's two dragon nice, but I mean,
these are two heroes that do the same thing.
Yeah, it's really like maybe if you both had 4 staff first, that would actually be better. But then you slow down your farm because you want Hurricane Dragon. So like, there's no item to buy where you're like, oh yeah, this is problems. So greedy from Nemiga this draft.
Indeed.
Well, what about here for Brood for the Radiant side? 2,000 gold on both the supports for Navi Jr. We'll see what the 8th lens on Riddies if he wants it. And Hoodwick Toss. So the disables coming out from are going to be even more severe.
Yeah, that's the one bad thing for Lucas. Even if you have Refraction up, that Brood of Atos will prevent you from blinking away. And now talking about that hero specifically, Fiend Script comes out, will cancel out the disruption. Lucas with another Refraction, it's instantly broken with that Spider Army. No chance of survival. And all that time, Nemiga, I mean, they only have a limited amount of minutes to farm as much as they can, but if they're losing their cores like this, there's going to be no change in the storyline.
Riddies, he finds Mixa, but I don't think they can get the kill. They don't have Fiend's Grip. It's just kind of by him. God is on the Doom get better. Like that is a nice fight. All your your sports damage immensely, but it's a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, it's a big if. It's a good item, but will he get the impact out of it as he would hope? Pango running around in the river, waiting for the 60-minute rune. He'll take the haste. He gets doomed up right away. He'll pop the haste as well. The problem is he's not going anywhere with Ike dropping the ulti. He'll just instantly get purged, but they'll suck up this fight going. Batrider will be dropping here. Mixa on the run, but nowhere to go. Sven slicing him down, so there we go. Even if they do trade the Pango, they still pay a heavy price for it. Sniper at least is the one to claim that spree. He's got 2.6k in his pocket. Does go for one of their most important cores for that high ground defense, which will happen at some point.
If you look at the fight recap, I got almost the same amount of gold and EXP on Nemiga from trading 2 for 1. That's kind. It's like I'd say almost an even situation. And high ground is fun for Navi to breach. You're up against Sniper and TA, like as well as Shadow Demon. Like it's not the easiest high ground.
Exactly, like the kill going for the Sniper, like I was saying, was the big reason why it looks good for Nemiga taking a 2-1 trade like that.
I'm worried about the high ground, and Sniper's got 3,000 gold in his pocket. He's really saving up here. Aghanim's Kanda, or is he gonna go for Hurricane Power? Oh, he's going to Maelstrom. Okay, I like it.
Yeah, we also got a Kanda coming up for the Broodmother here. Orchid and Phylactery, we got both. Game has been stellar so far, so he went exactly for the build I was thinking him to go.
We got what we wanted, and Day switches up. He does not go. This is very interesting. He did not go for the Raw 8 toss. Instead, he went for the drop. Huh.
All right.
Okay.
Guess that helps with gap closing. Oh.
Wow.
Bit of unsuccessful movement there from Niku. Went back and forth a couple times. Batrider is spotted though. Got the juices right on top of JSV.
Are scanning.
Calling in the reinforcements. Bane is around, but bad with Firefly. Hard catch. Very hard catch. Meanwhile, Doom. There's a Broodmother around.
Is under attack.
Can they kill PMA?
He's quite fast.
It's everyone chasing everyone right now. Nobody's catching anyone. PMA slows down Mixa with the phylactery. Good luck catching this spider. Straight up teleport out. And they actually did find the Batrider in the end.
I mean, Doom doesn't even have, you know, so it's like, I don't think they were ever scared of that. They do have the push people, but it's not much. And top setting up, they want to go for this fight. Yeah, you're not going anywhere, buddy. 2 slices from the sword slash axe slash hammer, whatever the hell that. What is that weapon exactly? What do you call it?
I think it's a bit of everything, right?
I mean, there's no way a sword is that big. It's as big as a human.
It is a
like a hammer.
It's a pretty dull looking blade.
Yes. You know, you're like, this seems like something you smash, not you slice them with.
But it does make a sword sound when it hits.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, well, who designed this? What was thinking a sword? But I want to
it's
also.
A bit like it's got a bit of Warhammer vibes to it, right? It's kind of like a chain sword.
Yes.
But with
thinking of
lightsaber animations on it.
I was thinking it more like you played 7 where they had the Buster sword, or bigger than him.
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah, that one, yeah.
Some inspiration there. Trying to remember which hero now Sven was in Dota in Warcraft. Oh, sorry, Dota 1 as Lucas. He's in trouble. Lucas, no. Oh, is he? Nice
There's no
bodyguard
Bane
in
around.
there.
Bane is not even coming through the fight yet. That's the one hero that they need if they want to lock down either Sniper or TAs. They need the Fiend script. He'll come through the portal.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Lucas has got Deso. Going for Blink Dagger after. Okay, so that's nice if you're able to hit people, but
oh,
then build.
Oh, Jess V. Riddies, can he solo kill him? He's trying his best here. Lucas is coming in. Ike is coming in. Gotta be careful with that Fiend script here. Okay, he'll just poke. Okay, sure thing. That's. I mean, 400 damage spawn Spiderling, sure. But then with the Conda, yeah, that's a whole different thing. Nikki cool, though. He will take down the Pango. Hiding in the trees. Good position. A little dodge. Got the juice, but got the juice coming in with his ulti. Slice and dice. Take that Doom out. Now straight to the outpost. They also saw a glimpse of Lucas.
It's kind of a one trade overall. I think Navi Junior will have to think about taking Roshan earlier. As now that's a nice one. Getting Ike as well.
Yeah, I mean, he was going for Lucas, but was suspecting if Lucas walks down to the low ground. Instead, there was a Shadow Demon. I like how they're making these rapid plays as well. They were fighting in bottom, and he quickly, instantly after that kill takes place, teleports to the outpost, and he's already looking for the next one. Tormentor. Riddies is here. Can he steal it? Can he steal the Tormentor? He can.
He does.
And he kills Jess V as well. Oh my god. Oh, this is going from worse to worse for Nemiga.
What a disaster. Oh, what a disaster. They have your lead in, in the EXP that Nemiga had in the previous game. Oh my. Alright, Blink Dagger's finished on Lucas, so at least if he doesn't get control and do some damage with the Deso, as well as he's got the Specialist Array, he's got the Dragon Lance, like he hits hard on top of someone. You blink on the Batrider, so high just feels harder and harder. You jump in, you grab someone, it could really cause issues for Navi.
Yeah.
As Sniper's also got his Molineer. So items are showing up for Nemiga. It's like that, they have 20% chance to win. I think that's a 20%. It's not 0, it's that bad. You have potential. What are we looking at here for the Broodmother?
I mean, it's pretty much the smoke from Nemiga here with Jess V, Ike, Mixa. But it does look like they won't be able to connect all the way into the triangle, which they were hoping to go and find themselves a pick.
Look at how healthy the Navi towers are. They got all their tier 1s still standing.
Yep.
And look at the warding as well. That's Radiant Triangle. That's a dead man's zone. You never go there if you're Radiant.
Yeah, the only areas they can really play now is behind the enemy tier 1s, really. Bane on a scouting run here. I think he spotted the Batrider. Yeah, he's going to walk right into the Batrider. Sees him blink out, but does he know where he went? Yes, he...
Oh!
No!
Dire's bottom tower.
I think he nightmared himself.
I think so too. I'm pretty as well. By the way, cool fast Gossamer capes on the Dire side. One on the PMA, one on Days. Great for dodging that big hit from the TA. Blinks in, melds, hits, and you're like, not this time.
Yeah, we got a full-on 4 Gossamer capes here. Also pretty handy versus Broodmother using the Conda. Niku. Sniper ulti, it's enough. 2 big nukes, and we'll take down the Pango. Meanwhile, Sven jumping in!
Holy shit!
Huge! We'll take down Ike and Nikki Cool in the line of fire. Nightmare and Bushwhack might line up together, but it doesn't matter. Nowhere for Lucas to go. They'll lose both of their cores as a result of that. They just got a big kill on the Pango, and now they lose the cores responsible for that kill.
I have not seen in this whole game Mixa do anything, by the way, on this Doom. He seems to be in completely his own game. I mean, he's going for the blink that are helpful for him, but he needs to really shape up. We are, entering that 25 minutes. You said 25 minutes, Navi wins. Is this sort of the winning condition we're in, or do you think like, oh, they're not head enough?
Technically, this is a point where you're so comfortably ahead that if you take this next Roshan during the nighttime and go for a push, all the tier 2 towers are gone. The next thing to do is trying to pick off and go high ground. Radies and Niku are constantly hunting on the map, trying to find somebody. Jesvi is the only hero right now for Nemiga who can cut waves with that Firefly and having that Blink Dagger. If any of the other cores show up and they die with an attempt of cutting a wave, that's their high ground gone. So rather use the Batrider for it, because that's just a support who has a very low buyback cost. Radies will catch Jesvi.
He's got no allies, he's got no Fiend's Grip. Jesvi is like, haha, I almost got you. Doesn't happen. Roshan did go to the Dire side though, so Navi can take it. And I agree with you. I think Navi, this is, let's get 1 rack, let's get 2 racks, then it's game end, rather than
pretty much
farming, because we do see usually the first ages of farming. Just smoke on, got the juice, they're looking for Lucas.
Oh, they found Lucas all by himself. He's not even with the team.
I do not understand what happened to Nemiga between game 1 and 2, because game 1 they looked amazing. Game 2, the draft is so different. Sniper and Timber
It's a bad draft. It really is a bad draft. Like, I've never really fully complimented the idea of having 2 cores that do the same thing. You want to have a bit of variation in that. But as it goes, we do get Navi Jr. back on the board, and with a win coming out here, tying up the series, Navi Jr. will have more points than Nemiga could, even if they 2-0 their series tomorrow. We'll put Navi up to 4, and that means that there's guaranteed 3 teams at least ahead of Nemiga Gaming, so they can maximum be 4th in the group stage. If Nemiga were to win this one, there was still a chance that they could push themselves to top 3, or even that fourth place, depending how many series they win, or tie if there's still remaining ones. But it is starting to look like Nemiga's done for the playoff attempt.
Only if they lose, there's still a chance. I mean,
it is a chance.
Yeah, they got sniper, and although this tower is gone with contest here from Nemiga. It's kind of be like just V. Can he jump and catch someone? He doesn't even have his TP available, but he does cut the creep wave at least. So backdoor protection kicks in. Push will not be delayed, but they still have 3 minutes of Aegis.
Of course, a fresh glyph is also available for the racks, or if they want to use it on the mid tier 3 tower, they can also do that. Won't refresh after that tower falls, though.
Yes, he's gonna lose his life. He did take it, so well worth it, honestly.
Yep, all the money that they can get. Literally all about it. That's a good death.
It is.
Dies on the other side of the map.
Oh,
An
here we
attempt
go.
maybe here. Mixa, okay. Well, he tried to make a play happen, and I think this explains why this is such a hard Doom game, too. He just goes in and he will die right away. But he goes all by himself, and there was no teamwork coming out of this one. Nikki cool. Doom comes on with the buyback. Ike's already down. Mixa gets the Doom, but again, Lotus Orb bounced back off. The juice is down. Lucas will get this one. The lasso. Pango will drop as well. And I think they're really underestimating that high ground defense. Even if it is 3 buybacks coming out from Nemiga, you cannot be that cocky going into their base like that.
It's a lot. It's just he wants to go for more. As
yeah, he got 2 shot. He got 2 shot by that. They got the bubble coming out. Daze got the sharpshooter loaded up, but PMA's Aegis is out. The Broodmother was the one carrying it. We'll have to face the brunt of this damage, and look at that. They definitely got the damage. They definitely have it still. Nemiga, very important hold. Keep the racks up, take the Aegis away, get 4 kills on top of it.
That was the scariest moment in the game for Nemiga. The enemy's got Aegis, your guys are behind. It's like as worst case scenario, still managed to hold. The last, good start with the lasso. Nemiga died before that fight even began. He was forced to come back in that fight. Oh, you gotta feel like he slipped up. This is why they got punished for it hard.
Yeah, they definitely dropped the ball there on that push. A bit too over-optimistic with their positioning there. But the problem for them also is they don't really have a range hero to hit buildings, so they gotta hunt the heroes down and, traverse long distances instead of, like, just park a sniper in front of a tower and let them shoot.
If you're
have to send the Svens and the Broods. Also another kill for Nikki Cool. He's up to level 19 now. He was 17 before that team fight.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And those kills, like that's 2,000 EXP. If you look at the EXP was what 32% in favor of now by half to 16. It's gonna be that what this is the be they take. You got to come back here.
I'd say, is it a comeback or is it just the way the draft is supposed to play out?
It's kind of a
Odds
comeback,
are not showing right now. It's kind of a comeback, but
yeah, because they were definitely in a situation they could have lost everything. So I think it counts as a comeback. There's an enchanted quiver on the sniper, so he's gonna be hitting for, which is very nice for him. He's almost got the BKB as well.
It's really hard in my mind to kind of paint a picture. Like, is it actually a comeback if it's the way the draft is supposed to play out? Like, they were gonna lose the early game. Technically, if the right things would have happened, they would have lost the game, or they could turn it around. But now it's really Nemiga. If they win the next team fight, I think after that we're talking more about throw potential. If they lose that, because then they should be ahead of Navi. Technically, they are in a way because they have a lot of perks in this draft.
But Nemiga was like 5% chance to win. If you go from 9-5, if you lose if you win a 9, isn't that a comeback? 5% chance. Isn't that kind of a comeback? That's a pretty bad situation to be in. 20k, but like 25 minutes.
All right. Okay.
T-Pana's like, oh, fine.
See what they can do here. Smoke on smoke action. They've got the vision here. Daze already going aggressively in. Mixa will intercept this Hoodwink, dodging a lot of hits with the Scurry. A lot of evasions there. They got themselves the Doom controlled, and Doom will go out without getting his ulti off. They never saw the course. Nikki Cool also in between. The lasso onto the Sven. Sven gonna get high grounded. He won't be able to get out from this Firefly either. He pops his BKB, getting poked by Lucas. And throws in a hammer at least. The TA still in trouble. 3 heroes already gone. That's going to be the 4th one. And Navi Jr., they're taking them all down, and now the base is open. 3 heroes who, actually 2 out of the 3 dead who did buyback before.
And this is basically Navi can do whatever they want. You have more than a minute with no cores. You have Sven on your side as well as a Broodmother. And then the glyph comes up, but it's cute. There's no way you're going back here. Like, these buildings are all ours here. Assault Cuirass on this event helps a lot with this push as well. And they've got that boot of bearing for extra. But this is pretty much... I imagine Mega should come out at the end of this. Ike tries to defend, but, you know, he
Navi
messed
right
around.
now, one lane down, the second one going top, sorting percent. Like the game is pretty much over here. They're gonna get the sniper back in 15 and the TA in 20. Nice last, so they can get the Pango. Kill Nico in the fountain, but still, it will not change a thing. The Ancient is already down before the cores will be able to respond. So, with this tie, Navi Junior, 1 point for them, but Nemiga definitely now out of the playoff stage.
Unfortunate for Nemiga, you know. It looked nice for them in game 1. Like, it looked so good for them in game 1. You know, you're looking at it, you're like, my God, you guys are just dominating it. But you just... it's so odd. You go from like Timbersaw to Sniper, your mid. Obviously, I think Timbersaw was banned out. You pick Sniper, TA, and Doom as your cores. I mean, I like the Batrider, but Shandy kind of feels like a very safe support. So awkward. I don't know how they would that square peg into a circle and make it work.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Nemiga's got a lot of questions to answer, not only just during the course of this tournament, but also after, because things have just not been working for them. The drafts haven't worked out. The execution also has been lacking quite a lot. Their side lanes are constantly in shambles. And Navi Junior, they found a way to exploit that. They picked themselves some really strong laners. When they see Nemiga going for greedy heroes, they instantly punish. Broodmother gets a free game. Sven gets a good start for his game as well. Of course, Sniper was doing a good job versus the Pango, but in a game like that, Sniper winning his lane is simply just not enough. So, Nemiga won't be able to play in the playoffs now with their full scoreline. The maximum that they will be able to get from this tournament or in this group stage is not going to be enough. But Navi Junior, most important for them, they are still fighting in. They're, again, a tie means that they're going 4-4. Rest Farmers are 3-3. Monte are 3-3. Yellow Submarines 4-2. So it's anybody's game. It still is.
Yeah, but that's game 1 done, dusted. I'm looking forward to see if Navi Junior can go further, but I'm sad to see Nemiga go from first in the last tournament to bad area being 4th. Hopefully things get better for them very soon.
But we have another series coming up, so Yellow Submarine versus Rest Farmers is coming up after the break. We'll see you guys then.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
OneXBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just made his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, welcome back, folks. We're heading over to the second series. Now we have Rest Farmers and Yellow Submarine coming up next, as we just got ourselves a tie between Nemiga and NAVI Jr., meaning that Nemiga, with that tie score, means that they are out of the playoff stage. That also improves the standings for NAVI Jr., now pushing them in a tie situation with Yellow Submarine, who have one series less played, and Rest Farmers, who of course are also sitting at that 3-3 scoreline. I think the one big, the great equalizer right now would be one of these two teams taking a straight up 2-0. If it's a tie, the competition still stays even between all of these even teams.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of ties because we know this group is very close. We expected it to be like this. Nemiga's finally kind of online, but everyone else is very neck and neck with each other. Even Yellow Submarine, like second place, is still very close. Only Night Pulse, you can say, is a little bit ahead of everyone else, but not by much.
Yeah, not by a whole lot. I mean, yesterday's results, Yellow Submarine, they took a 2-0 off of Nemiga, while Rest Farmers had to tie it up with Monte. And of course, Yellow Submarine, their good performances have usually come out from when King has an uncontested lane and he has free time to execute his gameplay. We've seen a lot of strength coming out from their off lane with Emptiness and with Rue. I think Rue has also been playing really well in his lane.
Same.
But Erase is the one that has the hardest time. So if in the last game or in the last matchup, the off lane and the safe lane are the one that have issues, Erase, if he doesn't get Coddle, that mid matchup, it can get flipped up really hard.
You know, I have the same notes because I wrote notes for players when they do something I feel like. And I like Erase. I think he's great as Coddle, but he does get caught easily. You know, like he gets caught, murdered, and it's like, oh man, you do suffer. And I feel like Coddle fixes that problem where he's always very far from the fight and it's hard to catch. But that is Yellow Submarine. Now we have Rest Farmers. They brought MC to replace Zibe, and it's been okay so far.
Yep, it's been all right. I mean, we also were talking about mind control, like some similarities with Meeksa, not necessarily having the best of lanes or maybe not the best of results in the end. But I think he took it literally yesterday when he was playing that Leshrac versus Monte and destroyed. This man was on fire yesterday with his +3 Leshrac. So I think he's been maybe listening to the cast a bit and be like, I'm going to show these guys like what I'm really made out of, and he truly did.
Yeah, he doesn't win for the sake of the team. He wins to prove us wrong. And that's how it works.
Gotta impress us so we can talk those shiny good stories about the players. We got our first game draft live. We're going to kick things off with Razor. We'll see if that ends up going into which lane. Probably not into the safe lane. I wouldn't, let's say, I'll be honest, I wouldn't like to see Satanic playing a Razor, because I feel like he does best with these greedy, micro-heavy and also farm-heavy heroes. Razor doesn't need that much. He kind of maybe sits into the pool of these, like, if you compare to, like, tier 1 carry players who usually do best if they focus on a specific area, which is either farm, some are more aggressive and fight early. We have all those, also those carries in this tournament, like Crystallize will pick a Wind Ranger and try to brawl early, get those early item timings, but still is constantly involved in all those 3v3s, 4v4s that are happening. Maybe even rotate from the safe lane to another lane to help them out to get those kills.
Well, to be fair, Yellow Submarine has adjusted from the previous time, where it felt like Satanic was off on his own thing, or King. Now he farms, joins the team on critical pushes, you know, it's like, alright, we're pushing tower, he's like, alright, I'll help out, guys, because I want to get this objective for all of us. So Razor might fit him. It doesn't fit Erase. I think it's either going to be Emptiness or King who picks it. I'm feeling most likely is Emptiness, though, because it suits him more than it does for Satanic.
Yeah, it definitely does sit more into the hands of Emptiness to pick that one into the off lane. And of course, when we kind of discussed about Erase, I think it is notable to mention that, you know, he's Immortal rank 1400. When most of these mids that we are seeing in this tournament are like top 30, top 50, maybe top 150. There's a big gap to from 1500 to like top 150.
I believe at Xantic, I haven't checked it recently, but last time, which was like a couple of months ago, he's like 180. So you can expect he's still in the top 200. So and it is
217 right now.
Yeah, it's so yeah, basically, you know, a bit of inflation. MMR probably stay the same, just other people may have gotten more. You know, it's like a couple of losses, no big deal. But that is a lot. And Erase, he has looked good. I mean, don't want to be like, oh, his MMR's lower. So he's like, he's looked good, but in very niche, you know, on the column. Basically, that's it.
Yeah, and we do have to talk about numbers. Honestly, they're what we live for, and how we try to also help with the storytelling. And in a sense, like that is a big gap that has to be brought up. So maybe that also means that they will try to secure as good of a hero for him into the mid lane compared to some mid matchups where it's like they can take a risky mid, but these players know how to make it work it out because your opponent is already afraid of the matchup you're going into. But we're going to bring out the Gyrocopter here, and it does look like this is our offlane duo to start things off with.
Could be. Ru and Asdecor don't play a whole lot of Gyrocopter support, but it's fine. You know, it's obviously, it's not the hardest support to pick. You know, it's like, I get shot, I press W, I'm good. So I'm fine with wherever it goes. Could be the carry Gyrocopter for Satanic as well. I think it does give you a lot for these early brawls that we like to talk about. Techies is in the pool. So is Crystal Maid. I don't feel like I like Crystal Maid too much in this lineup, but Techies wouldn't be so bad. Or Shadow Demon if you want. Oh no, Shadow Demon.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with this European tournament. No one's picking Techies in this group.
Oh, there you go, Crystal Maid. You know, it's always fun when you think, I don't think this hero is any good right now. It's so bad. It really doesn't fit the draft. And they pick the exact hero you're crapping on, and you're like, damn, I feel small.
Yeah, that is true. But Crystal Maiden is solid. Techies is solid. I'm just curious why they're not picking Techies at all in this group. What is the reason why it's not being picked?
Yeah, I guess Crystal Maiden is okay if you can get her in the same lane against Enchantress, kind of, but they're usually 5, so they don't encounter each other in the laning phase. And she's not amazing against the Clockwork. I don't know. We'll see how it is. As hey, Leshrac. There you go.
Shrek and Bristleback both brought in for the rest farmers. And, you know, I think this time is a bit harder to guess where the Leshrac is going because, you know, you look at Bristleback, you'll be considering, yeah, that's an off lane. Some players like to play it in the carry role, but also you could play the Bristleback mid if you know what your matchup's going to be. Right now you don't. It's either Razor or something else.
But you know it's irrelevant. The same, I mean, not irrelevant what you just said, but what I mean is you've got to pick anti-heal. I was going to say Doom and I was going to say AA. You have to pick anti-heal. Like this is, it's no, you got 2 people who generally buy Bloodstone. You have Enchantress on top with healing. Like, doesn't matter what lane they're going to go. You got to get Doom and maybe even AA on top of that.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
As Rest Farmers. Doom is a good answer, but it's an only answer to one guy. There's another guy, and you don't even always get the Doom on the person you want. Plus, Leshrac, if he presses W and R, dooming him is like, it's nice to counter the Bloodstone, but he gets most of his damage out anyway.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. They're not exactly super durable yet, at least in the early game for Yellow Submarine. They'll need to at least get to mid game and after mid game until they start to scale up in HP pools to survive Leshrac's damage. That also helps with Bristleback's burst.
Radiant team ban.
I don't know. I'm thinking about Yellow Submarine. It's like, can you fit an AA in there somehow? It's tough. It's like if you could move, the AA to 4, put the gyro as a carry, it would be kind of nice for them. But AA no one really wants to pick AA. Other solutions are get a Skadi Shiva's builder. You already have Shivas from Doom, but someone who can build Skadi would help. Maybe a Weaver, actually, if you want to carry.
If you don't mind me, they banned out the Zeus. They could pick Terrorblade.
That's actually, that's not bad. That's not bad. TB, but isn't TB not? It doesn't really love going up against Leshrac though. Like, yeah, it doesn't burst you down, but his damage pierces everything you have. I'd prefer the Weaver.
Kind of, but it also hurts back a lot. Like if you level up illusions early, they also soak up edict damage.
So
true. you have a way to fight back with the Metamorph. But Leshrac, first of all, I think Lesh already is very good in so many laning matchups that you'll be fine with living in the lane for a bit. Use your Metamorph twice. Probably games like around 5 minutes by that point, and you can just already move into the jungle already. But we'll see if that's the option. I think I like the Weaver suggestion that you also brought up, which is another Scotty carrier. Or potential Scotty builder even, let's put it that way. But then I feel Weaver doesn't do quite enough damage the way the TB does. Or at least TB will provide a bit of... you get the Sunder, first of all, which I think is a good tool this game.
Yep.
And Weaver is squishier.
Yeah, he doesn't have that way to mitigate. There's another option, which is instead of going for Skadi, you go for people who either can build Silver Edge or have some sort of natural break to them. PA is an example with the Shard. Drow Ranger can also be picked up. So it's like you have these two angles, or as we mentioned before, put Gyro as a core, pick AA or something like that. But I'm liking more the cores and you pick something else. I think that's actually better. A Skadi builder would be good.
Yeah, if they don't pick up either, I think a mantra that Kips has been going on for the couple last few days because of my co-caster Fear, it's always a good CK game. And I think CK can also work. Orchid is very strong versus the heroes they're going up against. They ban out the Weaver, so that is also actually out.
Alright, so
they
leave
the Mars because they're not sure if this Lesh is going to be the 3 or not.
So they do leave the TB in the pool that you mentioned. We have break. And I'm honestly feeling like it could be PA. I wouldn't mind PA. Percentage damage. It's not bad. It's scary though. I don't know. It's a tough situation to be in when you see two people who go Bloodstone with a healer on top of that.
Enigma ban. Are we looking at Medusa?
Oh, wait, you're Morphling.
No, we're gonna go for the Morphling. Okay, sure.
That's fine. It is a hero that builds Skadi anyway. Later on, you can get Kanda for burst damage if you want. I'm fine with the Morphling pick. I don't believe he brings you that much in the early game pushes though, so I don't like that it feels more away from the team.
5 seconds.
Oh, and this also means that Razor or Doom goes mid. Okay.
Yeah, very likely Razor mid, offlane Doom.
Probably. Like Emptiness plays a bit of Doom, he doesn't play any Razor, whereas Erase plays kind of neither of these heroes, but whatever.
But I mean, it's Razor versus Bristle. Razor versus Lesh, and then you have the Doom. Oh, sorry, I'm actually gonna mix things up again. So, yeah, it will be the Lesh into the offlane as we were suspecting it to be in the first place. We got Erase on Razor versus Adzantix Earth Spirit, which was a very, very good hero last night when they played it out. I talked to you about that early Blade Mail skipping Vessel and just fight, which worked well for them.
I think this you'd like to get the Vessel though. It's so good against the Morphling if you can get it early on. But Blade Mail in general is a fantastic item. I'm I like Rest Farmer's hero pool. I think it's pretty solid. The mid matchup, Earthspirit, you have to make sure you don't roll into the Razor, but if you can do that, you should be able to just, you don't care about static link. It's very run at you. It is very run at you. It's very scary, and we saw in the previous game that can be something that if you're not ready for, you're gonna suffer. And I'm just not feeling like a race is gonna have the impact you want. So I'm all in on Rest Farmers.
Yeah, they also did divert their way away from that constant Venomancer spam for Hanskin, so he'll get to play the Enchantress this time. See how is he going to play this one out. I mean, Enchantress is always the be-all, end-all carry, right?
It is fun. It is fun when you have pure damage. Something that actually Morphling doesn't like, right? Because you often have low health, high armor, and then you see the thing come out, you're like, ah, crap, this is not great. So
oh, yeah.
It's pretty solid. It's a very nice draft from Rest Farmers. Very balanced, I feel, but also not the best late game, I'd say.
Yeah, they do rely on their early timings with this lineup for sure. Yellow Submarine, kind of similar storyline as we had in the previous series. One has a more active lineup compared to the other, then rocking the late game scaling. So let's see which one of these two is going to be taking this game home. Important points up for grabs. Yellow Submarine still slightly ahead of Rest Farmers on the leaderboard. And of course, also the odds seem to be favoring Yellow Submarine to start things off with. But Rest Farmers, they played a very blitz-style Dota with the Slesh and the Earth Spirit last night. So if you watch that game, you'd be feeling very comfortable being a Rest Farmers fan right now.
Yeah, that's actually one of the things that we should go into, is that the tower push from Rest Farmers is amazing. Just the Leshrac by himself, you do insane amounts of damage with your Edict. You can even put him the Bristleback, he does right-click up the wazoo. So it's scary. Whereas Yellow Submarine, your tower damage without Morphling is kind of a joke. I mean, not zero, but it's very unimpressive overall. So this map can go very small for Yellow Submarine. I'm just really liking this Rest Farmers draft so much more.
Scouting out early here on the dire side of the map. Rest Farmers with the ZZZ team tags. Hopefully they're not sleeping this one. They've had the late evening series. We also had a bit of a delay in the day before. We had 62 and 65-minute games and then some server crashes. So we got to start the final series at almost 10 p.m. in the evening. So it was giga late for the players. Now they have to play a bit earlier. So see if their form is any different.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see what happens to MC after this turn. As King, he's walking in, he's morphing, he's taking more damage than he's morphing though.
Yep, it's morphin' time. Is it King going down time? Are they going to dethrone him?
Might be.
Very close to it. Pablo, perseverance pays off, and King making a bit of a mistake stepping over that gap. So that will be Pablo for the first blood for Rest Farmers.
By the way, this is huge. They also got 3 bounty ruins. And Pablo denies his own observer, thinking like, it's too obvious there. They are going to be able to get it. So a huge start for Rest Farmers. By the way, that one kill puts them at 62% win rate from 48. Like, wow. What a start.
It's a pretty big start for them. They're going to continue where they left things off. Poking King again. Pablo with the battery assault. Meanwhile in the mid lane, the Razor versus the Earth Spirit matchup. Of course, this one has started with the Link, but the thing with a 50-second cooldown and a 12-second buff duration, there's a lot of downtime that Azante can utilize here.
Yeah, once he has Rolling Boulder as well, you might not even link him for more than a couple of seconds before he goes away. So it's never going to feel like a race is going to be able to steal a whole lot of damage. That's just how I feel like lane's going to work out.
It's kind of like you need to link and then stand on top of the Earth Spirit and kind of read where he's going to roll.
And you can always like just change directions. Most of these Earth Spirit players are able to just be like, yeah, we can, I was going to roll heal. No, I'm going to roll heal. And they're usually able to make it out, no problem. It's like later on when you have 2-3 heroes surrounding them, then it becomes a little easier to block it. Meanwhile, the King is farming okay. And that was a nice first blood, but Pablo, I think he's going to suffer in this lane. It's 2 range versus, this melee clockwork. He walks in, you can't really battle yourself. If you can clog, that's great, but hard to do overall. As
It definitely is tough. Tough of a matchup always when you're playing melee. But then again, Clockwork is very good versus some of these matchups.
he is, he can get up close and personal. As the core, interestingly enough, goes for second point in Arcane Aura. Feeling like there's really no kills. As bottom lane hand scan. Ooh, okay, he's alright. A little bit of damage, not too much.
Nature attend us.
Well, in the meantime, though, emptiness. He's got the healing.
As the core's going down, meanwhile in the top lane, so all mind control will get another one here. Now a kill both for Pablo and MC. And King's Courier dying too.
Has been killed.
Is
A lot of
King
economy.
It is. Is King in trouble? No, he's just morphs a little bit of strength. He's going to be fine, but it's still not fun. It's not a fun lane for Yellow Submarine. I expect it to be a little bit better though.
Just love how they play this so aggressively in this lane. Oh, and the bot lane as well, a lot of brawling going on here. Rue loading up that missile barrage, or rocket barrage even. Imagine if, you know, Gyrocopter would shoot W rockets with his Q.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah.
That would, I mean, that would be like, are we talking just animation or the actual impact of it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the animation maybe like just a lot of noise.
Yeah, because the
Cling,
current
cling,
one,
cling, cling.
and it looks so big. You're like, holy crap! These things, each one does like only 20 damage. Like, come on, this looks way scarier than it is. Yeah, I think that would be cool, but I like it the way it is. The rocket barrage kind of tells you like, oh, it's a small thing, it's not a big deal, but if you take a lot of them, it'll hurt.
Yeah. Or maybe they could make a cosmetic where instead of the pew 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 pew, it's kind of like, brrrr, you know, like a good old minigun on one of those fighter jets.
Yes, that would be. I'd like that. The machine gun coming out from them, that would be pretty cool. There's I was watching a video.
And also make that sound when they load up the gun. You know, like when you press Q and there's no target on, you're like.
Dire structures are fortified.
I gotta say, you have some very interesting ideas, and I love it.
Thank you. Also, some of them are really stupid, but.
Not at all. I actually love hearing these. Like the more crazy they are, the more fun it is. Like imagine if someone was like, hey, what if Centaur carries people on his back or in a cart and they just shoot arrows? You're like, that's crazy. Who would ever do that?
Yeah, saddle up on the Centaur. Yeah.
And that was actually a thing that was being played the other day as well. It was a game-winning thing almost, where Lina with Divine Rapiers gets on top and you're like, well, this looks good. So why not?
We did see the Centaur cart yesterday, but nobody was in the cart. He was just rolling around with it, like, look at my ride while we're fighting.
My favorite, one of my favorite things on Reddit was one guy, he was doing this, and then when the person got the cart, he had the bullwhip. So he whipped the Centaur, like, giddy up! And I was like, that is amazing.
Oh, yeah. It looks... That's a good idea, actually, the bullwhip.
As the core is in trouble, and I think he might lose his life here.
Potentially will. Pablo keeping up the pressure here. We'll take down as the core. King is also dropped low again, but this is probably one of the few laning stages where King is actually getting contested and challenged this hard. I feel like no other team has actually applied this much pressure.
But to be fair, despite that, he is still getting CS. He is ahead of MCC.
He is getting CS, that is true.
It's more like...
Yeah.
I was gonna say, it's more like Asdecor sacrificing his life just so that King farms. Whereas usually King can just farm without this happening.
A bit like what Hansken has been doing with his Veno in the bottom lane most of the time with rest farmers, but now... different hero, different gameplay. Atlantic also makes his rotation to Rue. He'll hit level 6 Clockwork, pushing a race around Atlantic, though. He's going to get the rune on the other side of the river. It's going to be a shield for the Earth Spirit, so we might just see a rotation come out from Atlantic.
That's what, 600 extra health, very nice for him. He goes for first item Power Trez as well.
Gonna roll on the Razor here. Gonna make a kill attempt with the Alpha Wolf. Damage is good, and it's almost enough. He gets out. Magnetized damage is not enough to kill him inside the fountain.
Nice move by Erase, by the way. Instantly teleporting away. Just like he's like, all right, this is it. I'm out. And we were saying Erase. We're kind of not being mean, but not being the nicest. He's actually doing very well. Second highest CS in this game.
Also, Doom has a Midas lined up.
Oh wow, that is Emptiness is. That is a guy who's full of hope. I admire his optimism.
Yeah, that's a very high level of copium.
And I was like, wow, you think that this game is gonna last long enough for your hand of bias to pay off and you get items? Okay.
If he can get to it, and if you can get money with it, you're still playing with a Morphling lineup.
I mean, he actually took the second point Devour, by the way. He did not take Infernal Blade level 4. We usually see like the 1-3-1 build.
Yeah, he's not doing anything to the Bristleback. I actually liked him doing that. Skipping the Infernal Blade. Like, what is he going to do to this Bristle, really? Meanwhile, top lane, fighting it out. Leshrac will at least keep King at bay, and Pablo with the zoning cogs as well, hoping to get a quick push onto the Morphling. Make him feel even more hurt in this lane. 42 CS picked up, though, and is actually a lot more than what the Leshrac has been able to get from this lane, even with the 2 kills. Sorry, 1 each.
I mean, and overall, MC is less than 200 goals ahead of Emptiness. You're talking about liking the Devour 2 points. One thing I don't like about is that means that if... Sure, he's not going to hurt Shad, but there are other lanes. As mid lanes...
There are other heroes, indeed. Big kick from Atlantic, hitting 3. Pablo with the Magnetize. There's still a couple remnants remaining. He's still got 5 rocks. There's another one, and Erase. Actually, Erase no longer has the Magnetize, and Atlantic is down. As Decor will drop to it. Just not the Gyrocopter. Here comes Mind Control. If you could just see where the Razor's going, but no. Level 4 Plasma Field. Well, Shad chasing the Doom here. Pablo teleporting in as he's just respawned back into action. They'll find the Doom, and they'll corner him.
Just when the Phase Boots finishes up, which could have maybe helped him get a bit of distance going on, but either way, it is a nice punish for Mist Farmers after they lost their first fight.
And they're going to lose the Leshrac at the top lane as well. Mind Control goes down. Quick read from King and Aztecor to just jump Mind Control right away, knowing that the Clockwork had already used his teleport bottom.
Good moves by Yellow Submarine, I must say. You know, they are making sure that they're not that far behind. 1,000 gold at 10 minutes. Yeah, it's a slight disadvantage, but it's no big deal. Like, considering
all the moves that have been happening in this game, yeah, it feels like it could have been a 3-4k lead already for Rest Farmers. So good responses coming out from Yellow Submarine. You're right.
By the way, Shad is like halfway to his Aghanim Scepter already.
Very solid timing.
It is. And I love that he took the Trusty Shovel. Again, this is the best item, and I feel like a lot of pros will be like, oh no, I want that balloon, or I want that whatever crap. It's like, no, get the shovel, dig for gold. You know, come on, boy, you can do it.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, shovel is really good. There's a lot of good stuff you can get from it. Even the extra bounties and all the extra bit of gold that they can get on Rest Farmers means an earlier timing for the team.
Yes. I mean, even the healing salve.
There's a ton of heroes heading over. Zantic is also like, where are they? Show me the way. But no, we're not going to get a fight in mid. We just casually have 7 heroes in mid. Actually, finding the Bristle back here. He picks up a bounty from his shovel, but no. Now, diving in mid, actually going straight under the tower. Erase is stuck in the cogs. But the Razor seems to be able to get a bit of distance, but the hook shot comes out, and they also take Aztecor. Pablo for the double kill. Man, this guy on this Clockwork. But of course, Yellow Submarine, you know, they went a bit too deep.
By the way, Pablo's also going first item Aghanim Scepter. He's also halfway through to it.
Yep. Really good timings coming up. I mean, this Clockwork's net worth is really high.
MC's coming in, just help with that push. This is what we talked about with the Leshrac strength. He only has 2 points in the Diabolic Edict, but I imagine he's going to be maxing it out by like level 10 or so. Doom comes out on Handskin. He's probably going to die. Yeah, there's no way for him to live through that. That's not so bad for Rest Farms. Sure, you lose one of your guys, but it's like a Doom wasted for a position 5. Okay.
Zantic setting up for something here. Ruin Aztecor. Okay, he's just... Did he see that smoke? He might have actually seen the Razor just disappear in front of his eyes. Because he's not pinging it, but he's probably calling it out for the team that, yep, something's up.
Top lane MC is already also backing up close to the tower, so it looks like they are where something's going up here. Unless MC breaks something, but he doesn't know he breaks. Oh, he knows something's going on.
Yeah. Leshrac still gonna end up getting caught here. So Xantic does get the response. Is it just a bait to take down one if they can kill all three? Earth Spirit in trouble though. It's gonna need some help here at Xantic, rolling away with 15 HP. Aztecor's getting denied by the Ancient Camp. King had to intervene. At Xantic
Nice
finishes
kick.
off the gyro with the kick.
And that kick, by the way, got them 2 Spirit Vessel charges. So now they can actually threaten this Morphling. Oh, to be fair though, Morphling not that far away from Mantis style, but you know, it's like you got 2, maybe 3 minutes to get him with a Spirit Vessel before he has it.
Hanskin trying to fight it out versus a race all by himself without impetus.
Hanskin?
Yeah. Yeah, a bit of a venture that didn't go quite well.
He had the DD Ruin, maybe he thought. And by the way, this gets you within 100 gold away from Morphling's Manta style. Perfect timing for King. Just, you get Spirit Vessel and it's instantly nullified. Cannot feel good.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, an emptiness. He does finish up the Hand of Midas. He has been kind of ignored, I gotta say, this game. You know, they're like, oh yeah, Doom, whatever. We got other people we want to prioritize.
Well, definitely a lot of brawling has been going on in this game. The early fighting, and it's gonna get even worse with, you know, rest farmers. They've got the Axe up on the Bristle, almost an Axe up on the Clockwork, as you were saying, the drums on the Enchantress. Soon the Blade Mail up for the Earth Spirit, as he already has that Vessel, and he talked about the Vessel charges that he picked up from that Gyro kill. So rest farmers are ready to go, but how ready are Yellow Submarine? Midas on the Doom. That will pay off at some point of the game. And Mask Force Staffs are also lined up for the team.
By the way, MC's got the first item Kaya as well as Tunnel Talisman, so he's just mana regioning like crazy. Haskin's also going for the drums, so it's gonna boost like these 2 items do boost up your pushing potential quite a bit. You know, pop of the drums, your Edict does more damage.
Doesn't know about Xantic here. He's gonna surprise a race with that Invis rune. Right next to a tier 2 tower. This needs to pay off for Xantic, but it doesn't look like it. They brought the reinforcements. The Vessel with the Magnetize. It's gonna work out. He'll get the kill, but he will not get a Vessel charge for that because he dies after. There's the hook shot. The response coming out. Aztecore staying out a bit too deep. And he'll lose the Crystal Maiden. So it is a 1-for-2 trade in the end. However, Xantic did fall first.
I mean, despite all of this, Satanic is just farming like a machine. With this, you know, his team is making space for him. It's expensive space, but it's kind of working out. I don't know. I'm not really loving the pace of the game. It says 82% for rest farmers, but it feels more like, yeah, like 60. You know, it's not that much of a lead.
Yeah, I don't believe these graphs anymore. They are they have been so misleading because I've seen 80% with all tier 1 towers still up, and it's like, hey, what the hell? Come on.
It's like you're being a little too there, Mr. Graph Mad.
Yeah. I don't know what the Graph Man has taken, but I want some of that.
It is the good stuff.
Got Aztecore right next to him here. They're scouting out some stacks and invading the triangle, forcing the Crystal Maiden all the way back onto the tower. And with that fresh Aghanim, that's a lot of rockets flying in. Aztecore goes down to Pablo. They got the Doom as well onto the Bristleback. Pablo low on HP, hook shotting himself away. Morphling is going to finish off this Pablo Clockwork's life. Well, Xantic rolling in, misses the Gyrocopter. Doesn't get the burst that he needed, and he needs to roll away, but he can't get out. And that actually ends up being a very costly trade because Xantic doesn't want to die this early on.
I mean, Xantic's net worth is still remarkably high, but this is a bunch of times where he rolls in, kind of no backup, loses his life, and it's not ideal. You know, this snowball is not happening for West Farmers right now.
Yeah, and also the track dying, not a good sign.
Oh dear. This should you should be peaking right now. You should be taking the tier 2, setting up Roshan, thinking about high ground 25 minutes. It's very not ideal. Still 83% for some unfathomable reason based on the graphs. I mean, Well, Doom also has a Blink Dagger. He did not take Inferno Blade, by the way, until level 11. He went for the 4-4 build, and didn't punish. True, he's gonna lose his life, so that's kind of nice for them.
Get
themselves a tower from bottom, and that's the last of the tier 1 towers. Hello Submarine still in a very good position with King and his farm. That Conda, the Morbid Mask also lined up to be picked up for some extra lifesteal, which they don't actually have in their team. There's no Vlads lined up for the Doom, and probably Vlad, he doesn't even probably want to build one either.
Nope. No, if you're Doom, you're thinking about going for Shiva's guard. No one on your team. Maybe at some point can get it, but okay.
Shot in. This is the big one.
No
and they're gonna get it. The vessel is the real key factor here, but also the fact that Pablo has been making these plays. Man, Pablo he's got 8 kills. He's ahead of anybody else.
Pablo's a core.
Pablo is a core.
Like,
and you could almost say that Pablo's a god at this point.
Yeah, that's also true. Seconds with no more. Doom is here. Oh, they know where he is though. He's got the blink of Doom. How committed is Rest Farmers? Seems like they think this is good enough. By the way, look at that. Whisper of Dread, Kaya Saj on Leshrac. Each Edict does like 40 damage per pop. 41 in fact.
Yeah.
That means by himself, Leshrac with Edict on a tower does 1,600 damage.
Yeah, just a very, very regular number, right?
Yes. And I've seen better, you know.
That's more damage than Yellow Submarine has dealt to objectives in total. Got the stun here onto the Earth Spirit. He ain't got a way out. That roll was cancelled. Good jump. But they're also dropping very low. The rocket flare spam, they see all of them. Hook shot from Pablo onto the back as well. They catch the Razor. Erase this down. Rue is gone. Astacor's going to drop as well. Another overclocking rocket flare is available, but Astacor's down onto the Doom, coming out onto Mind Control King. They will take him down. Here comes Shad though. 3 versus 2. They're going to get this Doom, but they won't be able to get King. 2 for 4 trade, but it again favors Rest Farmers, but Morphling survives. It's not like he's not getting anything out of these.
I mean, the best thing you can say is that one of the kills was mind control, so the towers aren't going to fall as fast, but we mentioned Bristleback hits towers very hard, and this hero is looking more and more like a threat to in a lot of these drafts.
Yeah.
They're forced to glyph up. That means there's no glyph or high ground defense.
No, not at all.
Good, Pablo is ahead of a race, and wow, how does he do it?
He is, and he's almost getting past the Doom with a Midas as well. Like this guy, va helvete, Pablo.
I don't want what Statman's smoking. I want what Pablo's on. He's on the good stuff, man. I want to play like that.
He is.
And going for Tormentor. Is it good for Pablo? No, it goes for Handskin. If he went for Pablo, that would have been even nicer.
Oh yeah, like getting a nice little jetpack for himself. Yeah, sure. Let's make this Clockwork an even bigger issue, as it already was.
No, I mean, he should have a net worth to basically a Zatix level, and you'd be like, this is just not, this ain't right.
But they are going to go for Roshan here, and I think after that they could just snatch their own Tormentor and then start pushing out the waves, looking for that mid-tier 2 tower and slowly towards the high ground. But if they want to skip the Tormentor, sure, they can do that, but I would like to see the jetpack on this clock.
By the way, they have 3 trusty shovels on the Radiant heroes, and they're backpacking the ones that when they go in fights, they're like, all right, I'll use it to shovel in between, then I throw it away. It's so good. It's such a nice way to get the extra EXP, net worth going for you. 3 trusty shovels. You should be picking up a bounty rune every 90 seconds, basically.
Yep, pretty much. They've lost their Wisdom rune. They didn't scan out their Wisdom position, so Hanskin actually spots that someone's around. Doom blinks away. Azantic going for the long roll in. A bit short with the connection. And that Doom's going to get to teleport away, and that was really not too far away.
Yeah, Pablo's still their Wisdom rune, though, so it's still 1-for-1 Wisdom rune trade in the end. But that favors Yellow Submarine as Owl as the core. Like, one sneeze, a couple of spikes, and loses most of his health. Razor's going for Manta, which he needs. Sorry, he has the Manta, which he needs to remove the Spirit Vessel, but it doesn't help you against Shad. And then he gets BKB, which also doesn't give you armor. That's one of the things. Bristleback's kind of like, I don't really care if you BKB or not.
Yep, Shad is trying to make an entry here into the high ground.
Dire's middle tower.
Throwing in some hairballs. Good connection on a couple. King. Big mute on my control. Still a bunch, like 6 stacks of nasal goo.
He's slow.
Get to reset them. As the court, man. It's like this one guy is just spitting at everybody, but not catching anyone.
By the way, he's also got the Vampire Fangs. Perfect with the Bloodstone build that he's going for. It's like, it gives you that nice passive lifesteal extra as well. It's like a lot of these things they drafted for on rest farms, but they got some nice free stuff like that Vampire Fangs on Bristleback, the three shuffles. It's like there's a lot of extras they've been getting from Gaben. 96% as well win rates. Jeez. I was more from looking at he does have the Kanda, but oh, that's just Doom Dead.
It's just Doom Dead, and yeah. You do find him next to the Roche pit. They at least get to trade something here. King. We'll get to TP because Bristleback's all about the damage, not about the control.
Wants to go for the Sanj and Yasha. Damn. I don't know why I thought that if you're Bristleback you might take the Sanj and Kaya instead of the Yasha. But I guess either I guess what you really want is a Trident. You know, like, can we get that back for me?
I think it's all about the spell lifesteal. The axe kick from Atsantic. They clipped the Morphling. Morphling going right away back. Does get silenced up, but can they catch him? Oh, King gets away. Brilliant catch there from Atsantic, but the team wasn't ready for it. And of course, Pablo was on the other side of the map. He's completely drained of mana too. They needed the hook shot, man.
I'm slightly surprised that Rest Farms isn't being more gung-ho about going high ground. You know, you got Aegis for like 2 minutes. I'm guessing that maybe they'll go for it soon because you got a lot of value out of this Aegis. Might be time to be like, alright guys, let's start wrapping it up. Like, chasing kills is good and all, but I don't know if you really need so many more kills.
Real. Gonna get killed by his own rocket.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, in the meantime, the Root's dead for 40 seconds. The lane is pushed up top though, so that's not really where you want to go, as they do get MC. Yeah, this
they use the Doom for it, but they don't have Doom now. Atsantic's gonna go straight into this fight. It's a 4v4. Got the vessel connected onto the Doom. Morphling already back out. Bird Spirit trying to go as far as possible with his own kick. But they've all split in 3 separate directions. All they'll take is a Crystal Maiden. But the creep wave is already in mid. Can he intercept King? Because they could push objectives now. Shad going straight for the high ground and straight to the range Rex. He's not wasting any time.
Yeah, this is what I was hoping to see from them. You know, losing MC, they're like, alright guys, if we split, they will get pickoffs. By the way, Asdecor, his ulti went forever in that fight. He got 4,000 damage out of it. 3.7, but still very impressive. It's not going to be enough to deter them though, as this melee racks. We'll see how commit Shad is. 30 seconds on the Aegis. It's like, do I want to go in? Do I not want to go in? There's creeps are very far back.
Oh, they caught the Morphling again. Pablo's here this time. Into the Cogs push as well. The silence is there too. They just need the hook shot into it, and they got it. The King has been slain.
He's got buyback though.
It's a very costly one if he has to use it. Shad's already pushing the melee racks here. We'll drop another Lotus. The good thing about playing against the Gyrocopter is you can wait for that rocket to connect until you pop your Lotus.
The easiest hero to use Lotus Orb on, by the way.
Exactly, yeah.
And you get such a nice ability out of it as well. It's like, oh, there you go, it's coming back at you. Bottom racks are gone. King's not using his buyback just yet. Bit scary. They're gonna have their Edict available.
Yeah, but they're not getting their full 5 heroes for this defense. Another lane of racks in peril. Morphling is coming up in 20 seconds. They'll use the glyph to buy some time. That tier 3 is still gonna fall. But is Morphling going to get back up because they don't get the CM back into the fray? She does not have the money for a buyback. Needs like 70 gold. Somebody should go pick up a quick bounty. There's one on the top side of the map. Or even try to deny one of their own racks to get a bit of extra gold, right? I'm sure, was it the tower or the racks? If you destroy it yourself, you get money for your team, even if you're the one losing. The tower. So it has to be the tower, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, I be honest, I don't think you ever really want to deny a barracks. You know, it's never like, all right, guys, I got the melee, don't you worry.
Yeah,
like,
I think it's more of a competitive Dota thing if you end up denying a racks in front of your opponent. More of the dimension. That's pretty much it. But it would make sense if you get to deny the tower, because you can get the buyback money for someone who's just short of it. Erase will find Hanskin. The funny thing was Erase was actually being pulled into the tree, so he wasn't moving anywhere and couldn't quite keep up on the Enchantress, but gets the full duration. The kick from Adzantic saves Hanskin. He's out. Erase, BKB's away. AoE Doom. Bristleback's also doomed up at the same time. But that is a Doom that is silencing himself and his teammates because of the Lotus Orb.
Yep.
So he's almost dying to it.
Yeah, if you have Lotus Orb on yourself and you reflect the spell with the Aghanims, you get the Aghanims upgrade or the Shard upgrade.
Yeah.
And that is what was happening there. And Shad, by the way, he's very clever. When you are in damage over time spells, you should have your back facing the person who did it to you, so you take less damage. And that's why Shad took very little from the Doom in that situation.
Yeah, that was a pretty big Lotus Orb there, because the moment Crystal Maiden was nearby, I was like, oh wait, that's hurting me as well. What's up with you, Doom? why are you turning traitor? They'll send in another turned rocket with the Lotus Orb while sieging the last end of racks. They got the King pushed back again. King rolling in. He's turned into an Earth Spirit. Gets hook shot by Pablo, keeping eyes on him. Forces him back. The Adaptive Strike hits the Lotus Orb again, and they're really making them pay. He gets the rollout. He'll survive for now. Gyrocopter's still gone for 70 seconds. He just died back, and now the racks are open for the taking, and Mega Creeps are looming. Yellow Submarine. They were given a limited amount of time until they could start playing this game, but now they're already overdue.
Yeah,
Erase, holding the front. King's right with him there. MC looking for the stun. Does get it to connect on the CM. Doom blinking it as well, holding Shad. But Aztekor gets that CM ulti off, but it only does so much. It will only allow them to escape back to the fountain. Shad, he's already farming in the fountain. Does get kicked, or at least saved by something with the Aghanims. The Enchanted Remnant will keep him safe. They'll get to back away from the fountain. Doom jumping in again, gets the stun connected onto Atlantic. Another kick in as well. Another roll in as well. The Crystal Maiden is dropping. Erase with a BKB. He's just taking too much damage. Atlantic might drop though, but they might lose King as well. King still fighting to the bitter end. But what can you do? There's too much to deal with, and less than 30 minutes in, Rest Farmers will take game one.
Really, it was just a draft thing. We said from the start, it's like, you look so good on Rest Farmers. You have the ledge track to push, and you have all this like big regen. On the other side, you need to get a Scotty builder, and Morphling did go for that. You don't have anyone build Spirit Vessel. You didn't get a Shivas online. It's only Doom with his Doom, and that's it. And it was nowhere near enough.
Yeah, so many items still needed on the side of Yellow Submarine to really start to turn the tide into their advantage. And Rest Farmers understanding that already in the draft, that if we get an opening like this, we'll continue to push all the way to the end. It doesn't matter what kind of a carry they're going to give to Satanic, because they've studied them throughout. They know how they play Dota, and they found a weakness, and they utilized it perfectly. This was such a good game. But you know who utilized this game perfectly? I think we could both agree, an absolute MVP, Pablo. This clockwork was out of this world.
It was like first item Aghanim, Scepter. He was getting great hook shots on everyone as well. And does he have the most kills? He's got 14 kills. No one else has... Okay, all right, Xanac has half his kills with 7, but he's got 14. No one else has even 8. That is insane. I mean, Pablo, masterclass on that hero.
Yeah, second highest hero damage as well, with 27.8 thousand damage right after Xantic's 30k on a core Earth Spirit, which is you'd expect to do a lot of damage anyway. So things clicked perfectly for Rest Farmers. Now it's down to game 2. Can we get those 2-0s on the board, or are we yet again looking at another tie? We'll be back with you guys in a couple of minutes.
1xBet and EVA Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with EVA.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better than the best black hole.
1xBet Bookmaker Company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Showcase your skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Hey, welcome back, folks. We're heading over to game number 2 of Yellow Submarine versus Rest Farmers here at Group B of the Rest Regional, brought to you by Relog Media. So that means that we're at the halfway point of the second last day. Rest Farmers, they take the lead, and a very strong victory in general. We also got to see a lot of flashy plays from supports. Mostly we did highlight Pablo quite a lot in that last game, but none taken away from Hansken, who has kind of also moved away from just spamming that Venomancer over and over again. I think we had maybe one game where he played the IO, but getting that Enchantress in his hands as well. I think that was a big lead to that Bristleback lane. They couldn't do much to him. The Doom gets pushed back. He needs to build a Midas. The mid lane matchup with Atsantic, Earth Spirit getting early timings, rotating around the map. I feel like everything clicked in terms of aggression in that draft, Rest Farmers, and I don't think they're going to get something like that again.
Hopefully not if you're a Yellow Submarines fan, because again, Yellow Submarine, they're also very interesting with the way they approach it. They pick the Doom, which I like, because you're up against this heavy regen hero, double Bloodstone, but he doesn't build Shivas. What does he go for? He goes for Hand of Midas and Blink Dagger. None of the team can build Spirit Vessel. Even your Morphling who wants Skadi doesn't build Skadi because he wants Kanda, which makes sense. But at the end, all this regen was too much, and Yellow Submarine lost the game. They're starting off with the Dragon Knight, and oh wow. They're like,
wow,
right.
Surprise Pikachu right there.
No. We got 14 kills on him last time. Let's just take the Clockwork support again.
Yeah, and if he gets such a good start like he did previously, I wouldn't be too surprised. You know, just maxing out Rocket Flare and bringing up that Aghanims up to speed. Because sometimes you have like games where you leave Rocket Flare to 1 or 2. You want to get Battery Assault. You seem like you're getting much more out of that damage. And the cogs, the duration, destroying the cogs, all that taking too long. But he was like, yep, I'll just go straight for Rocket Flare because it suits well this game.
Yep. And yeah, nice move by Pablo in the previous series. We'll see what they want to go with here. Hanskin does get his favorite hero removed from the pool. Ah, shucks, guys. I would have taken him if I... Oh, well.
Dire team banned.
Yeah, I
left the Lesh in the pool, but they banned the Bristleback.
Clever. I think that of the two, definitely... Lesh is like gives you that C damage, but there's to deal with. Bristleback was actually the more problematic. And we could see later on like he would be pushing them all back to themselves, especially with the Aegis. So I'm glad they got rid of that over the Leshrac.
5 seconds remaining.
How things are going to be rolling out here. I mean, if they did get the Bristleback through, I still think DK would struggle in that lane. And then you could even play Hansken Clockwork, where they just cog him up and start spamming spikes at him, and DK has to run away from that lane. That's one way to make it also work. So, smart to ban it out, however.
Enchantress.
Wow.
No changes yet.
Yeah, Rest Farmers, they're like, you guys saw what we did? Let's run it back again, because we went exact thing. because you did lose the. There's not many heroes that do what a bristleback does carry. You know, that's kind of like basically. There's no one who Chronos. Bristleback's kind of the same. There's no one who really is as quite as tanky as a carry bristleback.
Of course, he's happy with the Enchantress. We know Hansgun is a Chen enthusiast. So, of course, the Enchantress also sits into that picture pretty well. Doesn't have that many Enchantress games. Just 14 over the course of all the pro games that he's played. But still a 64% win rate.
I thought also that Hanskin's favorite two heroes were Treant Protector and Phoenix. Those were the ones that, when I used to watch him, it was like he's usually on one of these two. As alright, Yellow Submarine taking a little bit more of that heroes that can slow down the push. You know, Dark Willow, Bramble Maze, Terrorize. It's never fun to siege high ground with this girl around.
Yeah, and of course versus Clockwork, I think Dark Willow is a really good answer. Whoever is the target being hit is also a good Bedlam target, and him trying to get out of Cogs, then he also has to get out of Brambles. So you have two problems presented for this Clockwork. The game looks already a lot harder for Pablo to execute on this Clockwork with the Willow in the game. Yellow Submarine, they're going to reinforce it with the Bat Rider.
Okay. Bat Rider's kind of meh to me. I mean, I'm not sure he does amazing against either of these two heroes, but we'll see what they go with. They might add a Centaur, then it's like, alright, Bat Rider feels a little bit better, but that's a heavy commitment sometimes, the Stampede Lasso, just to get someone out of position. So I'm always like, that combo, I know it exists, but I'm also like, is it really that good that I have to Stampede to get Bat Rider in a better position? We'll see. Rest Farmers, who do you want to go with? I wouldn't mind Leshrac again. I feel like you're already, if you get lassoed, you usually have your spells active. DK tends to be not the highest health hero, so Edict does do quite well against him.
Alright, so you got the lockdown, you got some controls, some early damage, some building damage as well with this DK. Rest Farmers, what type of heroes are you looking for here? Like in terms of your cores, do you want to play early aggression? Do you want to maybe loosen things up a bit? Do you want to let King have a good lane? I think they did the right thing, was try to shut him down as much as they could, but then again, he played that lane really well with the Morphling.
I like this one. I like the Zeus pick. In general, it's like now the side lanes will also be a bit scared. Built for you to navigate once Zeus at level 6. As Xantic, he was rotating decently with Earth Spirit, but he looked good, but you know, I've seen him play better, and I'd like to see what he can do on the Zeus more. As
there's
hey,
the CK.
Where's Kips? Is she here? Is she watching?
Yeah, if she is, she'll be like, "Oh, you got to cast the CK game, huh?" Yeah, we got the Chaos Knight here for Rest Farmers. A Shad Comfort Classic right there. So I think we have a very solid laning matchup already being built here. DK be afraid.
I like that they're keeping MC's hero for later on, for the last pick, right? Assuming that it is going to be the carry CK. Because they want to wait and see what King does. Your point about them shutting him down was a big reason of their success. They're like, alright, he's struggling, and he's usually, when he struggles, he's going to resort to farming. When he's having a good time, he's going to help his team out. We don't want that. So let's wait and see what he picks, and then we're going to pick ourselves. Because I believe that, Rest Farmers does have last pick.
And I'm not sure if they've played this DK as a carry before on Yellow Submarine, because I think that's also an option. All right, we'll shift it around. We're going to keep that DK as either mid or off lane with this TA coming up. Not a lot of Refraction Destroyers here. Zeus with Manta, CK with Manta, and of course the Phantasms. That's one way to get to it, but actually trying to kill TA during Refraction when she has Blink open, you're lacking roots. You're really lacking roots in this draft here.
I mean, also, I think Clockwork might consider getting Spirit Vessel this game for Pablo, or he might go straight Agams, but Spirit Vessel this game looks pretty solid against, it's more fraction removal, pretty solid against the DK. But either way, Rest Farmers, their offlaner is last, so probably their carry. I'm trying to look, wait.
I mean, I like the idea of the Vessel, but I really would have liked to see a hero that builds Rod of Athos or has a root in itself. Unless Mind Control plays the CK and they pick something like a troll for their safe lane.
We'll see. It's they have overall last pick for Rest Farmers. I'm just really looking at Yellow Submarine thinking, where does TA go? Because Race is often the space maker. I don't know if I'd like him farming back, because at the moment, he doesn't seem like he should be the win condition when you have King on the same squad. You know, it's like...
Yeah.
And oftentimes, Race is what? Pango, Puck, Ember, Kunkka, Kala, like all these run at you heroes. TA is not them. So I think if you're Rest Farmers, you can look and be like, alright, this is a mid TA. Oh, sorry, carry TA.
Yeah, carry TA, maybe. I like the Kunkka idea. Unless they want to play the Bat Rider in the mid lane. Not sure if a Race plays the 2-Bat. The matchup is already somewhat difficult versus the Zeus. You're going to take a lot of damage. But at least you get somewhat of a tempo hero. Unless you lose the lane and then you have to resort to jungle to get your TP boots and your blink daggers, and then it kind of falls flat because the opponent has a CK. And by the time you have your items, he'll just delete everyone off the server.
I like the Naga band. Just in general, annoying hero to play against. They get rid of it. They're like, alright, let's not. And the Lifesteal. So they are Rest Farmers. They're thinking either this is the TA mid confirmed, or they're like, let's, you know, not give him good options for the carry, so the TA does go mid, or we don't mind the TA carry, we just don't want these guys to go up against us.
Yeah, it would be a big shift in their strat if a Race was the one to pick this TA, but it makes sense, you know, just to make sure they're not getting any of those big heroes through. Also, the Enigma and the Centaur banned out, and now Yellow Submarine. Let's reveal the cards. Where are you laning your heroes?
They're gonna take something like Wind Ranger, and we'll be like, "Oh man, we're still scratching our heads," you know. It's something.
What about a Meepo? We haven't really seen a lot of Meepo in Europe.
I don't know if I want to see Meepo in this game. I feel like you do have heroes who can bring him down. Who they go with? They go with the Sven. Oh wow, this is very, very different from Yellow Submarine, where Erase plays a farming mid. You have Sven. Dragonite Erase has to go for like a fast blink dagger and set up kills for his team. I don't think you can go like anything else. Like gotta be blink into, you know, what's it called, Mage Slayer. Then maybe we can see something from it. But I don't know, man. It's good late game. It's just risky. How do you get there?
Yeah, I still would have maybe liked the idea of putting the Bat either 2 or 3, and maybe put Sven as a support, because there's quite a lot of physical damage coming out from CK, and Warcry could help. But it doesn't look like it's going to be that way, and there's your counter. Straight up Razor into the Sven pick, which will be played by King.
Of course.
Offlane DK, mid TA, everything locked in. Shad for the CK. Drafts on the table. Who do you favor here?
I mean, if Yellow Submarine can go late, they're pretty good. But you look at Rest Farmers, late game Zeus, late game CK is also. I'm Rest Farmers again. I don't know what's up with this Erase TA. I don't like it. I've never seen them succeed when Erase is not playing as. He should be a space maker.
Yeah.
I'm going in with Rest Farmers 2-0.
Yeah, I like Rest Farmers draft and Yellow Submarine. I'm not saying it negatively, but I'm saying it is a bit of a question mark because of the reason you just said. We haven't seen Erase play a farming mid, and how does that work out? I've yet to see how that does. It could be a good thing. It could be a bad thing. So I only have positives for Rest Farmers. I think Yellow Submarine have a good draft on paper. So I just want to see how this game actually plays out. Does Yellow Submarine have an option to resort to that later game build-up with a bit of a greedy, I wouldn't say greedier, but a bit of a more farmier mid laner here? Because they have a strong power spike timing with both TA and Sven if they come out strong from the laning stage. You can't neglect that.
You know, one problem though about the TA-Sven combination is that's all physical damage. It makes it easy for you to itemize against that. Whereas like, Handskin, can you get us a Vlad's? And Shad, can you get a Salt Cuirass? And you're like, wow, we're all walking around with +8 armor, and suddenly this physical damage becomes a lot less of a problem. And it's easy when the team goes all in on one damage type. You're like, perfect.
Yeah. Well, the stars have aligned for sure. Can they get the 2-0? Which is, I actually have to double check because I already forgot. Have they picked up any 2-0s so far? Rest Farmers on day 1 versus Nemiga. Yeah, then they lost this series before. And then they tied up yesterday versus Monte. Yellow Submarine, also 2-0 from Nemiga. Tie Monte, tie Night Pulse. They're the only team that has been able to take a point off of Night Pulse, which is, I think, already pretty amazing, considering how the games have been played in these last 3 days.
Yep. By the way, Yellow Submarine, they have a nice ward on that cliff, which is generally not a ward that you would like want to have, but if you're going to go for that early skirmish, it's a nice one. In the end, it just warns them like, all right, we don't want to fight. In general, I'd say Rest Farmers has the better team fight lineup at level 1. Like, TA doesn't give you too much. Dragon Knight, what are you going to take? Breath of Fire. I also call it Breath of Fire, but it's Breath Fire. So I breathe fire. My bad.
Yeah, I like how every other ability on most heroes are like, it's called this because it's like they're channeling an awesome spell. Bramble Maze, go! And it's like, breathe fire. Wait, I'm supposed to breathe fire.
It's like, that's it. It's some abilities definitely have way better names than others. You know, there's like Magic Missile, it's like, but then you have Voodoo Switcheroo, and you're like, okay. Yeah. Someone had their coffee and they were ready. They were feeling creative that day.
Yeah, good old techies as well. You know, Suicide Squad, go.
Yes, that was a fun one. I think it was like
I don't even remember what it's called these days because that's the one that I only remember.
And then some days it's lazy. Well, he's got like spikes on his back that are bristly, bristleback. And what's his ability? He bristlebacks them. And you're like, all right. Clearly, you're not in the mood today, buddy.
Yeah, we get the it's the blast off on techies. That's the one. Can we get a Brasselbick or Bissellbrack?
Bissellbrack, Doom also. Doom is Doom.
Mood. Doom equals mood. level death question mark.
Level death was a fun one actually. I can't like that one, but such an old spell. Oh god.
Yeah, it gave you timings when players didn't even understand what timings are in Dota back then. Meanwhile, First Blood just quite surprisingly, yeah, he actually got the kill with the chain lightning. Because I was like, wait, nobody was hitting him. How did it just die? But yeah, it was the chain lightning that connected, that gave them the First Blood.
Along with the Chaos Bolt stun as well.
Yeah.
And this, the Harpy creep is very strong. It's insane mana regen. It's great. Of course, you're not going to get 2 in a row just because you get from a small camp and it won't respawn again, but huge power spike early on for Hanskin.
Yeah. Remember when Harpy Scout was the thing with takeoff? Yeah, now completely forgotten. It's like, yeah, it costs max mana cost per second. It's like, and it moves at 50% movement speed penalty. Like, who the hell wants that anymore?
And by the way, it feels like it was kind of short-lived. You remember sometimes
it was like quite short-lived. You're right.
You know, there were some like pandemics where you're like, do you remember Tinker? Like, yeah, those 2 years were terrible. But this one's like, nah, it's just like a couple of weeks and it was over. King loses a lot of his damage, but he's overall farming twice as good as MC so far. 10 and 6 to the 5 and 3, literally twice as good. How is mid lane looking so far? Erase is having a decent time. Exantic, sure you can throw out those arc lightnings, but in general, it's not easy to remove those refraction charges from the TA.
Yeah, it certainly isn't until you get like a bunch of illusions.
Yep.
And that comes later on.
Yeah, so you're not hitting that in the laning phase in any way possible. In any way. Plus, even with the illusions, like the shard, that's really helpful.
Yeah.
Pablo and Azdecor, who's got the quicker fingers, it goes to Azdecor.
I was looking at Xantic was tanking like 3 Psyblade spills there from Erase's TA, so definitely not a first timer in this matchup. They're both tied at 19 CS. Yep. Razor and CK are the ones that are not getting quite a lot done here so far. And Pablo is also feeling a bit threatened by King and Azdecor. This time King has a hero that actually hits back.
Yes, he does. And it's like he doesn't have any sticky napalms yet on the Bat Rider, but still, Pablo's, he's feeling it. Just the cleave damage is very annoying. It's like you walk in, you take a couple of cleave hits, you're like, this is not fun for me. By the way, I just realized this. Great Cleave gives you bonus strength? Really? When was this added?
Say again? What was that?
Great Cleave gives you bonus strength. Up to 12 when you maxed out. I did not know this.
I actually did not know that either. You're a professional co-caster.
Well, I mean, at least I noticed it. I hovered over it, but what the hell? When was this added?
Right. Time to go to Sven change logs. Let's see. 735B. Increased strength bonus, actually. It was 2468. Now it's 36912.
Oh.
Okay, 733. So actually quite a long time ago. Now passively grants 2468 strength bonus.
What is that?
Never noticed that before. That was the Frontiers patch.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the patch log theirs were like a novel. You know, you could miss a. You know, I ever read a story? People are like, did you catch the small hint that this person was actually this person? You're like, no.
Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you a story, Tomo. When I was going to my first actual LAN cast in English, that was in 2018 or 2019 when I went to North America.
Nice.
I was casting Warcraft 3's North American qualifiers. We're talking about this DK dropping here in the top lane. You see all the action going on. This was an expected result. But I was casting Warcraft 3, and I only had a couple weeks time to prepare for it because, one, I'd never cast Warcraft before. And secondly, they dropped the final patch before the reforged version would come out, and it was four A4s of text. I was like, all right, I got 3 weeks time to study this patch, study this game that I played when I was, 9 years old, the last time I properly played it. Well, of course, Dota 1, etc., but, you know, like ages ago. And I got it to work somehow, but, man, you're going to miss a lot of stuff. And Dota patches are special.
I mean, and everyone's like looking forward to the new patch. I'm like, do you know how much we casters have to relearn the game? You know, you'll be like, especially when a matchup goes completely the other way. They're like, oh, this matchup is now completely in favor of this one. You're like, really? For 10 years it was in favor of this guy. I saw this patch was like, no, now it's in favor of this guy.
Yeah, and it messes with your brain. And it really messes with your brain from time to time because you want to talk about historics and you know this matchup's always been like this and then suddenly it's not. We got our first Zeus ulti on the board here with King dropping in the bot lane.
Yep.
That's a very value Zeus kill.
By the way, he wasn't actually like sort of in threat of dying to Pablo or MC. He was just a bit low health. He was farming the cogs when he died. He was like that confident. Like, nope, Zeus was like, hey, I'm in the game, buddy.
That's juicy. Juicy timing for a Zeus ulti to drop. He is starting to lose this tower though to Erase, which is the downside. Zeus doesn't really hit buildings and clean the waves the same way as the TA does, effortlessly.
It's always fun sometimes when I'm casting a game and I'm like, let me look at the skills on this hero and see if there's anything different. You're like, oh, Gust gives you movement speed. Wow, that's new.
And there are all these cool little things here and there. I think Batrider, when you talk about Batrider specifically, is a hero that has impacted a lot in the last few years. We have always been the napalm spamming Batrider. We've changed away from that completely. There was a very tiny moment when napalm did so much damage that his sticky napalm shard would allow him to actually be played as a carry. But that was a very short time that lasted because I was like, yeah, now we're going to nerf napalm again.
Pablo.
So Zantic is actually the one in trouble in the mid lane. Pablo trying to protect that Zantic the best he can, but Erase is going to close in the gap and get this kill, but Aztekor almost drops. But Zantic wanted that kill before he falls. Pablo will continue to apply the pressure onto Erase. We'll get him cocked up as well. Here comes Hansken. Support action. Hellbear Smasher coming in from the other direction. Trying to roar. Can't quite get the roar off, and now he does. The slows onto the TA. Can Hansken do it? Zeus is spawning in 7 seconds, and that Thunder God's Wrath is available, which Erase also knows about, but he is just healthy enough that he won't drop to it.
And he's got refraction as well, so it's like even if you use it, it's gonna give you nothing.
Yeah, he popped it at the same time as Zeus was respawning. I like the paying attention to when is Zeus returning.
I mean, Erase is looking really good. The most farmed hero, we were like, we've never seen it. How is it gonna work? So far, it's working out very nice. He does have a relatively favorable matchup, to be fair, though.
He does. And I think that's also a good setup for him. They saw the Zeus come out, they picked up the TA, and currently topping net worth. So positive signs in the air here for Yellow Submarine.
All right, without looking, what do you think is the win percentage in this game? Because it's surprising.
Right now?
Yeah, yes. Oh, and top lane, we might be losing Emptiness here.
He's
Yeah,
got
makes that
2
just-
points of Dragon Blood. He shouldn't die in the lane. I'm actually going to say 67% for rest farmers.
Alright, so it's... Yeah, you think it's 67 for rest farmers?
Yeah. I looked it
It
up.
is Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
Now I did look it up after I said it's 60. It was 64 when I looked it up. So
Yeah, you're right enough. Yeah, so it's like close enough. No one's gonna be like, yo, you said 65 was like 62. So yeah. So yeah, I'm surprised though, because the Yellow Submarine, they're in a good spot considering that they're the farming lineup. And they're ahead net worth as, again, MTS goes forward, but he's so tanky.
It's 3 versus 2. Rue is the target that they can definitely kill. Siege Shot is also available on the Warpine Raider, which they will use. They'll soften him up and take that kill for Shad. Now, Radiant moves coming towards mid as well. They got Aztecor here. Contesting for that 10-minute rune. Atlantic knows he can't go for it because of the flame break. And Erase will pick up a shield rune. Will he get to use that shield rune? He'll have to pop it now. The hook shot from Pablo. Pablo goes down. And Mind Control also wants a piece of this action. They'll break through the refraction, but the lasso is also there. So they'll get MC away. Even Shad coming for this one, but they can't get the kill on Erase. Big stuns and also the big roots on the ground. And here comes King, slapping his sword, takes down Hansken. Shad on the run. Dragon Tail will catch the CK, and he's used everything. Shad's got no way out. The Zeus ulti is dropped, but Atlantic can't even get the bat. Down to 85 HP. It's not good enough. MC goes down to Erase, and this is a big win for Yellow Submarine because everyone survives.
This is massive. The Yellow Submarine, they might have just kind of won the game from this current situation they're in right now. They have 2 farming cores. They're way ahead of the enemy side. Look at Erase compared to Atlantic. He's 2,000 gold ahead. King is 1,000 gold ahead of Shad. MC's having a good time, but Razor tends to be very hit and miss. Not the best farmer overall.
Yeah.
I'm very worried at the stage of the game right now if you're a Yellow Submarine fan. Sorry, if you're a Rest Farmers fan.
Rest Farmers fan, yeah. They're in shambles right now. Like, guys, come on. Giving us some false hope here. Shad will drop to the Shadow Realm from Rue. Comes the pressure just a bit too much. He just teleported here too, so CK gonna have to walk to the jungle.
Okay, in the meantime, you can see I like what we're seeing with MTS. He's going for a straight up Blink Dagger, just so he can start these fights, which is what we want to see. At least, Rest Farmers, they are gonna get something out of this, which is the bot lane.
Start opening the map for sure. You are playing Asun, Mage Slayer, Razor.
I don't really get the Mage Slayer this game. There's not a whole lot of magic damage for you to reduce. I mean, there's what? Dark, Willow, and Bad Rider, that's okay. But the heavy hitters, the TA and the Sven, they don't care. It's all physical.
It's, hard to put it this way, but it's like it's a costlier Null Talisman. For the mono region, you get good attack speed, and it helps you break that refraction faster with the dot.
Yeah, but you can also get like a blood grenade, and you can also, blood grenade pierces BKB.
It does. So, it does. That is true.
So it's like I'm not convinced with this item here, the Mage Slayer on the Razor. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it at all.
Yeah, it's probably a player preference.
That's true.
See how it works out. We discussed this yesterday, that some players, they're just hard locked in with some other item builds. They see value in something else above others. Me, Ghost Shroud. I'm sorry, Eternal Shroud. Someone might be like, it's a pretty shitty item for this game, but the player itself is like, well, I like to build it. It's part of how I also play the game. So if he is building a Mage Slayer, that means that he will more likely focus this TA. And of course, the supports that also deal a decent amount of damage. True. I don't know if Plasma Field applies that Mage Slayer debuff, though, because it's a spell. And I don't think it does.
No, I'm pretty sure it's only when you attack. It says when you attack enemies, so it's when you attack them directly with your right click, is how I've always seen it.
Because Anchor Smash isn't really a direct right click, but that applies to all targets. So, but it is something that uses modifiers.
Starbreaker as well from Dawnbreaker also does it.
Starbreaker, yeah.
Dire's top tower.
And two nice items coming out here for Yellow Submarine is going to be Echo Saber on
Up
Sven.
Chad with an 80. Rune Chad in trouble. Does have the armlet, but big hits coming through. Rue can't quite get the TA on top of Shad for the Bedlam.
Lucky.
But a nice little warning there for Shad that you're no longer welcome on this side of the map.
MTS just gets his Blink Dagger delivered to him, so that is also going to be a nice bit of initiation.
Also,
that they were
Hanskin
lacking.
a bit deep here. Sven ultis right away. Hookshot comes out. Aztekor getting pushed back. Hanskin will drop. And Pablo looks like he's done for as well. He's trying to zone himself out. Atsantic dodging the TA for now. Drops the Zeus ulti. And they take down Aztekor, but he's dropping to Erase. Erase is going to get this kill with the Melt Strike. In the jungle, Mind Control doesn't get anything done versus the Sven. Just too much damage to sap away. And another win for Yellow Submarine.
They have two heroes that are 8,000 net worth, and nobody on Rest Farmers is even 6k. They're going to be hitting 6k in a few seconds here, but holy hell is this a big gap. I do not understand how Rest Farmers, I don't know why I'm confusing the two heroes, the two teams, are so damn far behind. Like, this should not be happening.
Well, it is a play style that seems to work out. I mean, the TA, I think, is one of the big things here. Erase has been a part of almost all of these engagements that have been happening so far.
Yep.
And Erase hasn't died a single time. Now has a blink. Soon going for the Desolator. Pumped up a lot of damage. Is already, like you said, a great matchup versus the Zeus. And it looks really good. The gameplay style changed a bit for the team with Erase playing a hero like this, but it's only looking better.
Yeah, which is weird because you'd think Rest Farmers would be like, oh, we run at them at the same thing, and this time they'll be even weaker, but it did not work out at all.
This is your rank 1300 Immortal schooling top 150s.
Well, as the core might be in trouble, maybe a little bit of a nice pickup here for Rest Farmers.
Sven has ulti in 5 seconds. King will be able to turn things around if they can't get these kills on time. There we go. Sven ulti popped. Pablo getting sliced to death. Not a chance. Atsantic down as well. Oh, that just goes straight down the drain. For Rest Farmers. But Yellow Submarine understanding perfectly what to do in situations like this. And that will be a third kill with Hanskin going down as well. Untouchable or not, doesn't matter. You're dead.
Oh, when I'm with Harry Freak, sometimes he's like, this game is over. I was like, and we'd be like, no, it's not. I mean, there's still. He's like, this game is over. It's over. I feel like I'm going to channel him a little bit, where it looks.
Yeah, you called it 7 minutes ago that the game is over.
It feels very like it was so bad when they were 2,000 gold or 1,000 gold ahead for Yellow Submarine. That early stage of the game, you're like, this is a really bad sign, and it's only getting worse.
Yeah, escalating odds.
Is there anything? They got Mage Slayer on MC. He's going for BKB. Okay. Pablo's got Pavis. I love that. I love Solar Crest this game. We mentioned it's all physical damage. Solar Crest is amazing.
Yeah, Solar is great.
Zeus just got the shard, but he's long ways off the Manta, so he's not going to be online for a while.
Yeah, and this is a very slow Orchid coming up from Shad as well, who's been under pressure this entire game, so that Orchid's not going to be nearly as valuable as what it would have been maybe 4 minutes ago.
On the other hand, you have two blinkers in the Dragon Knight as well as Bat Rider, and we almost have BKB on Sven. And, oh man, that's going to be scary.
Look at the smoke as well. They're going to cross straight past that Xantic and find the Zeus. They were about to go to the corner of the map and find Shad, but hey, they'll take a mid Zeus any day.
When we talk about damage types, the physical damage coming out of Rest Farmers is also heavily negated by Yellow Submarines. Like Sven Warcries and a lot of CK's damage is kind of, I won't say nullified, but greatly mitigated. How does
mitigation is a very nice word.
Thank you. I have the word of the day calendar, and it comes in handy. Warcry already gives you 15 armor. At level 20, it can give you 25 armor. That is insane. MC is
control. Yes, Sven ulti knocked right on top, and mind control. No matter how much damage you keep sapping, this guy still hits for like 400 or 500.
He's still He's still 57 and he's still doing 4. Oh god, King.
Yeah. Well, now they got the Orchid on the CK. Can they make a play happen with it? They gotta try and salvage this game really early. But every time you try to make a salvaging move, you might even end up losing even more.
Oh.
It might end up being costly. And there's the blink out. Oh, not even a little bit of mercy.
All right. Well,
That's an Orchid reveal.
as an Orchid reveal, I'm trying to think of something positive here to say for Rest Farmers. I think MC's lost weight. He looks better now. That's something nice. As Asdekor, he's losing his life. Oh dear. Anyway, that's good for them. Woohoo!
Yeah, it's good for Rest Farmers, but the Yellow Submarine, a little bit unlucky that they end up losing a hero there. Erase. I'll keep Shad at bay.
A Blink Dagger on Shat could be very helpful for them. He still does a lot of damage on the CK. Doesn't look like it right now. He's all walking around with like 130, but with an Orchid, you activate the armor, you jump on someone, you could burst them down. Particularly like the Dark Willow. You can get on top of her.
Yep. But the hero crits like mad already.
True.
Like 700-800 crits on those neutral creeps there.
If Hanskin can get a Dragon Lance, go into Hurricane Pike, get the shard, like then suddenly damage becomes a lot less of an issue and your position 5 is, you know, pumping it out. So there are things that can still be done for Rest Farmers. The 7,000 gold lead hasn't been moving either, which is also nice for them. It's been pretty stale for the last... Oh.
Yeah, the power of the Deso. There's a 2-shot on the Bombi. I love how the TA just, you know, blinks right behind Hunt's gonna go tower and choose that Mel Strike. Meanwhile, King pops the BKB, turns things around with a hook shot missing from Pablo. And an instant turn.
Oh, wow. Missed.
You look stunned.
They missed the hook shot, and then they still jump in with the Blink Dagger on the CK, and King has a BKB. He's standing right in front of the tower, so it's not like, wow, we didn't see this BKB, we were smoked. It's like, he's right there. And I don't know. I just don't get what Rest Farmers is kind of doing this game.
They tried to I mean, I think that was a salvaging play, but still not. I think it's desperation.
It feels like it. As King as well as Erase, the two cores on their side looking really good. MTS did suffer in the laning phase a little bit, but I mean, you're at DK, you have Blink Dagger, you're generally kind of good to go. Like,
yeah, and it doesn't seem to matter at all. I mean, even if his net worth is this low,
yes,
just look at how well the other cores are doing. It really doesn't matter at this point that the DK had a rough laning stage.
As like sometimes you are going to be playing that sacrificial role, but your other two guys are having a phenomenal game. You're like, all right, I'll get carried. Like you don't have to be the star every single game, and that's what MTS is going for. Not going for, but that's what happened to me. He's like, yeah, it's cool.
Radiant are scanning.
King is 6-1-4. Erase is 7-0-4. He's the only player who hasn't died in the first 22 minutes of this game. A 10k lead for Yellow Submarine. We can say goodbye to that 64% win probability for Rest Farmers, as it's now 88. Yellow Submarine.
Oh lord.
Oh boy, Tormentor claims yet another life.
And Pablo gets the shot. I gotta say, this was not. I would have preferred to went for Handskin this game, because you would love to get that Sproink jump, extra damage, bit of distance, all good stuff.
Yeah. Sproink is pretty good.
That's how it's pronounced, right? Sproink.
No, Sproink.
I think you add a little bit of extra flavor
Come
to
get
yours.
healed. Yeah, I'm not a Enchantress voice actor for sure. My voice is too low for that.
I think it's good, honestly. I mean, you scared a couple of viewers away, but I don't mind it.
Unfazed.
Hook
shot. The Cog pushed back. They've got the Sven down to half HP, but he pops his ult and tries to finish off Hanskin. Slow hits to come through, but with his BKB, Hanskin is okay. King gets out, but has to pop his BKB, but he's going to get lassoed up, and Erase is still going to kill him. That's what they were waiting for. They're like, wait for him to BKB. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Dire's middle tower.
Or my more favorite, hold! Hold! You know that movie? Or come on, tell me you know that movie.
Which one?
Braveheart. And then
Braveheart. Oh, yeah.
Oh, hey, this could be the kill you want.
Freedom!
Oh, come on!
Definitely trying to get as much as they can get. Azante gets through with the lightning bolt, pushing in the race, and this might be
Another
the
good
first good
kill.
attempt for Rest Farmers here, because they have the upper hand. As the core, trying to make a run from it from the cogs. He's trying to teleport away, but the battery
They got
assault
him.
will prevent him from getting away. They did get a race, though, which was the first time that this TA ends up dying. And there's, you know, that's actually quite a big swing in terms of gold, and a very much needed win for Rest Farmers to try and at least try to salvage this game into something. Look at that
Massive
XP
victory.
swing, man. That's 6.4k.
It is. I'm ready for it to show up on the graph. It'll take a little bit more, but that is massive. It's ironic because you know, Yellow Submarine was winning the early game. Now Rest Farmers is making a comeback in the middle game, which you think that they should be falling off, kind of. Still, it's a lot more that they need to do to actually come back in.
Yeah, you need a couple more of those.
At least at Xantic is good to go. It doesn't, you've got the BK. Oh, of course, by the way, Grove Bow. Every time I see this mid Zeus go for like physical damage build, it's always Grove Bow. Every time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, what about Chad? He's got the Sanj at least. That's going to be helpful. Actually, he's going for Heaven's Halberd. You know, you were talking about Eternal Shroud being sort of your item. I think Heaven's Halberd is my item for this patch. It feels underrated.
Yeah, Halberd's
good
a
it
really
is.
good pickup, especially when we talk about Lifestealer and how good the Aghanims is. It's the same duration disarm that we're talking about, and you got two good heroes to use it on.
And it also got like extra evasion this patch compared to before, and extra heal amplification. So it's all better. It's all good stuff.
Let's see what comes out. I mean, they still haven't focused Roshan on either side.
Surprising, as I hear an Aegis. Sorry, BKB being popped. He's just king. He's fine.
Yeah, they're attempting to take down Sven.
Not the ideal use of a BKB, which means if you're a Rest Farmers, you might be thinking, let's go contest Rosh because wait, never mind, they're already there. I think you have some time actually to get there. It's not the fastest. It's fast, but it's not that fast. But they ain't booking it either. Oh, they would love to find King.
Definitely would. I mean, they're not going to get in time to the Roche Pit, but if they can intercept the kill on Sven... Actually, do they think that they can make it in time? It's all really down to Pablo, who's not right there. Rocket Flare flying in, and it's a dire kill. They get the Roche kill. It's a snatch for a race. Nine Control trying to find anyone, but it's mass teleports away, and everyone gets out. A race is still on the run, but they're too far away to catch, and they're probably believing that they all got away. Well, Pablo got the bounty for it. That is 135 gold times 5.
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
It's not bad. I mean, and plus it's like, it's actually, look at the net worth. It's a kind of a victory for Rest Farmers, but the Aegis is on Yellow Submarine. Race does not have BKB. He's going all in on the damage. I can't say I love it. He can be controlled, and there's no like BKB piercing abilities on the other side besides hook shots. So, like BKB's got real value in this game. Alright, and there you go, the Heaven's Halberd as well. While BKB doesn't remove it, it still allows you to hit even if you're disarmed, which was a change from the previous patch.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They're not going to find anyone with this smoke, at least. You know, the tier 2 towers set upon their sights here.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Force at the glyph. They're going to get another one after this tower falls. Clockwork's hunting for a wisdom rune. Pablo, he gets it. Even if he dies, that's a mission complete. He goes for the hookshot teleport out. Keeps his life as well.
Nice move by Pablo. Very nice. I mean, that is a big wisdom rune to take. And bottom lane, they know now that the race is not here. They might consider fighting. They're like, we know
Definitely
that
could. Atsantic is just going to pop them the ulti if they are going to battle it out. But the tower's going to drop, and the DK illusions are the only thing that remain in there.
Radiant's courier has been.
It is very slowly shifting into Rest Farmers' favor in terms of the graphs, at least. But
well, graphs say one thing. The mentality of the game tells another story right now. It is still Yellow Submarines.
Is it though? Is 6,000 gold at 30 minutes?
I mean,
Is it the-
we look at this Sven in action. Okay, good dodge by Hanskin. He can get up, but the harpoon is there.
It's really favoring Yellow Submarine, isn't it?
They're the ones making all the plays.
That's true. Zanik pushing top lane here with his illusions. That's a nice thing that you can do with the, with this physical Zeus build. Fairly close to Octarine Core as well, but in the meantime, Yellow Submarine, they're like, yeah, we're just thinking of going high ground. Why not?
Are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sven takes the Warcry talents as well, so he's got 25 extra armor for 14 seconds for his whole team. Lovely.
That's a lot because everyone gets that. It's not just him.
Yep.
CK loses quite a lot of that damage with all the armor. Even for heroes like Willow with 7 base armor, 9 on the Batrider. A whole lot.
I love how his shard gives 3% movement speed passively, and you're like, well, that's nice, isn't it?
That's a very nice number.
It's like, it's not 5 where you're like, oh, 5, okay, that's not bad. It's like half of 10. 3 is like, it's like, what is it? It's like close to 2.5, which feels like barely anything.
And it's not like it has some kind of funny story behind it, like Techies with the 249 bonus damage, and then they made it 251.
Yes. It's like, here's just 3 movement speed. Like,
it's just 3 movement speed, 3%, yeah. Like,
I love it. They got 1 minute left of this Aegis, about 75 seconds for the... Is Yellow Submarine going to go for more? I think they are kind of content with what they have at the moment. Not a whole lot of time to really go on the enemy side and start taking Raxes. So.
I mean, if we really go on the copium train here,
oh yeah, I'm hooked.
It has to be the Razor, right? Because he doesn't have refresher. Getting that double link up.
You mean we think MC's our win condition?
MC could be the win condition if the fight lasts for long enough, because if he takes away the damage from the Sven, now Xantic's actually been found in the topside jungle, lassoed up as well, pulled into the roots. Oh. It's not just the clockwork kill at the portal, it's also going to be the Zeus in his own safe jungle.
That's devastating. Firstly, he just finished Octarine, so he doesn't have buyback. Secondly, that
could be a lane.
That's your base defender, yeah. I would imagine they'd go top and then swing to mid. 2 lanes, basically. Yeah, first glyph is up. Mind that they do not have a refresh after this because they already lost tier 3 mid.
Yeah. And they're going straight for the mid lane.
Oh dear.
35 seconds without this, without the Zeus. Aegis expires at the same time though.
But still, no Zeus. Big source of damage. Percentage damage is always good. It's like even if you're behind, your percentage damage, you're like, alright, I'm still doing what I need to. Yellow Submarine, they respect rest farmers. They're like, we're not going to go for 2 sets of racks, we're just going to go for 1 here.
Dire's top tower is
Smoke.
under attack.
Is this the... I mean, they can get Zeus ulti for the fight. They're not expecting them to be around. Rue's going to get caught by the silence here. Shad will find an opening.
Nice kill.
The shield rune.
It's nice, but doesn't change the status quo of the game right now. You need a little bit more than that. As the core is here, 2 kills would be twice as good as 1 kill for sure.
Nice connection there. Will catch as the core, and the Zeus ulti finishes him off.
Okay.
The map has been opened temporarily now for rest farmers. They saw someone around the top area, but DK's already teleported back home.
By the way, King's got the Nemesis curse on this Sven, so when he hits insanely hard.
That's a pretty big item.
It is. It is massive. On the other side, I mean, Shad's got Cloak of Flames, which...
Never underestimate percentage-based damage. King, oh my goodness, he finds himself in an awkward position. He'll just BKB teleport out after a jump. But hey, quick reaction from him at least. You gotta give it to him.
It could be, again, rest farmers. They could be like, all right, this is our opening, guys. They got no BKB,
Yeah, I mean,
no God Strength. We have everything.
Yeah, and Pablo was getting his hook shot off cooldown, so nice calculations. A race, though. Did they see? Yeah, they see the TA. They're going, oh, they missed the hook shot, Pablo! Oh, the jetpack, but he misses the target, but still, they're going to find the TA. Can they get the TA out of the way? Erase is dropping, and Hotskin will finish him off. As the core with the help of Emptiness, the DK under the tower. Hanskin going to get blown up a bit here. MC also down a half HP, still has the BKB. 6 seconds for the Link to be up, 60 seconds, no TA.
And
Big kill.
It's up 45 without the BKB on the Sven. So Rest Farmers, they could consider going for more here. And we're talking about, right? Enchantress, you do damage, and she's the one who actually gets the killing blow. But a pretty big one as well.
Really big one indeed.
How about that?
I mean, this is even a game where, like, some of these BKB pops in the fight just don't seem to do too much.
Nope. By the way, level 20 on Azantic, the Arc Lightning talent basically doubles the damage that he gets from Arc Lightning. Very big deal for him.
Yeah.
Oh, disconnect. They instantly.
Yeah, that was an interesting one.
It's like
I think they were trying to pause, but they just disconnected at the same time, so they just unpaused it by accident.
Yeah, Erased, he's been pretty greedy. We're not going for that BKB when he's got he had the blink, so you're like, all right, it's BKB next. He's like, no, I got Hurricane Pike. You're like, all right, BKB. He's like, no, I want Daedalus. You're like, okay. Let's get to the shot. It's like, when are you getting BKB? It is the next item, but it feels very late. When he could have used it a few earlier for sure.
Yeah. Well, let's wait for it to get back on the server with the DK still disconnected. But Rest Farmers, at least they're showing a lot of perseverance, not giving in. I mean, they almost lost 2 lanes of racks. You gotta keep that in mind. That game was almost handed out to Yellow Submarines. Like, we smoke up once, we lose that fight. We're gonna call GG.
Yeah,
and they're still in this one.
Chad is close to the Salt Cuirass. We've talked about the armor benefit, but the extra attack speed really is helpful for the Zeus as well. To get those, because you only really want attack speed. Don't care about damage. You get the damage from your shard anyway. So that's very nice for Shad. Hanskin's about to have his shard as well on the Enchantress. Yep. We have Aghanims on the Clockwork. He's also got the Craggy Coat. Beautiful ideas to go for these extra armor items.
Yeah, Solar Crest is, like you said, a very good item this game, but it's not the only one you're going to be building to try and buff up the entire team, especially if you consider Hanskin's situation where the Sven just basically 2-shots him, but he needs that BKB up to kill the hero. Yep. If you're using a BKB on an Enchantress, that's probably not the best plan. And King, he knows it himself as well. He's like, I'm not using that for just an Enchantress kill. I'll rather use it to cleave these CK illusions out of the way. If you guys can focus down the Zeus, I can kill everybody else. And most importantly, getting that Clockwork out of the way.
By the way, I want to ask you a question. How do you pronounce Enchantress's name? It's if you look at Untouchables, like after attacking Ashwatha, is that her name?
Never really. Ayusha.
Okay.
Basically, yeah.
I like how there's so many words where we're like, just ignore these 3 letters. You're like, well, why are they there? They're like, yeah, just ignore them. That's it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a Slavic touch to the name. It's like Ayush and then Tha at the end.
I mean, she's a dryad. I think that's more like European folklore and stuff like that.
European?
So
Hello, we elves live in the north.
It's all Europe for me, all right? It's a big continent.
Yeah, Europe splits into so many different parts. We got Eastern Europe, we've got Central Europe, then we have the Nordic countries, we have Scandinavia, which Finland doesn't belong to, by the way. We're a Nordic country, we're not a Scandinavian country.
And there's a big difference between the two of them, I'm sure. So it's like, I was gonna say it's like the Middle East where people are like, us in the Middle East. I'm like, do you guys know how different each country is? It's like the people in the north and the Middle East look like white. As you go south, they get browner and browner. Like you wouldn't know. You didn't know that the people from the north are from the Middle East.
Yeah. Cultural differences all over the place. We're not all the same, at least. We're all unique in our own way. Differences are not.
That's true. Any interesting items standing out for you right now? Because I think we went through all of them.
I still want that refresher on the Razor, to be honest. He is opting for a Satanic. I mean, it will make him a bit beefier, not just the base stats. I'm not even talking about the heal and the dispel, but just getting beefier from a single Reaver is always good. But I would want that refresher, and he's got that BKB. He can move around these fights a lot. You can even try to focus people out, but he is also dying somewhat frequently, which is probably the reason why he needs to be a bit more tanky in these fights. And having a Satanic can keep you alive for longer.
Yep.
And they could also allow that one singular link to reduce Sven's damage output.
Yeah, I mean, plus with the Assault QS on his team, if he has the tank, especially if he can get that Reaver on him, he is not durable, MC, right now. 2.4k, it's not helping. His tackling steals armor, so you really need it just to keep going for it to work. It's not really looking great for him at the moment. But it's getting better. It is getting better for the team.
He is the second weakest hero in terms of HP in his team, just before the Enchantress. Everyone else has more. CK with Armlet has more.
And Enchantress already has Untouchable, which is like, you don't have to worry about activating or anything. It's always there, whereas you gotta static link to someone else. I wonder if he bought the shard or if it was given to him. I think he bought it.
Pablo asking what's up, and King giving a response back. He's like, he's not even giving the reason for the pause. He's just like, what's up? Oh, that's such a class response. Pablo's asking like, what's up? And King just replying, what's up? Any team would have said lag, DC, internet, power out. He's just, what's up?
Well, he's a young man, He's like, I don't care about that. All right, second Tormentor is up for, I think, no, just for the Dire side. First one killed Handskin. Pablo picked it up.
Yep,
might
we're
be something
only
that's worth
missing 3 shards so far, which is the Sven, the movement speed bonus, the CK shard, which is also really good, and the Sproink.
The Sproink you want for sure. I feel like the Sproink is probably the most valuable of the 3. Increases the cast range of Chaos Bolt by 150. That's
and you create the illusion, which is dealing damage. So I think Chaos Bolt, if you throw it onto, say, TA, that's another unit hitting Refraction.
True. And as we mentioned before, TA, no BKB. So, so greedy. So greedy. Oh, you have 3 minutes of pause time left. Oh. Admin,
Clock is ticking.
And he puts down the hammer.
Yep. It's a good thing that the admins are keeping with the rulebook. Nobody likes a sloppy admin.
Yeah, but it's also one of those things where it's like when you do your job, people don't like you. You know what I mean? It's like, guys, pause timer's up. We have to unpause. The team is never grateful. They're like, oh, thank you. Oh, what the? Really?
King wants to go when ready with 4.
He was only holding us back. She has like
a moment when I really want to write in all chat. I really want to write in all chat there, but no. I mean, it's one of those moments. It's like, go when ready. Like, really?
Are you sure about that again? Or you ping him out? Well, I'm still waiting for a bit more. But I like how the Dragon Knight, when you try Black Dragon, you get 4 different buffs on. It's like, and all of the you get the green, red.
Yeah, he's 1 short from a straight flush.
Yeah, that's true. But I would love it if he just gets like the dragon buff. Why does it have to be 4? Like,
can we get a 25 talent for DK where he gets a 5th form?
That would be, or an upgrade form. Because what if you don't have Aghanims, you don't get the 5th form, you get the 4th form. What would that one be though?
I don't know. Maybe Shard should be a 4th form and an Ag should be a 5th form.
Yeah, maybe like a white dragon form or something like that. What does it add for you, though?
I mean, honestly, let's just make the entire DK talent pool filled with different types of dragon forms.
Oh, yes. And Rune's
8
like, can
talents,
you give us
8 dragons to choose from,
By the way, Rune's asking for pause timer. He's like, can we get it, please? What kind of team you can have half our pause duration? Pablo is a nice guy.
That is a gentleman's move right there, because basically what they need to do is rest farmers can unpause at 10 minutes, and then they insta-pause themselves and they start clocking their pause timer. That's how it technically it should happen. But if they agree with it, of course, the admin, all he does is just resets the clock and starts counting 5 minutes and says, you may unpause now, and whatever. But
You know
that
what,
is a gentleman's move, which you have to commend Rest Farmers for. They just gave 5 minutes of their own pause timer to let Yellow Submarine get their player back on the server. So they want to play out the Dota as the Dota is supposed to be played out, which is a very nice move from them.
It is. It's very cool. I mean, you look at this, it's such a far cry from pubs when people will, you know, they finger that F9 button very nicely. The moment the pause comes out, they have no care. It's only for like MMR. This is real money on the line. Chance to go for a LAN. Like there's a lot riding on this match.
Yeah, there definitely is. Well, I honestly think at this point we're waiting literally for 5 minutes unless they get to fix their issue. So I think this is a good moment for us to toss for a tiny break here. And we'll throw you straight back into the Dota action as soon as we unpause. So don't disappear anywhere. The game will continue in a bit. We'll wait for the technical difficulties to end, and we'll be back with the Dots.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stay down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
You ride a pony.
Radiant's middle tower has
All right, ladies and gents, we're back with the game. We're going to continue, and by the looks of it, you know, the timer has run out, so unfortunate for Yellow Submarine, but we are continuing this game 5 versus 4 for the time being until they get their DK back on the server. But the rules are rules. They ran out of pause time and back with the Dots. They're still 9k up ahead, and they can, of course, micro this DK in the jungle. Grab a couple, you know, pieces of farm here and there. Suddenly show up with like 4k in your inventory.
Tormentor, by the way, goes to Shad. He does get that free shot which we were talking about. Again, with a preferred for hand skin, but oh my!
Yep, showing up with a vengeance there.
A swift blink, by the way. You know that the extra attack speed, it does add up.
Yep, and that net worth lead, I think it's solely just on the Sven right now. He just hit level 25. Yep. Got that 50% increase in his bonus damage.
Yeah, the man hits for nearly 900 damage. And of course, that's without the fact that Nemesis Curse buffs it up by another 12%.
Yeah. And even if that debuff is on one target, that cleave still benefits from the damage.
Yep.
Which is actually why that's a pretty sick item on a Sven.
Yeah, you know, I've never really thought of it that way before, but yeah, it is very nice. But if we're rest farmers, you're still thinking, this is our chance. You know, guys, there's no DK. They're scouting out Roshan will be up in about 50 seconds. They know that any fight is still a 5 versus 4. DK could still join, but still not, you know, 5 versus 4 humans.
Oh. Or even if the support dies, you can just take over the DK and try to play it out. Of course, It's always a thing. Someone's gonna die somewhere. Sven actually getting caught with the stun, and maybe they've got the damage for it. So close to killing the Sven. The lasso came out, but Xantix got it. He'll drop the Thunder God's Wrath on top of him and finish off the Sven. He's actually gone for 100 seconds now. Rest farmers, you know, sometimes it's not the cleanest victory in a way if you can beat a 4v5 team. But it is an online tournament. Things can happen.
It's not even their fault.
It's not even their fault, exactly.
They would try to be as fair as possible. These things happen. Love that Xantix went for Refresher Orb. This double ultimate. It does 20% of your health as well as 1,100 damage as a DK. They may have found him.
Ogre still totem to safety. Still chasing mind control here. Man to dodge on the stun.
Nice. Imagine King's playing. He's like, alright, I'm dead, guys. Let me see what I can do. Can you
Shadow and MC hunting. They might see as the core. They're gonna try and go for the DK, but they hit their own target.
I think there's also Manta Doubt. It was like halfway through, and he also was able to Manta dodge it. I want to ask, can you in a lobby use the gold of whoever is disconnected? Because I know you can't do that in a pub game. No, okay.
So that money will stay on his hero. That's the difference between Captain's Mode and ranked matchmaking. Or in general, a lobby and matchmaking.
Can I actually see what's his current gold? Okay, I can see it on current gold, but if I click on any other hero and then click on him, they just have the same gold as him.
So the current gold is the only graph you can look at. So he's sitting at 3,000 in his pocket right now. Well, this Roshan attempt, well, it's not even an attempt. They are going to take it all the way through. Cheese and Aegis secured for rest farmers. Enchantress caught the front line. Aztekor will get the grab on Enchantress, pull him all the way to the team, and they will get a kill. It's a bit of a consolidation prize, but they'll take anything they can get. It's a 4v4 now.
King, he wants to find someone. He gets. Oh, exactly.
He does actually find him, and that's a big one. Razor getting sliced down to death. A 2,000 damage crit from Sven. Have mercy.
He uses the Twin Gate all the way from the bottom lane, shows up top, ready to fight. And Yosami, they're clever. They know that a fast game suits them right now. Like, they want... Because as time goes on, you have 4 people farming, they have 5. Like, the gap is at the smallest as it can be right now.
Trying to make a bit of a wraparound behind, but they've got all their waves pushed in. So Yellow Submarine still have to go up against the Aegis and the Cheese. And also need to pull in their waves again if they want to look at objectives. So while that Razor is dead, it's going to be a bit of a sigh of relief for rest farmers too.
Yeah, it is. I mean, but Xantix going for the Agam Scepter. I like this. Even if you're a physical Zeus, like the Ags is just a very nice global ability. Can stop TPs. You know, it's all good.
All good and well. Shat though, waiting for his TP to come back off cooldown. King. Close to finding him. He spotted him.
Got him.
And that is so unlucky for Shad. All this time he was just trying to run around the map, only to end up in the lonely corner, and that's his Aegis gone.
He's got Blink. Can you blink away?
He can, but how far can you blink? He'll drop the Phantasm, he'll try to take a fight. And one thing that he can do. He's going to be gone for the duration that spell is still going to be on cooldown for, so might as well try and attempt for a bit of a fight. But that really stings for rest farmers.
Surprisingly, none of his teammates, they didn't decide to all TP to the outpost and help him out. They're like, sorry, Shat, time to learn your lesson. At least the lanes are kind of pushed out. Bottom lane is pushed out, mid is at the river. Top is the one that they're going to have to defend. And they only got like 40 seconds. They might assume that the CK has buyback, which you would have in 200 gold. You have Zeus Protect. It's an okay spot for rest farmers in terms of like defense. Like, it's not the hardest defense of the world.
30 seconds for the CK to come back up. As the core, they're gonna try and scout out with some traps. As the core's in position. Grab the first person he can find. Pablo overclocking, goes in straight for the TA. Push him with the Cox as well. Get the PKB off though. Not enough damage to delete a race, and this is a 4v5 fight. You have to remember that. CK still gone for 10 seconds. Mind Control's BKB is also used. That is an 8-second duration one. But they are going to hold their base. Zeus ulti. They find the DK on the high ground. King goes down with a refresher. and the Nimbus right on top of him. And now also that disconnected Dragon Knight, which they will also find.
You can't. I don't believe you can use his buyback. So all that gold just sitting there useless. And King, they had 30 seconds on the BKB, but they also had 30 seconds on Shed. So like, we gotta go high ground, get something out of it. This is desperation that would not arise if you're 5 versus 5. But one player less is so difficult for your submarine. And yeah, luckily for them, top is relatively pushed out. The mid you got super. It's just like we were saying, Rest Farmers had a decent defense. It shouldn't be that impossible for Yellow Submarine here.
It's a bit of an unfortunate situation Yellow Submarine are in right now, but
very.
You can't help it. Can't help it. It's pure misfortune.
Like, it could happen to anyone. Unfortunately, it happens to them.
Yeah, and this is the first time we've actually had a player drop during Group B like this. Every other game we've actually had the players get back in. Yesterday we had who was it again? Was it PMA who dropped out, and he came with his mobile network because the internet was down in their town.
Oh, well, this was able to.
Yeah, but he was able to get back in. Fortunate here for Mr. DK Emptiness. He's not been able to come back so far.
By the way, for Rest Farmers, every one of their heroes does have the shard right now, which is nice. Hanskin is the last one to get it, which, apart from like the Zeus, I think Hanskin's shard is the most impactful. So at least he gets it in the end. He also has the Boots of Bearing, the Hurricane Pike, and the Sproink. Has kept the Philosopher's Stone, which is kind of smart. You know, you don't actually right-click with your physical damage, you right-click with your pure impetus hits. So, keep it, might as well. Xantic, Refresher is ready.
We'll spot Erase actually in the mid lane, and that's a TA kill again. Xantic doesn't hesitate with the Refresher Orb. And that is now the second hero out as Shad also gets the kill. The Batrider, 2 gone. They do have buybacks. Shad going deep in behind the enemy lines, trying to take down Sven as well. King coming in with the BKB, pops the Satanic as well. He'll regenerate and he'll really put his vengeance on top of the CK. Mind control getting pushed to the low ground as well. Hanskin might just end up getting stunned here. He's gonna stun the Razor in the process. King trying to get closer. Erase pops his BKB. He just bought back in. And the DK is returned. Emptiness is back on the server. It's straight back to an honest 5v5. Even if they've been on the receiving end, a couple attempts and Rest Farmers have taken over net worth. At least it's now a level playing ground, and he's instantly giving impact. Hanskin goes down. Pablo the hookshot to the low ground. Onto the Sven they go. King got another Satanic, taking down Xantic, taking down Mind Control. He'll pop his cheese, but this Razor will fall. And Rest Farmers have lost 4 of their players, and it's down to Pablo. They've got 3 buybacks, they'll use Mind Controls, but now you really... That couldn't have been a better timing for Emptiness to get back on the server.
He's got 6,000 gold. You might need to use your buybacks. But the most important guy does not have buyback. You don't have it on Xantic. If he could have sold this phylactery or something, he would be back, but nope.
Nope.
There's going to be...
It's 1,000 gold short. He's not even close to getting it.
Oh. Erase? Now he's like...
Wait a minute.
Oh, really?
They're not actually allowed to pause.
No, they're not.
They're actually not allowed to pause.
This admin is on...
Admin is probably going to force this unpause. They don't have pause time.
Binds? What the hell?
Yeah, I think there's a chance that he's playing from somewhere else. Why that took him so long to get back to his PC, and he probably doesn't have the correct binds on this DK. But they don't have pause time, so...
that's what they mean. Erase is the one who's DC'd though. Keyboard binding, bugs. You can unpause Rest Farmers.
Yeah, Rest Farmers are allowed to unpause. It's stated by the rules. It does not matter what Astakor is attempting here in chat. What can you do? Still, when we talk about this this situation, still, Yellow Submarine, big wins here. Xantic gone for 60 seconds. CK does have buyback. He also has a ton of money on him, so even if he dies again, he will return for a second time. But this is this game is on a knife's edge now. with Mind Control getting caught as well, and TA doesn't have a buyback because she bought back with the base defense. Mind Control going to survive for a little bit longer. As the Kirk going to go down, he doesn't have a buyback of his own. He's going to be up otherwise in 70 seconds. Hansken's going to push the DK away from the base.
All right, good kill.
A very, very good kill. They keep the game alive.
My lord, MC almost losing his life in that situation. It does not have the satanic, does not have anything to regen. But the also they're sticking around.
Oh no,
Chad.
Chad in huge trouble right now. The hook shot's there, but it's not enough. And CK might just have to buy back for this one. Pablo's in trouble in the front line too. He's going to stun MC as well. He's on the edge of that cursed crown. And the Terrorize flying through will keep pushing the Razor away. And Pablo's down. Race will finish him off. Chad, he's in the fight as well now. He's returned. And they are instantly spreading on the side of Yellow Submarine. They got the stun onto the DK. DK going to get pushed back once again. Shad, can he keep on chasing? Can he take down the DK? There's the Nimbus as well, and he'll finally fall. The Orchid damage is going to be sufficient to take down the DK. But now you force buybacks on Rest Farmer's side, and there's not a buyback on this TA. The 4 other heroes in Yellow Submarine, they do.
And there's no Roshan to take for Rest Farmers either. By the time he's up, everyone will be up for the Yellow Submarine. So... sorry, for Rest Farmers, like, it's not like you can say, let's go for objectives. Either high ground or we reset and go for, you know, another 5 versus 5. I was talking about,
game.
like, it is, I like it.
It is a very eventful game.
I mean, I'm glad we can, well, I'm going to end it at least on a good one like this.
You can never know what's going to happen with the last series of the day. We still got a third one to go. But this one is already proving to be pretty entertaining because it's drama filled, it's drama fueled, and you know when the audience is talking about it, good or bad, it's definitely a good game. Mind Control's out for 2 minutes. That might have just been the kill they needed to potentially win this one. DK's up in 20 seconds, and Razor cannot buy back. He just did in the previous fight.
Oh, MC, this Razor is just not been a good fit for him. It's all this game. Loses his life again. By the way, Shad, he's going for a race.
They're going to go for a race. The race is also the other hero who does not have a buyback right now. Pablo going to try and make a run for it out. King, he's just hitting cogs. Trying to hit as many of them out of the way right now. Pablo, he's going to be safe back on his high ground. Trap, silence, and slow. Erase, hitting Shad a couple times. Askin on the high ground. He'll poke him with the Impetus Spears. Is slowed down by the enchant a bit, but that's about it. DK also looking for a target on the high ground. They'll reset 70 seconds. 50 seconds until... oh, sorry, 50 seconds since the Razor died. Still some time. But a lane of racks, and that's going to be Megas after that.
Dragon Form still got about half its duration left. God Strength is up in about 20 seconds. If you're a Yellow Submarine, you might consider waiting for it. I mean, it's not a big deal. You know, 50 seconds, you still have about 30 to go for it. That does look like what they're doing.
Refreshers available. 40 seconds for Zeus ulti. 60 seconds for Phantasm. Just used by Shad.
I really, you really don't want to refresh on your...
How's the Cook goes for the lasso. They've got Hansken being brought to the Logran. He has a buyback though. It's down to him and Zeus now. Those two can still return for a second time. MC back in 20. Inside these 2 minutes of waiting for Razor to respawn, there's been so many eventful moments already. They can't get that tier 3 yet. Now they hit it a couple times. King, he's super cautious about that. The hookshot misses. Another 30-second cooldown.
But God Strength is used. So you kind of, if you wait long enough, you could just go and... I don't know if Hansken wants to buy back for this, but you have MC ready. Roshan's also up. It's on the Radiant side in about 20 seconds. I think that might be the next move for Yellow Submarine. They know that these pushes can be very risky. Man, it's still... I'm still looking at the Razor item build. He doesn't have a whole lot going for him at the moment.
Getting jumped by a race here. Just get the Yules out in time. The rest of the squad is nearby, but they don't know anybody else. If there's anybody else in the area, that is. TA, exactly. You can see right behind him is the squad. Roche. That Nimbus is preventing Roshan from taking that portal. And that Roche will stay there. It will literally stay there for as long as that Nimbus is alive. Can they kill Roshan here? Are they coming through the portal? No, they're moving away from it. Roche is still trying to activate the port. The Nimbus is just keeping it there. This is so silly. DK Illusions find the entire team around the area as well. They've got vision placed down. And now going through the portal, are they still? King's waiting in front. Astacor's waiting in front. They're not clicking it. They're drawing the map. They're drawing the map. Let's push. Let's take the racks. They're so occupied with this Roshan. Another Nimbus is set down. This Roche is never taking this portal through. They're actually going to get the Aegis for themselves, but will they lose their racks? Because the race is already on the high ground here. Two things happening at the same time. The Zeus ulti coming out. 1100 HP left on Roshan. Roshan dies at the Twin Gate, and that's Mega Creeps at the same. Aegis for mind control.
Zantic!
And Zantic will go down to a race. He takes that Zeus away.
Odd way to TP. Race is...
They can see
almost.
him. Got the sentries on the lane. The hook shot, Pablo! Can they get the follow-up on it, though? No, they can't. He just blinks away. Zantic comes in with the buyback on the Zeus. And they have to deal with Mega Creeps now. That was one hell of a way. I think that might have been a semi-accident, but maybe a little bit intentional to hit that Nimbus on the Roche pit. Sorry, on top of the Twin Gate as it was turning to nighttime, and they could use that to their advantage. Just Zeus things, everybody.
Invisibility.
I have no idea what production just whispered in my ear right now, but, well, it looks like things are still rolling the normal way.
Oh, it's for me. They're like, I think your remix crashed.
All right. So apparently I'm alone here in the casting desk. I hope not.
No, it was just for a second. I was checking. There's like VMix was stopped because I'm watching from the in-game client.
Well, let's see what Yellow Submarine's got up their minds next. DK's 400 gold short from picking up that buyback. Has the BKB Octarine. That's a pretty fresh BKB. Batrider just misclicked BKB there as well. Astacor's not. He doesn't have it now. Bit of a
That's
whoopsie.
his first BKB.
Yeah, just a 9-second BKB. No biggie.
By the way, Arteezy, when he lost that game yesterday, he said that it was because his BKB button wasn't working. So I'm guessing Azuko wants to avoid that problem. You know, he's like, see?
Yeah, you gotta make sure your buttons work. Yeah, that's the classic, right?
This
just
one,
testing.
This was a good BKB. None of that fake, you know, false BKB. So works out.
So with, you know, Emptiness losing internet or power earlier on, not sure if he's playing from a LAN cafe or from a friend's place right now, but definitely if he did have a bind bug and it took him that long to get back in, it's very likely that he's not playing from his home PC. But it was very crucial for him to actually reconnect during a team fight. It must have been also a very interesting moment to be like, oh, there's a fight going on and I'm in it. What's going on here?
Should I have disconnected for 30 seconds longer, guys? Just so that I'm not thrown right in the middle?
Oh, yeah. Should have calculated that DC longer, right? You know? Twitch chat keeps talking about the script. You know, I already lost the script, like, what, 15 minutes ago?
Which page am I on? When do I make my comeback, you know?
Yeah. What about the stand-ins, right? We weren't told about any stand-ins. Oh, there's no stand-ins in this one.
Oh, by the way, we are approaching 55 minutes, so 5 minutes away to tier 5 items.
Let's go.
If we go there, we'll see. But this delay, there's now buybacks on everyone except Zantic, who has 4 minutes to go for his.
Yeah, and he's anxious about that Zeus ulti. He's just standing inside the base, knowing it's too risky to leave right now for him. He has to play the safest spot possible. Smoke up coming in from Yellow Submarine. Moving towards the rest farmer's base. They know where Shad is.
Situations like this, I'm like, what are you smoking for? You know where they are. They're right there in front of you. As King goes forward, Smoke doesn't break, so they know the illusions, which they already knew anyway. Trying to approach from an angle here, from the trees.
Nice quick blink out there from Emptiness.
That's the only guy. Oh?
Oh, actually tried to make a play on Erase, but Erase manages to get out. He has an arcane blink, by the way. Not something you get to see too often, but in this game, I really like to see that arcane blink up on TA instead of a swift blink.
Yeah, the lower cooldown is very useful in situations like this.
Very useful indeed, yeah.
They're trying to find opening. Anytime they go to a lane, there's like illusions there, people pushing it out. They're like, oh, dragon form. Alright, there you go. Aegis time's out.
And there we go. The lasso is popped. They're going to pull in the Enchantress to the rest of the team, and King inside will take down Hansken. Pablo's there as well in trouble. Not getting rid of the buyback. Now he does. There's the disarm onto the Sven. He's been linked up and all of his damage is gone. King is down. Gone for 100. Erase goes down as well. But they're not buying back in yet. Pablo also has to defend the base, so they'll get 2 huge kills for Rest Farmers, but they also spent their buybacks already. They need to get out of the base. Emptiness will keep the lane pushed in with a very risky move. Hansken and Mind Control on the hunt. Quick blink out onto the high ground. Razor has no TP cancel, so we'll see that teleport went through. And now you got to get some damage into the Radiant base.
Yes. Nimbus, I mean, they throw out the Nimbus, but actually went more to the left rather to the right, so it doesn't get you anything. But Azantic's probably the guy who's going to defend. You know, he's got the global presence. Could buy Boots of Travel if he wants to. But in the meantime, it's like you got to get Shad to the enemy side of the side of the map to do some damage.
I love that they moved the blood grenade that was dropped on the ground now in front of the DK outside of the base. It's like, it could be a neutral item.
Yeah, when I saw that, I was like, that's a neutral item. Like, no, it's just a normal item, apparently.
Yep. Well, the moment you take a glimpse at it, you lose focus. Shad going straight for the tier 3. And get stunned by the Cursed Crown. Mind Control on the low ground. Inch also in front of the base. Has the boots of bearing. It is the 1.5 second immunity to slows. Range racks dropping here. Sven up in 13.
Getting the melee racks might be the best thing that they can get. We'll see how committed they are. Shad.
They're not getting it.
What to go for?
They're not going to get it.
Nope.
They're going to get the range. Aztekor goes for the BKB, and Pablo turns in for favor with the hook shot. Hansken will hit him a couple times, and an instant teleport out. They're not going to stay and wait and see what Sven will do to them.
That was an interesting move. Aztekor was thinking, okay, I can grab someone on the way out. The other farmer's like, nope, we're just going to make sure we are able to get what we can. And now, you know, you see the other side, right? They're picking up the outpost. They're pushing on the enemy side. And rest farmers, all you get is a ranged racks. It's nice, but stack score remains the exact same. Sorry about that. Well, in a minute and a half, we will see tier 5 items.
Yep.
Yellow Summit might be willing to go the distance there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure both teams are going to just wait out those tier 5s and see what happens then. There's a bunch of good spells here for a Mirror Shield. What does Sven want this game? What would you get on a Sven?
I mean, I always think that, yeah, Mirror Shield is the best, but Apex is also amazing, right? 70 strength. That turns into, how much damage is that? A lot. When you multiply it by 2.3. So I think it's either Apex, Giant Strength, or Mirror Shield. But...
No, you get. I mean, the strength is straight equivalent to damage by 70 damage.
Yep.
70 strength, but the HP is going to be a bit higher.
Yep, and I was thinking also the God Strength, right? Because it's also multiplies it as well, which is very nice. So it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, Apex would be a very hot item there, definitely. Sticky and Desolator, an option for somebody else in the team. Maybe the TA. Force boots, always a great item pickup. Can remove your own boots in your inventory, like say TA, who already doesn't wear boots.
That's the... I mean, here's the thing though. I feel like Sticky and Desolator is great if you're going straight up for like a base race. Otherwise, there are kind of better stat items you can get for. Maybe not the TA though. Sticky might be the best item for TA. Mirror Shield's better though, but that's about it. Oh, they're eating moon shards on the Radiant side now. As there we go, Stygian picked up on the TA, Giant's Ring on the CK. Love Johnny. Although now you can... Oh wait, they all get big. I thought only the original gets big.
Roshan is up again. Aghanim's Blessing. 4 heroes without an eggs on Yellow Submarine. TA, Sven, the Willow, the Batrider.
Oh, almost. Well, he he doesn't have refresh. If he refresh, he could have killed Azukor. Check out how much damage he does, though. Zeus is no joke.
Yeah, that Zeus has blown up that Sven a couple times with the Nimbus added in between.
By the way, Giant Strike on the Dragon Knight, so he turns into the Black Dragon. He literally covers like almost the entire screen.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a huge DK. Holy.
Oh, wait till he BKBs.
Can we get a camera angle on this DK? Can you see the DK? It's pretty big. Razor trying to make a run for it. Mind Control trying to run away from the rest of the pack. Force Boots. Sven also has Force Boots, but can't keep up with the pace.
Let's dig in. Sorry, the Nimbus comes out, helpful for a little bit. Not too long from those buybacks for rest farmers, about 2.5 minutes for these supports. It's support, so it's not quite as valuable, but at this point of the game, every buyback is important.
Yeah. What I'm thinking about for Pablo is he's just holding on to the token. Is he discussing an Arcanist armor potentially? Zeus Rapier, by the way.
Oh. He changes it. Okay, he's going for magic. I love it. I was like, I don't want the physical bit, but the magic one is awesome.
Yeah. Pablo.
Like, you know...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
He does 2,000 damage with Thunder God's Wrath and an additional 28% of your health.
Well, looks like they're having a discussion right now about those tokens because Pablo's like, I have something, but what are you getting from yours? Because they're not locking it in. There we go. Book of Shadows for Pablo and a Seer Stone for Exantic so he can get rid of the telescope. What else do we have? Oh, there is a Book of Shadows as well for As the Court Saved. Hanskin still has the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, good old tier 2 at 62 minutes. It's extra gold. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Oh, he might trade for a Pirate's Hat. He's like, that's the... Oh, to be fair, that would be a straight upgrade for him. If he can get it. He's the only one who's missing out on a tier 5 token, though. He's like, where is it? Yeah, hasn't been picked up yet. Pirate's Hat. Come on, Chad. They're smoked up on Yellow Submarine, though. So there's not much time to get this one. If you can. Oh, look at the Black Dragon. Jeez. Yeah, it's like half your size right now. That wingspan is huge. And onto Pablo they go. He's going to get safe for now. Has the Book of Shadows. He'll pop it right away. He'll be safe. DK disarmed for the time being. A lot of BKBs already used on the side of Yellow Submarine. And they're all to just get away from the high ground. Get a quick reset for this fight. They're going to push themselves away. By the way, Azantic does not have buyback. He used it to go for that Divine Rapier as in Hanskin DCs. He's like, okay, guys, it's our turn. They have 5 minutes of pause timer, so. Yep, half of it was already given away to the enemy side, which was nice, but now they'll be like, oh, actually. Yeah, now it's their time to use their actual pause timer that they have. So maybe DK can get his bind sorted out now. Not sure if he's been doing it all along as this game has been going. You know, when you get in games in situations like this, you're like, well, I'm not really sure there's any item to look at. There's like moon shards, people are eating their Agam Scepter. Everyone's basically super 6 slotted. You're looking at the tiers 5 items. There's a couple of Book of Shadows that's going to be helping out, to save people if you can. Seer Stone picked up on both Rue as well as Atlantic, so you get to use your spells from a mile away, which is very nice. We have a Giant String on both sides as well. Both the Dragon Knight as well as the Chaos Knight have it. And a Force. Wow, we basically have mirrors of every neutral item on one side. I mean, there's like every neutral item on one side, the other side has as well. Which means Hanskin, by that logic, must pick up the Stygian Desolator. Yeah. I'm a bit curious about these Book of Shadows though, especially on Rest Farmer's side. Like you got the one on Pablo, can you still get killed by Sven Cleave? Yes, because what it does is you are untargetable, but that doesn't mean you're not on the map. You're not invulnerable. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like do you remember the old Grimstroke when he could put you in shadows? He did the same thing. It's the same ability. You're still
Right.
there physically. You're just, I can't click on you.
True.
So, but I guess a bigger question would be like, does Thunder God's Wrath hit you? I think it does, but I'm not sure. Like, it's one of those weird ones where like...
Yeah, it's one of those weird interactions, because it's not a targetable spell. And
So-
you're untargetable, but does it matter?
I mean, it should work the same way as it does against Shadow Realm. Does it hit Shadow Realm? I think it does, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Realm you can still hit with AoE.
Yeah, okay. That part, yes, but does Thunder God's Wrath hit it? I'm like,
So a lot of questions to be answered, but right now, ladies and gents, you're watching a 64-minute game with Yellow Submarine versus Rest Farmers, game number 2. As Rest Farmers, they took the first matchup. We've had a player disconnect in between Yellow Submarine. They were out of pause time. Rest Farmers granted them with a gentlemanly 5 minutes from their pause timer over to Yellow Submarine, but they ran out of time. We played 4 versus 5, and they got their player back during a team fight after a while. Then they had a bit of a, let's face it was an illegal pause for a minute, where they had to fix binds, but they weren't actually able to keep that pause, and this is where we are right now. Rest Farmers, I think they have like 2 or 3 minutes remaining, because they also just had a double disconnect.
Yep.
But the game keeps on going, and the Dota keeps on delivering. This is anybody's game.
Yeah, but favoring Yellow Submarine, right? They're the ones with the Nemiga, they're the ones with all the buybacks. Wow, Azantic throws double ultis.
Rue to 50 HP with the Zeus ultis. Refresher used for that, almost killing the Willow. But it's not enough anymore.
No. Does he have... I was like thinking, if he gets a neutral item that has some magic damage, he would have killed him straight up in that situation.
Yeah. Definitely would have. He
Oh,
has
he doesn't,
36% magic resistance. There's something giving magic resistance to this hero. I'm not entirely sure what it is, though.
I mean, you do get it from your, like, what's it, your magic, your intelligence gives you magic resistance, so you get an extra 11. That's why.
Oh, yeah, so it's just base stats increasing. That's true, but meanwhile, at the same time, the last cell's already used on Shad. Shad trying to get back to the high ground. Will survive for now, but he's very low on HP. Still the cheese onto the DK at will the same. They will not need to use it. Pablo protecting the front there as well. Shad survives. Very close call.
Oh,
of course, with that Rapier and the Zeus, you gotta watch out for that damage output he applies, why Yellow Submarine aren't pushing their advantage right away, because it could end up being very costly for them.
Nancy has got the tier 5 token. It's taken him a while to get it, about 5 minutes more than everyone else. He takes the magic lamp. Ah. Okay. I mean, it's a good amount of health, and the heal is nice, but... that is not the one I would have thought he would go for. We don't know these other options, but I'm still somewhat surprised. You know, I was using a magic lamp the other day, and I gotta tell you, does not impress.
Yeah, and Unwavering Will was the one that gives you magic resistance. That can also be super underwhelming if you you pick it in the wrong game.
Pablo.
Got the hook shot there into the deep back line as the core. Stunned up, but the book will run out, so he's finally targetable. Shad will get this kill. Bat Rider out for 100 seconds. Quick teleport back straight to the fountain for the Enchantress.
Dark Willow picks up a scythe. Even in situations like this, he's still not thinking of an Aghanim Scepter. He's like, nah, that thing is dead. Which is weird, because it would actually be helpful for him in this game.
Yeah, I don't think these fights are lasting long enough to get benefit from it.
Azantic.
I mean, it's all about the Sven. It's all about the Sven and the TA, right? Hook shot coming in again on the Shadow Realm of Rue. Mind Control charging in. Has the BKB up and running, and now has to use that. King goes straight towards the Razor. Razor going to be surviving for a bit longer. Here's Shad. Going to get hit with the stun. The CK control.
Shad.
The CK out. Gone for 2 minutes, does have the buyback though, but their base is already targeted by a lot of mega creeps, and they instantly have to back around with the hook. There's the lasso onto Azantic. Can he get out with that rapier? Dodging one stun from another, still trying to get out with a force step, pushes himself to safety. Pablo down to half HP as well. Zeus ulti landing on top of him. Still that refresher use as well. Pablo going for another hook shot, but he's out of HP right now. He will go down. King will take him. Pablo coming to the buyback as the course also returned back to the fray. Now they got MC chasing that Dark Willow, low on HP. Razor can't quite find him, and Race is still on that side and trying to focus him down, but he's going to get linked up. TA losing damage, losing HP, losing her life. And 50 HP, what? The Aghanim's trap teleport, she's gone. Unbelievable, just in the nick of time. She's going to get out of there. Rue's going to die to the rocket flares from Pablo. And that's just 3 buybacks, 2 spent from rest farmers, and just that 1 Bat Rider as well from the other side. This game continues. This is unbelievable that this game is not over yet.
70 minutes in. Oh, man. And he was so calm to be able to use his ultimate like that. Erase the rank 1300, who we were like thinking, oh, can he really handle Xantic? He has looked amazing this entire game. I mean, he's full slotted. The man he can't eat anything else. Moonshot, Aghanims.
Oh yeah.
By the way, Chad still does not. He's keeping the armlet, but he's not getting a BKB. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't think armlet is the item this game anymore.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't.
It's weird to see an armlet at 70 minutes on a core, but he's like,
hey,
he believes
if you get 1 armlet toggle in and it saves your life, it's worth it.
True, but then again, he's looking like he wants to go for Lincoln Sphere. I think that would be a better option for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely. If he gets caught by like a single lasso, once out of position, that could just be him dying straight away to the Sven.
By the way, it's very funny when you could. Oh, MTS is fine. It's very funny when
it's just a BKB.
When you have giant string, you look like you're moving so much slower just because you're bigger. Like
it's a placebo effect, right?
Yeah. Like look at Chad. He looks like he's moving slow, but he's actually moving the exact same speed as if he didn't have it.
Yeah. And another Roshan roar. Oh, this is a banner Roshan, by the way. Banner shard. How many?
Ah, that's the
okay. All right, that's a snipe. Radiant do get the Roshan for themselves, but they will lose a hero in the process. All the items on the ground. Every single item on the ground. Even the gem.
That's 2 minutes without Bat Rider, which means that we might be here for another 2 minutes. He'll submarine. He doesn't have buyback. You do not want to like throw away this. Sorry, good position you're in.
Yeah, DK just decided to eat the cheese right away. Also, he swapped his ninja gear back on.
Yeah, I saw that as well. I guess he wants to use it in between fights?
It's one way to also avoid Zeus's damage output because you're smoked.
Yes.
But he needs to initiate. For the Bat Rider, I understand that you want that surprise element. But also, if you're not in the fight yet and Zeus wants the info, he will soak up, not even if just 1, maybe 2. Oh, he's got a double rapier now. Holy. That's 2 rapiers on Zeus now.
Alright, so that is 2,260 damage on the Thunder Gods with 32% of your max health gone. And reminder, if he didn't get a single neutral item that gives him magic damage. Oh! Pablo misses the hook shot. Lucky Erase is able to make it out.
Made, yeah. Just gonna casually focus on a Tormentor for a bit, but they're not even interested in it anymore. They've got bigger worries.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just keep thinking, imagine if he had gotten on Zeus like a Vambrace or a Fairy Trinket or a Timeless Relic. You know, like he would be dishing out so much more, but unlucky, he's got none of them.
Sven is planning on getting some TP boots level 2 for himself. That would mean you could teleport on a DK illusion and try to wrap that ancient.
Surprisingly, King has no interest in the Aghanim Scepter. He can go and eat one straight up, but he doesn't want to. Huh. I think it was that bad.
Wait, who's creating? Oh, never mind. Enchantress is stealing DK dragons for herself. I was wondering, like, wait, who's actually getting illusions on their side? So, yeah, forgot the Enchantress completely already. One big reason why Enchantress is also picked against DK is converting illusions.
And by the way,
and we never talked about that, but it's just something that I took for granted.
And Hanskin is also close to level 25, so that impetus damage is also going to shoot up. What is it? It goes, you know, it's like what, 12x or 25%, slightly more than that. Does add up.
So a race holding onto a rapier, has lined up a second, holding on to 10,000 gold. So if she dies with that, she'll get another one. This tier 4 tower is slowly but surely giving up its life force. Now they're in aggressive Blinken as the core has to back away.
Smoke
will disappear from vision. The Zeus ulti popped for the first time. Refresher used.
And Batrider, by the way, he's got that Book of Shadows just to make sure he's safe, as well as the ninja gear. I do not. If I get hit, I'm straight away popping that.
Yeah.
Oh, Zeus.
Now the Zeus ulti, Batrider down to 200. Not enough.
Doesn't have Nimbus, unfortunately, or he'd have been able to get as the core.
I was wondering if he's going to wait for that long to get it back up and try to finish off the bat.
Well, if you are Yellow Submarine, you're like, well, do we go? But unfortunately, your battery just has no health. He does recover fairly quickly, but it's like 100 seconds to go back to full health.
Sven's now picked up the TP boots level 2. Doesn't have inventory slots. He's going to have to drop his mangoes down.
He's nice slotted.
Oh, they've spotted one. Pablo. Sven TP's in on top of the T8. He'll take down Pablo.
Hanskin.
1.5 minutes out. Oh, and Hanskin as well outside of the base. Won't survive for long enough. Magic Lamp might proc, but it's just not going to keep her alive.
Alright. He's still available. Fortunately for Pablo, he's got 70 seconds. So basically, by the time his death timer's up, he will have buyback. Slightly earlier, but still.
And Zeus can't afford as well. They're going to go straight for the Ancient. They're going to try and end the game right away. King's going to go straight in the middle. They force at the cliff at least. DK is inside the Ancient right now. Can they focus down King's Shad? He's fighting a fight that he cannot win versus a Race. And Race will take down Shad. He's gone. And Yellow Submarine will tie up this series with the Ancient taken down. 75 minutes, 49,000 gold, 3 rapiers in it. But Yellow Submarine's got this one.
I want to see some of the damage numbers. Alright, Zeus. We think 100% over 100% 100 damage. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not even. This game was something else, man.
Zeus.
It could have been Rest Farmer's game. It could have been Yellow Submarine's game. And then we didn't even know who's going to win it in the end. They got the Mega Creeps while Roche was dying at the Twin Gates. Where they're like, yeah, we got Roche, but hey, we just lost the Mega Creeps. And now we're stuck in a base defense for an eternity. A couple attempts on a push from Rest Farmers, but wow, that was a game too.
It was 75,000 EXP advantage for the Radiant, 40,000 gold. Azanti did 110,000 damage. It is like you don't see numbers like this as well. Yet our friend King had 1100 AXP per minute. I don't know, really well played by Yellow Submarine. They won the early game, which was crazy because early game was over an hour ago. They won it, and they were able to snowball off that. That really all it comes down to. Some nice holds by Rest Farm, but just nowhere near enough to get them back into it.
Yeah, exactly. So this was a really entertaining game in the end, but Yellow Submarine, despite losing a player early on, he got back in and they secured that victory and tied up the series. We still can't get a 2-0 between the middle ground teams. Again, another tie. But Atomo, we got one more series to go. So without a doubt, with that being said, we're gonna take a tiny break because we also need a bit of a breather. So do the players, as we are gonna be back for the final series of the day. We'll catch you guys in a couple minutes.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy. Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And off we go again. Welcome back, ladies and gents. We're up to our final series here of the second last day for Group B at the Res Regional Europe by Relog Media. It's Night Pulse versus Monte time, and I'm also bringing in Kips to our caster desk as well. Kips, welcome.
Thank you.
You know, we've had 2 ties already happen today, and we just can't seem to break that 2-0 curse for any of these teams. They can't seem to get a win over each other's in the middle ground teams. Can we finally break it? Night Pulse at least has looked hot. Monte, bit average. Maybe this is the one piece of magic that we needed.
Exactly. I mean, I think that Monte would be pretty happy with a 1-1 here already. They are definitely struggling way more than Nightpulse currently is. I see Nightpulse as the favorites to win this group stage. So for Monte, this is do or die. If you can peel a point away from these people, then you are good to go for the top of the group. If not, well, you lost to the best. So that is what we're going to see here. And Nightpulse has been playing so well with Dream over on the side lane and VJN over on the safe lane. Warwick swapping between them. Great plays from the supports as well. Very flexible way of playing, especially with the fact that they can just straight up run 2 carry players in your face.
Yeah, and it seems to work fine. I talked with their manager as well yesterday about who's doing shot calling for the team, and Kami is the one making all the main calls from that player perspective, but V-Tune as well as a carry. From time to time, he'll also bring out he'll voice his ideas, he'll tell when he's strong, he'll tell when his item timings are right, and just notify what they want to do. But not only just from shot calling the main calls inside of Kami, he's also in charge of the drafting for the team, and everything has looked so good for Night Pulse. So they have a very complete package. Everything has been going so far so well. And Night Pulse, of course, they only tied versus Yellow Submarine. 2 2-0s from Nemiga and NAVI Jr. They just need 1 more point, and they're almost guaranteed through. Monte could still go up to 7-3 if they win both of their 2 remaining series. So it looks like 6 or 7 is going to be the magic number to make it through the group stage.
As usual. And of course, do want to point out here that if we're talking about the cores over on Nightpulse, I think on Monte we have definitely been talking about the supports, QBFI and Egnard being a terrifying duo. We've seen some great synergy from them, squeezing every last bit out of the levels that they're able to get. And Nightpulse have started off with, only the opening that Nightpulse could do, right? Because you don't know where this Morphling is going to go. This could be a safe lane Morphling, this could be an offlane Morphling. And this Centaur could be support, it could also still be offlane. But we have not seen Kami Dream pick this up just yet.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of flex coming out from a Morphling Centaur, which usually would be just locked in as your 1 and 3. So there's a plenty for Nightpulse here, and Monte just going to have to sit and guess. Where are they going to put this Razor? Because if they did watch any of the replays, I mean, they'll suspect that this Morphling goes for 3. But we know V-Tune also plays Morphling from time to time, so that's really down to, do we just decide to put this Razor into the mid lane? Moonlight, happy to pick that one up there. What does Crystallize play? He's been playing these very early carries so far, and they got to find a good balance between that, because Morphling, safe lane or off lane, he hits a specific time.
10 seconds remaining.
He sure does. And he's also, what we saw in the previous time that they used the offline Morphling, a pretty big deal as a damage check. He can get very tanky if he's allowed to get his items, and that is a problem when you have multiple tanky heroes, specifically armor tanky heroes that you have to chew through. So normally it's just like, okay, fine, maybe you're geared up for the early game, you're a Centaur, you know, you brought yourself a casual cloak, or you're gone all the way up into the Eternal Shroud, but we'll physical DPS you down, but you can't do that with a Morphling. So lots of challenges for Monte to overcome here. So far, flexibility here from there as well. This Razor could go to several lanes. This Tiny, pretty sure it's going to be on support. That does seem to be QBFY's one of his favorite heroes. And then maybe taking a page out of Rest Farmer's book, secure the lane no matter what with that Venomancer.
Yeah, Hansken didn't play Venomancer today, but surely the previous days he's been kind of, I wouldn't say forced to play that hero specifically, but yeah, at least he got to play something different today with the Enchantress. We know he's a Chen enjoyer, but let's see how Monte runs this one. I know we've been on a pretty rushed schedule for this final series. I did want to say you look absolutely radiant today, Kips. Glad to have you here with the cast. We did have Atomo, who's also a pretty radiant looking personality, but doesn't match up to you. We do.
I mean, no, listen. The question between the two of us that's still not settled is who has the most radiant forehead. Because you know, I've got my nice shiny spot like right here, but Otomo has like the dome, the chrome dome going on. So
yeah, I mean, he's got that bold vibe going on, so it's kind of hard. Kind of hard to compete with that. You look at the bold madness. I mean, maybe I should drive myself bald as well. Who knows? That's probably not going to look too great on me, though. However, Enigma gameplay for Monte, but also the Hoodwink Sniper brought up by Nightpulse. What do you think about this? You know, they protect their sniper with this Centaur in the team. You got the Morphling already, which kind of maybe now tells us a little bit more about how they're going to lane these heroes, plus the Enigma, which I'm always excited about.
5 seconds.
I mean, I think in this case, yeah, you have the Centaur to make sure that you get at least one guaranteed disengage with that sniper, and the Clockwork is also not in the game, so it will basically always work for you unless you are fully disabled already. The problem with that being, of course, that there's no big AoE teamfight turnaround here. This is a problem that you get when you don't play any standard offlaners. We've seen Kami play a very, very good game of Darkseer, by the way. So I'm not going to imply here that he doesn't know how to do it. But what I am saying is that they probably have a preference for heroes that are more in the DPS / in the tanky department than in the big control teamfight ultimates. Like say that you saw an Enigma game from him, didn't you? And you said it was awkward, but it worked out.
It was a bit awkward at the start, yeah, but then it started to look better when he was always landing it on cores. That's usually like, hey, every black hole seems to have a lot of worth. It's not just one solo guy who lives after. They always died in it, which is usually a good sign of an Enigma making the right plays at the right time. So
yeah, and I'm wondering here if they have enough to guard that sniper with, since you have that particular, well, quirk in your draft, I'm gonna say. And Monte is certainly, if you lock somebody down in the black hole, there's no amount of pressing R that Centaur can do that's going to get you out of trouble.
True. That is absolutely true. Like, Stampede can be good until the point where the stuns actually start to connect. And it is a bit limited to the Tiny and the Enigma so far. And this Venomancer's presence might be felt only outside of the Stampede.
5 seconds remaining.
Do they want another stun? I mean, if they don't play the Razor as a carry, probably you'd be looking at Sven most likely. He's still in the pool, but if they want to play the Razor carry, go into potential mid/offlane area, I think you have a bit of options. You're facing most likely versus the Sniper.
I'm thinking that it's probably Crystallize here, and I'm mostly going off on vibes here. But the tempo seems very right for him. You said how he very much values joining early, playing early, being there early. Razor is one of the fastest carry heroes. You can basically just show up with your Falcon Blade in hand, ready to zap people down. And I also think that it's, well, it would do pretty decent for his Morphling in lane, but we have the CK, which is another hero. You know, no Falcon Blade in your hand, but an armlet around your wrist instead. And Night Pulse, man. This team.
Yeah, this team just, you know, never ceases to surprise, right? We did talk about the CK in the previous series and brought you up, you know, the mantra about the CK you've been going on about lately. We did bring it up.
So you brought up me bringing up fear.
Yes. That's indeed the case. However, CK versus Naga. Again, Crystallize with the early game carries, a lot of damage output in this team. They also got a nice team fight ulti to go around with, which is the Enigma. That Enigma is not good enough to kill a Naga Siren when the game stretches too far. All that pure damage, all that percentage-based damage, Naga no longer dies in it, so they need a +1 for a Black Hole play, and usually that's going to be in a big team fight. Do you think VTune's Naga is going to be stronger than Crystallize's CK?
That is the question here, isn't it? Because certainly with the Razor, you're not going to be able to take down a Naga all too well. Your damage gets spread out too much across all of the illusions. That's not going to work for you. And you sapping her damage is nice, but the center really does help with breaking that link as well. I think, yeah, it should be Crystal, and a lot is down to the lane versus the Morphling then. And I'm very to disappoint you all, but I have not seen a CK versus Morphling lane recently, so I can't exactly predict how that one is going to go for you. I do think that Crystallize should be able to stand his ground though. You have a lot of lifesteal, you have a lot of regen. Yeah.
Definitely should. Like, CK is still a hero that is so hard to bully out of the lane because of when you hit level 3, you get 2 points in Chaos Strike, hit a couple creeps, and you're almost back to full HP. So one side spamming the Adaptive Strike, the other is just regenerating even if he's not hitting the opponent's heroes. So you are right about that. No one blames you for not knowing the matchup because, hey, I'm going to say the same. I've played offlane Morphling before, very differently, but I don't think I've faced against the CK before. So we'll just have to wait and see how this one plays itself, or plays out by itself.
We will find out indeed. So, yeah, lots of question marks for me in this draft. We've seen Warwick shine on heroes like the Earth Spirit, where now we get him on a Sniper, which is definitely not a hero that's like, oh, well, if you lose the lane, you know, you got your EXP, you're gonna rotate, you're gonna use your abilities to get kills and force fights, make that tempo happen towards your side lanes with stuns. That's not quite what you are here.
30 seconds to battle.
I wonder if Night Pulse's read on this is that Monte has been one of the slower teams, and they feel confident saying that if we can delay the game, then what we're gonna do is we will simply have 3 carries, and there's nothing you can do to outscale us like that. I wonder if that's the case, because the lanes do look very solid for Night Pulse here. I don't think any one of these lanes should be in trouble whatsoever.
Yeah, it is a pretty interesting take considering 4 protect ones or all eggs in the same basket stuff that we talk about, where one source of damage is the one that they try to all kind of maximize out on. And when you have Janter actually dropping here for the first blood here for Crystallize, the fact that if you have multiple sources of damage, it takes a long time to get there to that point when you actually outscale your opponents because you have more than the other does. And then basically how profitable is it to work that hard for that point that you have every hero being a threat in source of damage, in terms of damage?
Well, by the way, I think all of the bounties went to Monte just now. Literally all of them.
Yep, all 4 and a first blood.
That's, you know, stable lanes or not. That's.
Oh no! I saw that was gonna happen.
I was watching that.
I knew
was like,
that
no
was
way,
gonna
right?
happen. I was looking at it like that creep's gonna hit you in a moment, and that rusty. I don't know if that's even a bloody wooden sword that dire hero has, but you'll go 1 HP.
It's
gonna kill you.
Oh man.
Today's special, Kips. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Oh, you've been through the ringer, haven't you? Like, I'm coming in here fresh, and this man has seen things in the meantime.
Yeah, and Kami has, you know, he did surprise us yesterday with this Morphling, but I think he's surprising us as well today with this Morphling.
It's always like that. Like, you hype a guy up, he does something absolutely incredible, and then, you know, the first thing he does when he steps onto the stage is fall flat on his face. That's just how the cookie crumbles.
That was a tip-worthy play. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the Centaur is also fairly low, but can they get Infernal first? A lot of Naga illusions in between until the end. He will drop that double edge, and QBFY will finish him off. Naga illusions diving under the tower, but Infernal actually, wait, more interested in the courier apparently. Okay, sure thing. Meanwhile, top lane, Kami's actually dropping low to Bushwhack, beautifully catching both Janter. Can he take Eknard down? Kami will get the last hit in. Crystallize 2 more seconds for a stun. He wants to keep using it and keep that pressure up, and he needs a 1 hit, and he's got it.
Got him.
So he gets the trade in the end.
Done. Yeah, and Monte here, understanding what you need to do in order to beat this Morphling in the lane is you need to have damage. Because what Kami is going to do is he's going to try to optimize. He's going to try and get as much damage out of especially those adaptive strikes as possible. And then once the trading starts, he will be shifting while you are laying into each other. And especially that lifesteal from the Chaos Knight, the amount of burst life that you get out of that works very well versus the Morphling, who would really rather like that trade to go a lot more slowly.
Let's see what the final pace is going to be, if it's slow or fast in this exit from the laning stage. Because what Monte, I think, their early game attempts for aggression have been with mixed results. Sometimes they look good, and sometimes they fall a bit short with a couple of engagements that they attempt to create. Night Pulse, however, I've only seen strong sides from them.
Yeah, but a lot of that's down to Warwick, right? Warwick on a playmaker. You don't have that this time around.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do a bit of different types of moves maybe here. He's not even maxing out the Shrapnel. We did see a max out Shrapnel earlier on today with a 4-2-1 build. This one's starting to look like maybe we might get the same type of build here. Naga getting tossed around. Malefice is out as well with the Eidolons. It's a close attempt. 30 HP will remain. QBFY just needs a right-click. He'll get it. Actually getting a bit of help from the Hill Trolls. You know, the Twitch chatters helping him out.
Eknard falling in the top. Wait, no? Are they letting him go? Ah.
Survival.
Well, survival only for a bit. I mean, this might be a fate worse than death, honestly. You need to stay in the back, need to regen up. Kami threatening you with that adaptive strike.
Yeah, and also Crystallize is like, I kind of want to push the wave to regenerate, but I don't want to push the wave because it leaves farm for the Morphling.
Yeah, and this Morphling is out farming him, by the way. 11 denies here as well. And there's the second piece of the puzzle. Sure, you can beat him on damage, you can kill him sometimes, which is something that otherwise Kami will be doing to you. But then the problem is that you're hitting a Morphling and not CSing, so you better kill him a couple more times.
Yeah, and that seems to work out. You know, that 1 point in the Morph, it's just not enough to survive versus that damage. That you gotta respect the steep damage on the CK still. Kami already 3 deaths in the laning stage. Yesterday he was unkillable on this Morphling.
Yesterday he got a last pick.
Nicely combining their spells here. They should be able to get this Centaur kill. There we go. Tree Toss is the one to finish it off. And one of the favorite things about this lane, Enigma versus Naga Siren, if the Enigma starts to fear the illusions, that's the way you start to lose this lane. So you want to use your Eidolons to poke the illusions and also clear them. You get extra CS from that too. Then you're also taken away from Naga actually pushing out that wave because those illusions keep dying. And I like what I'm seeing so far. This Infernal is ahead of this Naga Siren.
Yep, and the fact that he's pushing here as Eknar dies in top lane as well means that TDFY can go mid for the rune control.
That is a trade. Fighting in the river at the same time. Huduo will drop to Moonlight. That will be the 9th kill already for Monte.
Not bad, and crossing over towards the 2k gold differential here as well. Normally I don't like watching the gold differential because it says so little at this point in the game, but the big problem here is that you don't have any playmakers on Night Pulse. So any gold that Monte acquires right now is going to be very hard to pry back out of their fingers again. And most likely you're just going to have to farm harder than they do. Will you, when your towers are going to start falling? I'm not sure. V-Tune's level 4 and he's backing off from the bottom tower.
Yeah, so far the storyline has been that if you're winning 2 out of the 3 lanes, if a mid sniper is the only lane that wins, it hasn't led into a victory in the game. That's just a statistic. Of course, different types of players, different types of teams, different types of drafts. But so far, a sniper, when his team is having a deficit, hasn't won a game.
Nope. And I'm gonna straight up say it, this one looks like Night Pulse gave it away in the draft. I was hoping that they knew more about the laning station. I was going to go down to me as Warwick.
There's an attempt onto Moonlight here. He'll drop his ult. They've got the stuns and the damage. It's gonna be sufficient. In the end, Warwick has that ulti ready. Doesn't need to use... Actually, never mind. He does not have an Assassinate, even though he is level 7. So yeah, it's the 4-2-1 build. Max out Shrapnel. He started off with a 1-2-1. Maxing out the Shrapnel in the end. I'll use that courier to get vision to just get rid of a sentry. Was hoping to find a ward there at the same time. Hence the reaction from the Razor. Kami also getting bullied by Crystallize. His Phantasm Illusion a bit there in the top lane, but looks like he's going to be okay. Also the Enigma chasing around.
No, he's not okay.
Okay, actually he does get Eknar to help him out. So sure, they will get the Morphling for the 4th time.
Yep. And the worst part is that Kami is still the best farming core over on the Night Pulse side. So he's been dying, he's been killing, and that put him in a much better position than either Warwick or Vijay. Especially Vijay has been shut out of that bottom side.
Sure has. Warwick will at least get a recovery kill here in the mid lane, and maybe, well, I don't think he's going to get a second one off of Moonlight. Still a very tanky target. But yeah, 2.4k net worth on a Naga Siren carry. I think he'll maximum be at like maybe 3k at 10 minutes. It's a very bad deficit.
It's awful. Normally when you see a Naga Siren dip out of the lane...
Kami has been the target of hate here, and now if they can actually kill Crystallize, will help Warwick's game a lot, but also making sure that they keep that Morphling alive just long enough so they can finish off Crystallize. Warwick will pick up another kill here. He's making some decent progress at least, when everybody else is not having a great time.
Playmaking sniper, ladies and gentlemen, but no, like...
Someone's gonna do it.
Yeah, good play on Sniper's positioning base, and he's showing off that he has it, as till the end is a freebie for Moonlight here.
Yeah, and also Janter does drop to Eknard, but they missed the sharpshooter, which would have really been the crucial part here. Warwick already back to safety, seeing Moonlight charging approach him. Oh, not the Naga too. The Black Hole you used there for a kill. Infernal already hits 5k net worth. And V-Tune, you know, he thought that with all these moves happening, maybe bottom is finally safe to approach. Oh, no, sir.
Absolutely not. No. And
a surprising turn of events that Monte is actually leading this much versus the top team in the group so far.
Yeah, and I
Group B
don't
full of
see
surprises.
That... Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the draft is good in a surprising way, but in this case, Nightball certainly gave themselves a challenge. Look at the odds here as well. Good grief.
Yeah. already shifting heavily towards Monte, but at least it's still not below like maybe 1.1. That's where it's kind of already the fates decided. There's no coming back, and well, catching the sniper, well, Don't want to be too surprised if that's a big shift as well. They will take down Warwick, and that's your mid-tier 1 tower dropping as well. The Tiny doesn't have a blink yet, but still able to walk up to a sniper like that. That's illegal.
Now, QBFY has had such good timing in his rotations this game. He cuts from behind way before anybody expects him, sits in the trees, and waits patiently. And it's gotten him several very good kills already. Mid tower down now. And this is the point where normally, with your Naga, you should have been able to pressure down some other tower already in order to get some room to breathe, in order to start those creep waves moving. But bot is absolutely Infernal's domain, no doubt about it. And
Yeah,
top, if you...
bottom is Infernal. Yes.
Yeah. Up in flames. But maybe the top lane here, it's taking a lot of damage from the catapult. As long as Kami doesn't show, I guess they won't bother to show up and def it first just a catapult. And now he's back.
Yeah, you know, I think Mont is just suspecting that there's going to be a lot of heroes here in the top lane. Nobody's showing anywhere.
They would be correct.
Dire's top tower
They do even bring in the Hoodwink for this smoke, and a couple more seconds until it's going to run out. Crystallize. They see the real hero, but unfortunately for Centaur, he shows himself a bit too deep. Counter smoke from Monte, Eknar, QBFY. They're sticking around Moonlight. Really afraid to go to the triangle, but they'll go there. Meanwhile, actually going portaling towards the Enigma. Two plays happening at the same time. Triangle boarded. V2 spotted.
I was watching.
Yeah, and Enigma's out. Naga spotted. They can't quite get to the Naga there. If only they had the blink up on the Tiny already.
Love that from Infernal. He just had a single Eidolon sitting at the gate, guarding himself. As soon as they come through, he gets spotted.
That's a smart way to do it. Really use that micro. He's finishing his blink now. Blink Black Hole is up and active. But that net worth lead that they've built for themselves, the graph is showing a slight positive towards Night Pulse. Everyone is picking up on farm. They got that tier 1 tower in the top lane. And now hitting every core towards that 5k marker. Spotted Infernal here. Janter, Midnight Pulse to break down the first tree, but that Hoodwink tree comes after. They got the Centaur as well in the black hole, and oh goodness! Oh goodness me! Warwick is gonna go down as well, and just like that, Infernal, he'll be happy to have some friends around, because that turns out to be an Enigma alive, and Night Pulse, well, unalive.
Who needs a blink dagger when they will just come walk straight into your waiting arms? And that's emblematic of what I mean, I guess, when I say that a lineup doesn't have plays to make. They can't really jump out, they can't cross that distance, they can't surprise the Enigma to the point where you get him down before he can do anything to you. And the same with afterwards, they can't actually cancel the black hole after both of the supports have walked up so fast. What are you gonna do? And this is, you know, that gold graph might stay relatively stable as long as Night Pulse avoids losing more heroes.
Yeah, talking about that indeed. Warwick will drop. And also the Centaur right behind the tier 2 tower. Crystallize, that's a level 9 CK just running under the tower. Tanking it, not even giving it any... Well, no shits given. Missing the sharpshooter as well. Crystallize will get the armlet toggle. Morphling gonna get tossed up in the air. Still surviving for the time being, but buying a lot of time. But time is really not their friend right now. Janter dies under tier 3 Moonlight. This is just disrespect at this point.
You know what? Grab that spark of courage. And run underneath
I have to say, you
towers.
walked into a very interesting game, Kips.
Yeah, and what a contrast with the previous one too.
Yep. That last game was quite the something, man. At least there's no disconnected players this time.
I nearly said not yet, but you know what? No, it's not gonna happen. We've had our portion for today.
I'll take your word for it.
Trust me.
Soon. Oh my goodness. It's gonna be a Radiant CK.
That's
been a while since I've seen that happen, actually. Radiant CK, how old is this meta? How far do I need to Google Radiant CK, man?
Answers before 2017. Edit those search terms.
Yeah, I'm trying to look up right now. How many people have built Radiance? Right, so in the history... Oh, sorry, not this month. Only this month, there's actually been 7,000 Radiances when the collective is 1.1 million power treads. So, very small percentage of people are building Radiance still in this hero.
Yeah, it makes sense for the matchup versus the Naga Siren, right? You want to have the extra added mischance in the fights, you want to have illusions to push the waves with, you want to be providing that evasion to the rest of your team as well. Man, they're just feeling so good about themselves right now, sitting on 2 waves at the same time. Moonlight.
Yep, gonna die to the assassinate. Try to save his life there with the Pavis. No good. Just heroes dying right in front of their base. They've got their tier 2s up in top and mid. Crystallize is gonna make his way too. So I did a bit of googling on this CK Radiance, and I love how this is. I'm not gonna shout out the channel, but there is a specific channel that has 2 days ago, 1 week ago, and 2 years ago used this the same thumbnail for this offlane CK guide. Radiance and Bloodthorn, and then the same thing a week ago, and the same thing 2 years ago. Literally nothing has changed in that. Google it yourself if you want, but yeah.
Rare enough to be clickbait, huh?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But sure, he'll do him. Is there anything else going on here? Greaves, Hoodwink. Oh, actually, the Centaur here in trouble. Oh well. Anyway.
Oh well. Yeah, what else is new? I mean, that's a center who's struggling in vain to get himself to the to a Blink Dagger right now.
Also the Hoodwink getting found. Not exactly where he is. Go for the quick toss. Blow him up. 27 kills from one team. Total of 35 in the last 18 minutes. Pretty brawly game, but mainly just one team creating all the situations. I guess you could say both teams are creating situations, because the other one is giving them and the other one is taking advantage of it.
Yeah. Yeah. You assign more agency to Nightpulse right now than I do, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it is a triple core lineup still that can all deal damage if this game goes long enough, which is the timing they will play for. No matter how long that timing is going to take to get there.
Yeah,
Supports
normally
are just cannon fodder.
Yeah, normally in a game like this, I'm gonna go look at, okay, then what the opponent does need to end this game before a certain time. Do they have the tools to keep choking out, and do they have the tools to take the high ground? And I can very confidently say yes to both of them. Monte has both the Razor as well as the Enigma, who are phenomenal at pushing high grounds.
Attempt on mid. Enigma's a good catch, and they'll get it. They've got the damage to blow him up. That's a lot of money, but the response is coming in. Crystallize will start things off here. The Stampede goes out as well. Kami still turning things around, going for Eknard. The damage might be enough to take another. And Warwick will go for the double kill. Moonlight is also now taking part in this action. Kami has dropped low. V-Tune with the song. They'll try to get distance here, but that song is only going to do as much good because Kami has a TP cooldown. Naga also has a TP cooldown, but they've got the distance. They'll take 2 for 1, and that is 2,000 gold and almost 3,000 XP swung towards Nightpulse. It's the start of something. Let's not get too excited, though.
Especially because they managed to actually catch the Enigma there, which is, of course, the big responsive team fight from Monte. Like, you can... I don't want to say you can stay right now when you get the Enigma, but in future fights you will be able to stay in general, and you'll be able to, in this case, able to retreat when he dies.
Yeah. It did cost them the whole team to just show up for that Enigma kill and then be able to at least stretch that fight a bit for 2 kills, but they'll take it. Sometimes
absolutely.
you just need to bring 5 bodies. Now, boys, a nice amount of progress towards the items they're picking up. Naga almost done with the Orchid. Just needs to pick it up from the shop. See, he hits 1,200 gold. Got the saving items for the sniper now. He has the farming items. Now it's down to protective items. Same for Mortling Manta. Soon BKB. We'll find a Hoodwink. And into the Roche pit they go. They're going to get themselves an Aegis for Monte. And to talk about, like, these last 4 or 5 minutes of Nightpulse giving away heroes to Monte, they haven't actually lost a single tower. They still have that tier 1 on top. They still have the tier 2 in mid.
Yeah, I mean, this is the portion of the game where usually you slow down a little bit in terms of how many towers get taken, though, right? Like, they did lose control of their entire jungle here as well. I think it is a little surprising that Monte hasn't actively been going after that top tier 1. I do think especially when you have a Razor and a CK, Roche will be on the menu for you. It's probably a good idea to take that top tower down just because it leaves the Radiant team without a way to contest a nighttime Roche whatsoever. But you know what? You're taking it right now anyway. It is something that you'd have to do. You'd have to force yourself to do, especially because the top side of the map is where you lost your only tower, and now when you've lost your second tower thanks to the split pushing from Kami.
Yeah, we do have duties we need to attend to, so that's one way to paint the picture. We need to get to a specific stage of the game until we can safely start to advance. You could almost say that it's aggressive reconnaissance. Get a couple kills here, even if we're not actually doing the main objective yet.
Yeah.
Yep.
And yes, because
that is confirmation.
Sorry, I was struggling with my hotkeys here. Let me tell you, casting when your camera wants to be bottom left is not cool.
Yeah, technical faults can be interesting for sure. Did he find anything interesting in there?
Trees
More
mostly.
trees.
So those of us who are you know, either treants or timber saws will find great solace in that. The rest of us, we're missing out on some of the game right now. Alright. Time to push it though.
Monte's net worth has been again sliding towards Nightpulse with all that's been going on right now. 23 minutes in. Monte doing all the killing and Nightpulse doing all the farming. This 8k lead, 9k lead is now down to 3,000 gold, even with the Aegis in hand for Monte. They just simply farm better with Nightpulse. But how long are they going to get to do this? This is a luxury they soon can't afford if they can't win a team fight.
True, but that team fight is going to be on the high ground and you will have a sniper there, so... You know, I think Nightpulse actually got through the worst part of the game already. Now it's just really all about, well, not losing work outside the base, say that would be a good start.
Yep. Definitely would be a good plan not to give anyone away, but at least the lanes are quite far out, so no objective with this sniper kill, which is another moment of pause for Nightpulse. And I totally agree with you. This is where they've gone past the hardest part of the game. It could be so much worse.
Oh lord, it could be so much worse. But I think what Monte has been doing is they have been holding hands quite a lot for these skills that they've been getting. They also have not put any effort whatsoever into going back for their top lane, which I'm always in favor of saying, alright, you trade instead of going back for a tower, but when you're in a lead with 7k or something like that, and it's early on in the game, those towers don't need to fall. Just bring a hero, clear the wave, go again, and you should not be afraid to be outplayed by the Nightpulse lineup, like catching you off guard or something like that. But what were they going to jump you with at that point in the game? Nothing.
Yep. So that's jumping into nothing. There's a drink by that name in Finland.
Is it a cocktail?
It's like a no. It's more of a shot. It's like a jump into the void.
That sounds like Finn's drinking, all right.
Yes, it certainly is.
Let's
You know,
see.
sometimes you need to take a leap of faith. Sometimes leaps of faith. The leap of faiths are actually from a game designing this perspective. Sorry to bring this up, but it's leap of faiths are the worst thing ever in game designing, or when you are designing a game or designing a play or whatever. When people say sometimes you got to take a leap of faith, but the hell, you don't even know where you're going, you know, and that's bad game design.
Yeah. Yeah, I can.
Sorry, I just had to get that out of my system. 'Cause one of our teachers back in game design school was ranting about that so much that game. When he was asking, like, is a leap of faith a good thing?
I mean, leap of faith, by definition, requires faith, and it's just a video game, man. Like, what kind of faith do you have? It's not a religion.
Faith in the AI. Here's the river fight that we saw earlier, catching Infernal, and a second kill was credited with Eknard's Venomancer, still a killable target. And a close attempt as well, V-Tune. They had forced all of their teleports for this kill. Tried to sing the squad away. And it could have looked like Moonlight could maybe catch up to Kami and actually get a kill. But and QBFY actually did attempt with that blink there to try and catch the Naga Siren, which could have been a very big kill for them. Did not quite find him on time. And this was when Monte was still 8k ahead before taking Roche. And now with Sniper up a couple minutes after, it's suddenly a 3k lead. So all that time they spent taking a Roche on, chasing after some targets. Night Pulse has just been playing the map, playing the split push game, cutting out waves, trying to maximize the most out of pure net worth. And it has been working so far. But there will come a time when Nightfalls is going to have to face Monte. And then the big question always is, are we strong enough to face them? And will Monte make a mistake? Will we make a mistake? Are we only human or are we just robots?
Are we human or are we dancers? Well, I'm wrong at the very least, because I promised no disconnects, no trouble, but Eknard, unfortunately, my powers were not enough to safeguard him.
Proving us wrong. You know, I do agree this part was missing from the script book, once again. Idea about this one.
Yeah, today has been really messy. I could, you know, can we have like
a single
in that
day
script
without a disconnect?
Yeah, and maybe no upsets. You know, the calm before the storm, that sort of thing. Just a couple of on time, on schedule.
It is a rare commodity these days to not get a disconnect.
Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately. So, we were asking ourselves the question here, is this the time where Monte says, okay, we've controlled the map for long enough, we've got all of our items online, we don't care that you've been farming your way back in, we are going to end the game right now. And it's a little... I think it's a little early, honestly. The C game would want to have the Manta style completed. The Razor is down for a fight right now, but the BKB is also not quite up on your Enigma yet.
Yeah, there's a lot of decision making involved in this one, and some of them are right and some of them are wrong. You're ahead in the game, you're playing an early game lineup, and your goal is to try and end this game as soon as possible. But the problem is your draft. You don't really have a hero that excels in a high ground push, which means those objectives need to be approached with caution against a lineup that is actually really good at holding the high ground and also wants this game to drag out a bit. So you will most likely face the fact that our split push is not better than theirs, so we might have to risk it, or we'll look for a better timing later on, but the opponent is also going to have a better timing later on. Which one do we weigh is more important, and we feel on our gut feel and our experience is better? The late game lineup of ours versus theirs, or this early game risk that we might have to take? And I think it's just risk assessment, right?
Yeah, it is. This is, you know, when you look into the past, it's always a straight line. When you look into the future, the options are branching away from you. There is a lot of branches right now. Some of them are Night Pulse making a mistake where you get to push the high ground. Some of those are you making a mistake going for a high ground push and going for, say, a toss back play, which I think personally would be the thing to do. You try and get a reaction, you try and get some kind of information about where the sniper is, and then you try and go for a toss-back play. And once you get that, I think you are solid to push the high ground. But if you can't get that pick off out, a straight up siege is not going to work for you. And you need to be ready, of course, to let your Tiny go if he's into deep. And say, alright, I guess this wasn't our timing yet. We still have other options later on. We still have better pick-off potential. We still have the be-all to end-all team-fight solution in the Enigma. There's a bunch of things that you can rely on. But I do think that they're making a mistake if they don't at least set themselves up to try the early game. Well, I'm not even going to say finish. You just need to take a Rax right now. It's going to make the split push game a lot easier. Not for Nightpulse, of course, but for you, who has up until now been on the receiving end.
Yeah, I think the Naga thing is basically a big thing for Nightpulse, that even if they take a lane of Rax or take 2 lanes of Rax, these Naga illusions are still very strong in destroying those waves. Even, I think, with Mega Creeps, only then do those Naga illusions start to struggle a bit with attempting to wave clear. So a lot of structural damage needs to happen for Nightpulse to actually start struggling with wave push in general.
It's a wave control, yeah.
So they have a really good draft in that sense, but like you said it before, this is a drafting fault, but it's also a drafting perk that even if they do end up losing that early game, they have a lot of ways back into this one. And we're not talking about the Dota Marvel timelines here. There's definitely a lot of options and a lot of ways that they can still keep this game going. And, you know, I'm always down for a long game. We did have a couple of long ones not too long ago, yesterday or the day before. And, of course, today already seen that plus 70-minute brawl. This has the potential to be like an 80-minute game, but this could also be over in like 35.
Could be, yeah.
Though I don't see this first Aegis doing too much. I'll just throw it at that. I'll just make a statement. I don't think this first Aegis is going to do much for Monte.
No, and I think it would be easy for Monte to say the same, but I also think that would be leaving potential on the table. This is Infernal's escape right here in the laning stage. I mean, if we're going to go through
Illusion's
the
more
highlights,
interested in the courier.
Yeah. We're going to go through the highlights of this game here, right? A lot of the fights, I mean, all of the fights are going to be in Monte's favor. And yet that gold differential is never going to creep away from, I think it was 8k at a maximum?
Yeah, it's like 8.5k. Yeah, oh, actually, we have gone to 9.5k at the 17-minute mark. That was before they took the Aegis. That's when things started to swing. Sway. Tiny is giving us a signal. I think we're running out of pause time here for the second time today.
Yikes.
Gonna have another 4 versus 5 scenario. And from Monte, at least it's Eknart. Yeah, there we go. You can unpause Nightpulse. At least it's Eknart, which is your support. But I think support gameplay is really important still at this stage of the game. He's got a Solar Crest, a mech that needs to be used. Are they rolling? They're rolling if we're gonna pause for you or not. Oh, Monte's not. They're not grabbing the offer.
Yeah, I mean, that's a way to avoid drama, I guess. Like, yeah.
I'm gonna go for it. All right. They win the roll, so
yep.
Does that mean we're gonna continue? Sadly, don't know too much of our Eastern language. I'm gonna have to bring up the translation here.
All right. Sporting, very sporting. I'm still gonna be the old stick in the mud and say that it absolutely should not be up to a team.
Yeah. Well, they Night Pulse are being kind enough. And you're watching replays right now, but in our chat right now, we can say that Night Pulse has mentioned that they can have... that Monte can have half of their time pause time. So, by the looks of it, Venomancer is heading over to probably some net cafe, as there seems to be an outage issue. And we'll hopefully get Venomancer back on the server, but he only has now I think it's about like 3 to 4 minutes left until we're going to unpause the game and continue with who we still have here. Rules are rules.
Rules are rules, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, but it is a good thing that we're abiding to them and not playing it sloppy.
Otherwise, it would just be a jungle free roll. Oh, it could be as well. You can't run a tournament like that. Luckily, right now it's just us poor casters waiting here. But can you imagine that happens first thing in the morning, and there's 4 other teams sitting there counting their fingers and then their toes, like
Yeah, I mean, we already had that happen before already, right? But that was because our games were just so long that Rest Farmers and the others were like, yeah, we can finally get to play. Oh, wait, there's a server issue. And then the servers are down. I was like, yeah, we're going to have to wait a bit longer than that. And the game started mega late. Oh, that was a bit unfortunate, you know, but what can you do? At least the games are BO2s instead of BO3s, because there's always that, like, oh, we're going to play BO3 now. Sure, let's play a third game. That's for the playoffs.
I guess. Listen, these are all pro players. They're all used to waiting for the game to pop. Sometimes the queue just takes a little longer. I'm just
trying to be humane here, Kips. I'm just trying to be humane.
They should all have their favorite activity.
Yeah, they signed themselves up for this job. True, it's a good... I think my brain does not compute at this stage of the day anymore with all these philosophical questions. It's not the start of the day anymore. It's starting to get to the latter part already. I apologize to all of you people. It's been a long day. I wouldn't normally say this out loud, but we've seen some shit. So let's roll some more replays. While we wait, we still got a couple minutes. I think 1 or 2 minutes left until the pause timer is going to be full. So let's... I mean, you can see the replay basically for what's been happening in this game so far. We're not going to recap already a broken record at this point. But we do have some crucial item timings on Night Pulse's side. In general, Hurricane Pike, Grenade for the Sniper, the Mjolnir. There's a lot of items that you need to get, a lot of thousands of gold that you still need to get for yourself, but even one of those is already going to help you out. The Naga Siren closing up on that heart, not too far away, total of 2,400 needed, so just 1,000 gold short. You might be able to get that if they continue to play the map as they have done so up till this point. Keep the waves deep enough, sacrifice the support's life. You find information of the opponent trying to kill that hero, somebody starts to split push another lane at the same time. So you gotta still try and play the map as much as you can until there's a point where Razor can kill anybody who shows, or the Enigma can just solo black hole somebody to death, CK could kill. And that's when your split push starts to run dry, when they can take 1v1s confidently. Yep. We are unpaused. I'll just remind that quickly. Alright, so we're done with the replays. We're unpaused. And I'm sorry to jump on your toes, Kips. You may continue.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, let's see if we can get Kips back on our comms, hopefully soon.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Let's see what they can do with this Aegis really here. 45 seconds still remaining for Crystallize, and the whole team is packed up towards top. At least approach that tier 2 tower. Already got the tier 1 out of the way. The Eidolons plus Moonlight will finish off the mid tier 2. And definitely, yeah, the risk assessment during that time, Monte, they understand as well. Let's at least get all of the objectives out of the way, because Night Pulse is not ready to take a full-on team fight against us. Yep, should be coming out loud and clear. Can't do this without you, Kips.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
We still have some microphone issue by the looks of it on the broadcasting side, but VTune is able to take down the disconnected Eknart there. You had the Venomancer scouting in deep. But they can follow up on that at least. It's a kill for Night Pulse.
Okay, how about now? Okay, I'm back. I'm back.
Alright, that's good.
I think my waterlogged keyboard is tabbing out and pressing all kinds of buttons for me. It is truly a haunted experience. I would not wish this on my worst enemy.
Yeah, faulty keyboards can tend to be a bit nightmarish. Might wanna take a look on that. You know, get a nice towel, rip off all the buttons during the break. You know,
the buttons
that's a
are
nice
off,
thing for nice thing for an esports caster to do is like spend your break trying to fix something and then go back to casting again. Like, yep,
no, half of the
live.
buttons are on my desk. And
Oh,
it's still
dear.
pressing things.
That's
Scary.
not nice.
Anyway, it seems to have abated for now, and yeah, this is, man, Monte, between the fact that I didn't control the game well enough to end it early and the fact that now Eknart is just simply not here, this is, you can say that's a Venomancer, it's just a support, it's fairly easy to micro, but the problem is that a lot of your vision control comes from that Venomancer, and you need somebody with an independent brain spending his time thinking about that. Infernal has other things on his mind.
In fact, it was the big black hole man, apparently, with the Aghanims, the refreshers lined up.
Yeah, so he needs to sit back and think about playing team fights reactively, while the Venomancer needs to think about getting vision on the map, making sure he breaks smokes, making sure he keeps the wards up, etc, etc. Those are two very different game plans to hold in one skull.
Yeah. Yeah, it certainly is, and they are still quite soft as well on the side of Night Pulse, which could help this Enigma with a big black hole.
I saw Kani.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Definitely spawn. He does get the shift out in time, so they're going to hold on to the black hole for a bit, but they'll finally drop it on top of him. He's not really moving anywhere in HP. Pops his BKB, drops a heal as well from the Lotus, and he's out. 250 HP remaining as he teleports away from the claws of Monte. There's a black hole used. Morphling is such a bad black hole target, because this guy can go up the wall to like 5k HP. Any target I personally as an Enigma, if I see somebody over 3k HP, I start to second guess myself a bit, and I'm like, can you fill in the gaps? Sure, like you'll bring your carry and you'll bring your mid laner in, or even your techie support just blast up. That might just do the trick. But Naga, a hero that naturally builds into a lot of HP and stats, Morphling that already has inbuilt HP, plus you can proc your, if you buy a shard on this hero, you can start gaining during the black hole going off. Not easy targets to just do it all by yourself.
Absolutely not. I mean, getting the Midnight Pulse out does help a lot, because it's always about percentage of enemy's current HP, and you know, as his current HP goes back up, your damage also goes back up. But on the other hand, you're going to go for the straight up black hole, hoping to catch him off guard before he has time to press the attributes shift at all.
Yeah, yeah. And in also worst case scenario, if there's a lot of Naga illusions, if there's a Manta and also the other illusions running around, you're trying to find the right one, you're waiting for your team to call where's the right Naga going to be at, as they're going to be jumping in the mid lane, finding themselves a Razor, and that doesn't take too long. Kami also has plus 46 damage because he turned into a Razor himself, static linked, and picked up a bit of extra. So this is where the net worth is now dried up on the side of Monte.
The game is fully turned.
Have brought this game even. And the game doesn't even feel even if the economy is even, because Nightpulse should be enjoying a lot more.
Absolutely. This is where their lineup always wanted to be, always wanted to end up, and it's very hard to tell people where exactly it went wrong for Monte, because it's an accumulation of all the things that they didn't do during the period of the game where they were in control. They were always going to have that window. We could see that from the draft. It was really all up to them if they were going to squeeze it out well enough or not. And the answer is that they didn't, and they're paying the bill now, 20 minutes later.
Yeah, and not even to add on top of the fact that they have to play short-handed in this game.
Yeah.
As their Venomancer has yet to return. Worst case scenario, at least, Venomancer could still find his way back into this game at some point. Hopefully, we can still get Eknar from the original roster from Monte. But Nightpulse, they're welcoming this. They'll take anything that they can get, and that is a. They're tipping a disconnected guy. That's not fair.
No, that's not fair. He isn't here.
He can't do anything about it.
I mean, at least he also can't be here to have his feelings hurt, I suppose. But no, that sucks, especially because it's definitely not his choice.
Monte coming in with numbers here. They still have strong team fight if they can get it. They found the right Naga as well. Infernal waiting with the black hole for a bit. They're waiting for Kami to get closer. Naga will die without the need of the black hole at all, which is a good thing. They've still got that blink available for him. Meanwhile, the CK being stunned at the backline. Kami have to face QBFY. Another toss in the air. Infernal's waiting at the back. And he will take down QBFY, and they will finish off the Aegis. Or, sorry, not the Aegis. Kami himself. For some weird reason, it looked like an Aegis animation. Which it wasn't, because Roche is home.
Mm-hmm.
The duo is split pushing the top lane at the same time, bringing in those creeps to the base, and they'll just send they'll send Eknar to the front line of defense.
Yeah, why not? I guess even if he dies, it's not the worst thing at this point in the game. It's hard enough as a target to go on as well, because that's the other thing that you do need as a counter split pusher, is somebody who lives long enough for the backup to come in. They don't need to turn the wave all by themselves, they just need to live until the cavalry arrives.
Just long enough. There goes the Aegis, will be picked up by Moonlight. Also the Venomancer currently in current gold, holding almost 3,000 gold in his pocket. So the Venomancer will be able to get something nice if he still gets back in. Same thing for the Sniper, also having 3,000 gold. Considering a BKB next, but he's taken the shard of the quick buy. So is he gonna get gifted a Tormentor shard potentially? No, it goes for the Centaur this time. So we'll have Naga, Centaur, and Hoodwink. Only the Morphling and the Sniper don't have it. Morphling has it lined up. He knows about the black hole and Sniper to get that grenade. Okay, very handy. But he doesn't have it on his quick buy anymore. So let's see if something's changed in the mentality for Warwick. Is he starting to gain confidence?
I mean, this is certainly a place in the game to gain that confidence. You've got your Shadow Blade up now as well. It's going to be that much harder for Monte to hunt you down. I do think that maybe his damage is a little lacking still compared to where you do have less farm, just because you have two other high-performing cores.
Stampede Hughes trying to chase QBFY. Naga does get the ensnare off. Instant Yules, but the silence is there.
Here comes the counter.
Yules stuff. They still got the ensnare, but here comes Moonlight. Here comes also Crystallize. Infernal standing at the back. Song comes out from B-Tune. They are resetting. B-Tune will just make sure that everybody gets to a safe distance before she TPs out as well. QBFY did come in with a buyback and actually catches the Centaur at the portal.
Nice.
Still has the toss, and Crystallize comes out as well, so they will not leave empty-handed with this one. It's not just a free kill and a free buyback. They will get something for it.
Most importantly...
And they spot Warwick top.
Oh, man.
Moonlight's already here. But he's got no detection. He doesn't know where he went.
The real deal here...
QBFY. They're pinging him as well.
Yeah, they can't lose him right now. That's a dieback. And I would... Because there is an opening right now with the Song being down. Everybody should be aiming for this Naga Siren, and Vichu knows it as well.
Positive stuff for QBFY. At least he doesn't die there. It would have been a dieback on the Tiny. Naga was not sure if there's still people standing behind him. And like you said, there was the song on cooldown. You never know what kind of consequences you're going to have to pay if you jump in and you don't have that big tool that will ensure you to get out. Manta, Kanda, BKB on the Morphling. Arcane Pike still lined up. Has the shard now. We'll be able to use Attribute Shift while stunned. Is there any hexes on Monte's side? Doesn't look like it. No silences, no hexes. Okay, okay. CK even actually doesn't have an Orchid, so this is a bit of a different type of CK build. We saw the Radiance come up early. We talked about it. Memed about the YouTube videos. But if they had something on top of the Black Hole, say Orchid, then your Morphling Shard does nothing.
Yep. But since they do not, that one's off the ban. I'm wondering how much faster Monte would be playing if they actually had Egnard right now. We know how much of the tempo he does early game. I wonder if he would be making more calls right now as well.
Well, when you're on a timer, every player is instrumental, so...
Yes.
We can only sit and guess. But we know for sure that having all players on the server against the team that you were supposed to kind of look towards ending the game already. Time is money.
Absolutely, time is money. And you just got, I think, the worst shard that you could get as well. The upgraded tree grab for the Tiny does nothing for you. You would have been way happier with the latent toxicity versus all of these Manta styles on the opposing team. You dispel, you get stunned.
Yeah, Veno now has 4,000 gold in his pocket. Buying a straight up Ags would be pretty spicy, you know, get the Poison Nova. Max HP is damage versus Morphlings and Nagas, pretty good. Even a Centaur.
No, that would be bad news, Bears.
Oh, bad news, Bears for Crystallize, maybe. And Silence coming out. Look at that burst damage. He doesn't stand a chance. Even Razor's BKB forced out as well. They just have overwhelming amounts of damage here on the side of Night Pulse. They make sure that CK's 3k HP is nothing.
Kami's coming in again.
Second lane of Rax in peril now. Drax gonna fall already to Kami.
Without the burst damage of the CK, it's nigh impossible to get this Morphling off of your buildings.
It's pretty much an impossibility to get anything done now. That range, that melee Rax is also gonna get targeted. And without a tier 2 in bottom, this could be a mega creep scenario. Night Pulse, cautious about their lead right now. Will not march inside the base towards the Rax. They don't want to set up for Infernal. Every information that this Enigma doesn't have is a win. Cantor going in the Sharpshooter. Eknard's going to tank it. QPFY saving himself with the Yules. Still holding on to that gem. Well, Pulse will establish themselves a 10k lead. 2 lanes of Rax down. A tier 3 gone. And pretty much quite safely ahead in this game. Moonlight going for a deep hunt here. Monte are smoked up behind, but a bit of distance to cover. Stampede will be popped. So no catch.
No catch, but a good way of doing it. You put your Razor out in front with that BKB with finger right on the pulse and say, alright, if you jump this guy, then we have the Enigma sitting behind it, we have the CK sitting behind it, and you're actually giving us information where your heroes are that we can use to punish you with. But the bait is not taken. And Nightpulse very disciplined. They fell all the way back into the base when they just took a second set of racks. They have a Naga Siren. It's really... I mean, it's the way you'd play it when you have 2 carry players, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess so. Go all the way back to the fountain, sit back on the bench and have a drink. And then go back in at it again. Moonlight. He's found Warwick here, diving to the tier 3 tower. This is a bit of a desperation mode play. Song from V2 just puts everybody at a halt. And we know what's going to happen next. We saw how quickly a CK can explode. They've got themselves the black hole, but Morphling, is he taking enough damage? It doesn't look like it.
He is not.
Moonlight down. Infernal looking to drop as well. Crystallize fighting back. They will take down the Centaur. Kami is low, but they spent everything on him. And they know this is a hopeless task. They will lose a third. And the Tiny to drop as well will be the fourth casualty. Eknart's Venomancer inside the base is the last one standing. Crystallize will pop the buyback. But with the Morphling and the Centaur only down, it's just not enough damage from Monte.
No, and nobody's moving Eknart anymore. That's a sign as good as any. How he's moving again. But yeah, what you do right now is this buyback, and moving Eknart around again is simply, you're not GGing out, because the more time you buy here, the more time Eknart has to get himself a PC with electricity, with an internet connection. So that he can come back for the second map.
Yeah, anything. But it is what it is. For Night Pulse, though, obviously they will just play the situation out as it is. They will push themselves to a 6-1 scoreline now. And with that, guarantee themselves a spot in the playoffs. But will they still fight for the win in the group? It's down to their final games. They still have tomorrow as well. Even if this series is a 1-0, or sorry, 1-all or a 2-0 for them. Currently looking like a victory. So we'll have to close it in though, so let's not jump the gun. We'll wait for the result to be actually on board.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it seems like Night Pulse is also not that interested in ending here, which is another, honestly, I think another graceful gesture from them. I think you can, in any other situation, you push for the win during that window that you get here, but instead, you know what? You can also play it safe.
You can play it safe and also wait for your opponent to come back.
Exactly.
And they can still play a game too, where he's hopefully already returned back to the team.
Either that, or their managers had enough time to find them a stand-in, which, well, it would be a darn shame, because we know how important Eknart is to this team.
Yeah, and also for Monte right now, because they are sitting at 3-3. Rest Farmers are 4-4. Navi Junior is 4-4. Yellow Submarine is 5-3. Night Pulse 5-1. So every tie, because so far it has been a crap ton of ties. Every single tie matters a lot in terms of who's going to the playoffs or not. If you get a 2-0, it already impacts the standings by a huge amount. Where are we going to go? We're going to look at the finalizer for this game. Infernal does get himself a black hole off. It's not going to do too much here with the Naga Song active at the same time, so Infernal will have to stand still. Moonlight has sapped away most of the damage from Kami, but that is going to be the call, basically, for this first game. Not tapping out with the GG, you'll buy every single second that you have to get your Venomancer back in, which makes sense, but Night Pulse, they're going to take this first game.
They will, and this was a scenario that certainly always could have happened, but I gotta say that the Venomancer disconnecting, especially at the time when it happened, was just... that's just rough, man. That certainly does not help Monte's case to right at the point where they need to be making, you know, their window is closing, they need to make the play now. Naga Heart is coming in. This is the moment where you decide if you're going to win here or wait another 20 minutes to lose. And that is the point where you're missing your captain, and that's... yeah, I don't think that we got to see Monte play this one out. Not even close.
Oh yeah, there was a lot that Monte still had to respond, even with such a good start to the game. Like we said, the risk assessment, do we push in now and try our best, because we are ahead, but there's a high risk that we might lose against the high ground defense that they have, and then if we lose that fight, we know this game is no longer in our hands. Do we wait for a later timing and still be strong, but they're going to be a lot stronger, so it is an uphill battle, no matter how you look at it. But you know, of course, misfortune strikes as well. Venomancer or Eknart losing internet connection and, by the looks of it, power as well, because he's not returned back to the game. And hopefully we'll get him back for game number 2. But Kips, if Eknart or a stand-in tunes in, what do you think Monte is going to be doing different? Because it might feel like a whole different team if the drafting style changes a bit here and there. What do you think we're going to be looking at game 2?
I mean, the only thing that I would change if I was Monte is I would make it a little easier for myself to clear some creep waves with my supports. Have somebody who can move around the map, maybe prioritize a core who does that naturally. Think about a Zeus, think about a Keeper of the Light, perhaps. Just because you know that Nightpulse can definitely shoot themselves in the foot with the draft. This was not a draft that was going to do the winning themselves. This was a draft that was going to wait until Monte couldn't win anymore. If they give you another draft like that, make sure that you can, you know, push those waves a little bit more, get punished by the split push a little bit less, and then hopefully actually be able to close the game out before your opponent gets that farmed.
Well, let's see what kind of story we're going to be telling in game number 2, but that is going to be after the break. So, peeps, one more game to end the day, and then we're done. So don't disappear for too long. We'll be back for the second game of this series.
OneXBet and EVA Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with EVA.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better than the best black hole.
OneXBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Use your skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We're going into the final game of the day, and then we're done for day 4 of Group B and the 9th in total for our group stages with Night Pulse and Monte. As Night Pulse, they take the first game. Of course, a bit of misfortune also involved with this series. Same thing with the last one we had before. Unfortunate for Eknart, he was not able to get himself back online. But we did have the chance to bring in a stand-in because, you know, the second game hadn't started, and always allowed to do so, to bring in a stand-in if they have a situation going on. And guess who's back, coming out from retirement? It's always wanna fly. The coach for the team is going to be taking over the support position for the team. And, you know, 33-year-old legend of the scene. It's always good to have always want to fly. Back still playing some Dots.
Yeah, like he was a fixture back in the days where I wasn't in the scene yet. So that is really one of the old guard there. Very happy to see him still around. But yeah, of course the circumstances are garbage. What can you say? So let's hope.
Unfortunate situation, but still. What he brings into the table, how much Dota has he been playing, and of course, is he still familiar with what's going on? I'm pretty sure he is. He's still a coach for a reason. We've seen some coaches play in the tournament. We remember that one SA team we had with this is my debut, so said hi to Mom.
Yeah, that was something. That was something. I think on Complexity at some point we got into a situation where we needed to stand in, and everybody thought it would be very funny to put me in. That was.
I would have loved to see that.
Oh man, no, I did not love to do that, so it did not happen. Luckily for everybody involved.
Yeah, I guess that's a fair way to hear from you saying it out loud. I'm pretty sure a lot of people would have loved to see Kip's gameplay. But, you know, it's not always a coach's dream. They're coaching for a reason. They're not in the game. Just watching their youngsters and their experienced players do the job and handle a different sorts of Dota. The Dota outside of Dota, let's put it that way. But we do have our first phase out. We got the Pango first pick into the Dark Willow response coming out. And anything notable in the bans so far, Kips?
Any bans? No, not that much, honestly. I think the most important thing to note here is that on any other team I would be flaming this pickup of the Pango on first, just because we know the win rate, we know how it's been performing. But Warwick has shown that A, he's prepared to push the hero to the absolute limits on the mid lane, and then B, he's got the setup with those two usually winning side lanes to rotate back and forth from, where Pango has very good situations to move across the map and do what he's good at, which is rolling around without a care in the world. So Night Pulse is, like, it has looked just way better than anybody else's right now, that Pango.
Yeah, that Pango that they can comfortably pick despite the bans. Despite the counters, and in this case, you could see that they really wanted to bring it up because they banned the Bloodseeker, they banned out the Primal Beast in the first phase as well, which I think would have been a highlight-worthy ban because Primal Beast has not been in the first phase for quite some time, be it a Pango or not a Pango. That hero has more been a second phase material hero these days, but still the usual suspects out there. Now, though, Monte. Time for a potential flex pick or lock in the supports.
Yes, Centaur's open right now. Has been extremely popular, at least in our tournament still. You have removed the Naga Siren here as well.
There have been times when you might just see something like a Husker show up. 'Cause you know the laning matchup already. You know you're going to beat that one.
You know nobody's going to be picking Ancient Apparition, because who does that?
Yeah, who does that anymore, yeah. But we're going to lock in the supports, but bring out the Rubik. Guaranteed Rolling Thunder steal. Given that he's alive, that is.
Given that he is alive. Yeah, and Rubik Dark Willow, a little bit greedy perhaps as a support duo. Nightpulse bringing in the techies here.
Where's this hero been?
Yeah,
This is the last time we've actually had a techies, because I was talking about that with Atomo earlier on today. Like, we discussed techies being a possibility, but nobody's picking it here in Group B. But Nightpulse, you know, still got some aces up their sleeve, apparently. You know, the hero is meta, of course. You're like, what are these casters ranting about a techies? But this is the first techies of Group B.
It is, yeah. I mean, everybody has just been picking Hoodwink whenever it's available. Just, we don't care that there's 40 other heroes we could be taking. Oh, it's just Squirrel. Just Squirrel. But now the Oracle is a lot more interesting. So you can purge off a bunch of things in this game, especially thinking about the Cursed Crown here. But it also seems anticipating something else that might come out either from Monte or perhaps, you know, you were talking about Huskars. There are some Oracle combinations in this game. Perhaps Nightpulse is looking to be cheeky.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, it is, again, if Nightpulse wants to play a strong lane, Oracle is easy to pair up with a lot of heroes. If they suspect something like a Batrider to show up, which could be decent versus the Pango, Oracle is a good save towards that too. But based on that last game, it feels like Nightpulse, be it 4v5 or whatever, I still feel like they're happy with most of the matchups they play against. They are at the top of the group for a reason. They have figured out the other teams faster, and they've also been the most hardest team to contest.
Yes, because they're playing a different meta than the rest. And there's a lot of benefits to that and a lot of drawbacks. Like, I still think that the previous lineup that they played should not have won. I think if you play versus a decent team that just mops up waves a little bit more, holds onto your top towers, you don't get to play Naga, Morphling, Sniper. Like, I don't think that's the lineup. But you know what? I'm sitting here, they're down there, and they're winning, so...
Proving us everybody wrong. Yeah, they
Exactly.
can surely do it here. Can they do it elsewhere? And also, can they make it happen again? I mean, teams are probably already starting to prepare themselves for Nightpulse. Though, Group A teams, how much research are they going to do on Nightpulse?
I mean, you're going to hear.
They've already done and dusted with the group stage a couple days ago.
You're going to hear that, you know, hey, you already know that Dream is playing offlane for them, but you're going to hear from other teams and other players like, hey, by the way, this guy is just picking Morphling. He is just picking carry heroes here. You're gonna have to deal with them being flexible in that regard. Monte bringing up the starter. I think I saw a smile from you there. You like the fish, don't you?
I mean, there's a place for it in this draft, sure. There's not a lot of synergy in terms of physical damage, but it does do a lot of work versus the Pango outside of the Rolling Thunder. Oh, actually, even in the Rolling Thunder.
Yes,
just cast it on top of it. And could that mean a potential safe lane TA, maybe? Which Monte could play. I haven't actually seen if Crystallized plays Templar Assassin, But
does.
anything that
Very
directly does... All right, so full-on physical damage is what Monte could use with the 24th pick when they have the Slardar on. It's an instant indicator towards it. Plus, with Orchid, can actually try and kill this Pango, because Pango's rarely built into defensive items these days. And the one good defensive item he has is the Shard, the roll-up, right? You can't cast that when you're silenced.
Nope.
Dire team
Luna out now. Yeah, I was about to say, if this is not a lifestealer ban, I'm eating my hat. That would be my pick for the synergy here with Infest Bomb into the Storm Spirit, the amplified damage for the physical. It would have been great. Nightpulse sticks the same.
Nightpulse also, they do have to lock in their offlane / mid, unless Dream wants to also play this Pango in the offlane. There has to be potentially a puck ban from Monte if Pango's not going mid. They have the Storm Spirit, which they know is going mid. Nightpulse know that the Storm Spirit's going mid. So you could ban an offlaner and that puck, take it away.
Yeah, or do you just ban Morphling, because...
Yeah, do they want to do it again?
5 seconds remaining.
They might.
Radiant team.
They might. In this case, he doesn't.
Yep, they'll do it.
No.
It's so funny that Morphling is now turning into more of a respect ban versus Night Pulse. But that's how it rolls, right? That you get a couple successful games with it, and suddenly you find a target on your back.
Yeah, target on your back, and on the other hand, you also find a free ban at some point. Like, the question is, how deep is your hero pool, right? If the Morphling is the only thing that you have, then yeah, you're gonna get punished for that. But if it isn't, then all that's happening is that they're spending a ban on something that is not even an offlaner.
Yep. Seems like this team can make a lot of things work, but can they keep replicating that? Does he have something else in his mind that he wants to bring from his hey, I played this carry back in the day. Let's try it as a 3. That also works. Like, sure, okay.
But he is going to get
the one calling the drafts, so I think he has a lot of freedom on what he wants to play.
Absolutely. No, the direct counter pick is incoming now. So the CK out and a Centaur.
What is this heresy?
Okay.
Are we playing a standard Centaur into this one? Alright, so, I mean, it takes away PA Sniper, since that Centaur is brought up, versus the Luna, also the Morphling Naga, both gone. Troll? Weaver, right, yeah. Okay, so, I don't think the Troll would have been that amazing. Weaver can make it work. But V-Tune also knows how this one works throughout. He's also had some good, successful Weaver games so far. What do you think?
I think the choice here was about the synergy with the Slardar especially, right? And you are going to be bringing in a ton of physical damage with the Weaver. You're going to have a good lane versus Kami here as well. I think I like this. They have a lot of initiative from the cores to support the fact that their supports are a little bit more reactive. Looks really good. Several good ways to start fights. Bit lacking on the AoE control, but I feel like I'll keep on saying that and nobody's gonna pick any. So you know what? If they don't have it and you don't have it, you don't care.
Yeah, exactly that. For one, I do like the Monte draft as a whole. That Slardar, of course, gave me a bit of a smirk, but it works very well with their early damage output. Rubik is very right-click reliant early on. Storm Spirit, physical damage as well. Not to forget about the magical side, but does do physical damage, has high right-click. And the same thing for the Weaver too. There can be... this is a game where Monte can actually rack up a high amount of kills. And we know that they can tie up series. Nightpulse is the hardest challenge in this group stage for sure. But I think they got this one. I think Monte can tie this one up, even with a coach standing in. I think they got this one.
I think the draft looks possibly as good as it was ever going to get. And you know what? Always want to fly on Rubik. That is a classic combination. He is very much in his comfort zone here. So I'm just gonna say it. I'm rooting for them.
Let's see if he can, come out of retirement once again and turn the tide around and get this tie score. for Monte, but Night Pulse, they're pretty much through to the playoffs. No, not 100% guaranteed, but if they 2-0, then they surely are. There's not going to be enough teams scoring enough points to get past them anymore. We know Nemiga's out, so it's a battle between 5 teams for 3 spots. Monte currently sitting in 5th place.
Yeah, most of them currently tied up in the middle. And Night Pulse being the gatekeepers. We're starting this one off very easy.
Yeah, Night Pulse would have liked to fight. They have a pretty strong level 1 here, especially with the Oracle Root, AoE and everything. Something you gotta watch out for. So Monte's not gonna take that challenge. We might fight for the bottom rune, but I still think they're gonna be very wary about staying around here. So they'll just let this one go, tie up the bounties 2 for 2, and get our laning stage underway. So we have somewhat standard lanes. The Pango versus the Storm Spirit. Centaur going up against the Weaver. And paired up this time with the techies, I can see Night Pulse getting a lot of kills in this top lane.
Yes,
If
absolutely.
Monte is not if Monte aren't careful.
I mean, even if Monte aren't careful, this is the amount of damage that comes out from this lane, and the way that they follow up on each other is absolutely enormous. On the other hand, though, Always Wanna Fly is the most dripped out I've seen a Rubik in any of the games that I've casted this year. So you know what?
Yeah, you don't get to see that set too often.
Several thousands of euros, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
What a baller.
I don't even know. We were looking up at the sniper set we saw earlier on today. The Spaceman Sniper. It was like, what, less than 300. We were actually bottom lane. Might be a kill here. QBFY dropping low to V-Tune. And V-Tune, actually, Hadool is going to be the one to pick it up. But can they respond? Slardar doesn't have another bash. And actually gets zoned out by the Lucent Beam. Ends up tanking more damage. V-Tune will pop the salve. So, first blood for the Oracle. Top lane also a bit of a battle. Always Wanna Fly. Fighting versus Kami and Janter. And Kami, he's got this one too. So that's 2 kills already for Night Pulse.
Yep. And I think that just makes me happy to see, like, Always Wanna Fly is just not going to be quite up to standard here. And trading versus techies is always rough. So the fact that you do have a Weaver here means that you are a pretty independent lane. It's going to be hard to CS enough with the threat of a Centaur in your face, but you can do a lot on individual skill and positioning alone as a Weaver here without necessarily being reliant on your support.
Yeah, and one thing that the Rubik does have is versus blast off, the telekinesis. So if you do manage to click on time, you can negate hundreds of magical damage being dealt with just a click of a button.
It's gotta be primed. It's gotta be ready. See those old man reflexes hold up. Muscle memory.
Mid lane still looking pretty solid here. 12 for the Pango, 13 for the Storm Spirit. Not too much to talk about this particular matchup. Pangos have been seen doing quite well versus some puck matchups. Of course, the Storm Spirit usually always is considered a winner here, but Warwick doing a very good job here. Even though he does end up tanking a massive amount of damage there, even with that bottled out water rune.
Exactly, it's about the, well, top lane. Rubik goes down once again, and Crystallize unfortunately too low to respond. No, these mid lanes versus Pango, the ones that he does well in right now are the ones where there is burst damage versus him, and all the much better if it's a low armor hero, and then you get some more out of your shield crash as well. But versus Storm Spirit, high armor, steady damage output through the spamming of the static remnants, you really gotta pick and choose your battles on Warwick.
Yes, Storm has a really good kit. Just the movement speed is the only thing that really hurts this hero, but otherwise outside of that, like you said, 6 armor, a lot more compared to, say, a Puck that's a very glass cannon-y type that can't deal with physical damage. That shield crash changes. Meanwhile, the Weaver is down, and Janter does die, so Crystallize gets a response. Always Wanna Fly, picking up the experience. Heading to level 3 now. Even if they are giving away kills, it's kind of expected, you know. Centaur techies, not an easy lane to play against. You also said the same thing with the techies trading versus the Rubik. TP into mid. We'll get the bottle refill here. Moonlight. Janter, blast off ready. They're gonna go for it. And that's gonna be a kill. Warwick wanted it, but a bit too far away. Janter he'll be gifted a kill. And there's the tip.
Nice contributions there. So Janter not just winning the top lane right now, but also swaying the results in mid significantly. This is efficiency.
This definitely is. And it is talking about as well, Monte not able to rotate with their supports early because the Slardar can't do too much in the early levels alone. And Rubik, of course, constantly drawn out into battle with this Weaver. They're kind of stuck in their side lanes while Nightfalls find a bit more freedom around the map. There we see. Nice telekinesis. Cancels out the blast off. It's a 35-second cooldown. Kami might also lose his life. Crystallize finds an opening to fight back. And the Shikuchi. Raindrops burning. Kami still tanking some hits here. And a Fate Bolt. They've got it. Very nice turnaround. All thanks to that telekinesis canceling the blast off. And Warwick will find a reply onto Moonlight here a second time.
Absolutely solo, because he picked up the level 6 as a result of that exchange. That means Rolling Thunder is now still up if for some reason an opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, say, take for example bottom lane. There was a second Slardar could have actually killed the Oracle, but a quick Q zoned out Infernal just far enough so that he ended up stunning on the spot. Following with the chase QBFY.
Oh, he did the math.
He's gonna go for the TP away, and Luna can't do anything about it, so just safety teleport back home. Luna still topping the net worth, topping the CS so far. Always want to fly. He's, he's taken his share of CS while the Weaver was gone in top. So all that 11 CS on top of the 24 on the Weaver. Not a bad score. Man, this guy's still got some quick fingers. But I love to see it. Unfortunate for him that Blastoff never went fully through. So Janter still had it.
And this is what I was worried about. Moonlight did not have enough EXP to hit level 6 off of the previous creep wave. Certainly not with other supports coming nearby. So yeah, you trade here for a techie skill, I guess, but that's both of your supports down and your mid laner still without the level 6. I don't think that could have gone much worse.
At least, it could be worse in a sense that Warwick could have been the one picking up all these 5 kills so far, but he's 2-0-3. His supports are stealing all the kills in front of him.
Well, you know what's going to happen? Crystallize is going to...
Oh, Moonlight, no! Just TP'd in. He's going to have to take a long zap away. That was almost a Storm Spirit dying straight from his teleport.
No, this time around, he calculates it. He knows that he's going to hit the 6. It's a shame about the bottle charges, but I don't think he was ever going to die there. And double Wisdom Rune secured for the Dire, so even though the gold difference is not looking great here, certainly the supports are going to be very happy about that one.
Yeah, the experience is really important here, at least picking up that 7-minute, maybe even the 14-minute Wisdom Runes. You do have supports that do a great load of work. If they keep up in levels. Dark Willow at level 5, Rubik almost at level 5 as well. Much further ahead than, say, the Techies, who has been part of 6 kills and has only barely hit level 4. He's trying to snipe Moonlight here. Valiant effort, but he's going to miss the mark.
Cheeky.
It was a blind jump too, so fair effort. Willow fighting it out with the Oracle here, QBFY versus Hoduo. Stampede is coming out as well. Oracle going to trample a Willow under his feet.
Crystallized spot.
Heal.
Coming for Feetune.
Take him down, and yep, Feetune is being hunted. They get this kill to go through. Just a couple more hits. The deny attempt. It's close, but Crystallize will get it. Warwick though with the Rolling Thunder. Lock it on straight to Always Wanna Fly. Will die to the shield crash. Tango on an absolute roll. No pun intended. 403.
Yeah. This is why we don't flame the Warwick Pango. He knows something the rest don't.
Yeah, he's built a bit different here compared to the rest of the Pangos in this group.
Which is odd because he's not actually building any different. We're just going to go in for the Diffusal Blade now. Crystallize, copping some damage.
Yeah, Moonlight is coming in here. That's a fresh blade mail. They'll have to kite that one out a bit with 4 heroes who try to take him down. Paduo also under the tower. Oracle waiting to land his ulti on top of Kami, but in this case looks like they're just going to try and do as much as possible. And I think that regeneration... Nope, it's not enough. It is not enough. He tried to even salve himself. He bought a salve, try to pop that extra healing that he deals, which is the main source of that Oracle ulti actually doing something, and dies in the fountain.
Maybe a little bonus skill here on Janter. He's level 4. Almost want to fly. He's level 6 right now. Some...
Steal the blast
oh,
off,
he
maybe?
didn't get down.
See if he can steal a spell. Doesn't look like he can. Kami is going to be bullying him here a bit. Tosses him in the river instead. Stampede comes out. Janter. Crystallize is still there. And the bug. The right clicks. No. 6 HP. Come on. So close.
That's not fair. Alright, but always want to fly. Just stall Stampede. And steal nerves. Knows the Kami can't actually reach him. Holds on to it. That's huge versus the roll-up of the Rolling Thunder of Warwick here. You can completely disengage from a situation where normally Warwick would have several people caught. Beautiful steal.
Or even just in general Stampede on Stampede, so everyone's moving fast.
And all the action on top means that we haven't really looked at bot at all, but that is to the benefit of Infernal, who has since won the lane here, and they're going to try to punish him for the audacity.
He just finished the Orchid. Well, sorry, he didn't actually finish the Orchid. Still used the Cornucopia to get it. But all the other components are ready. The tower will fall. Currently the most farmed hero on the side of Monte. So it's exactly what they need from the Slardar, is not to fall behind. Get that early experience rolling. Get to that first item. There we go, the aggressive Stampede. This time from the hands of the Rubik. Moonlight will jump the Oracle, but he's also surrounded by 3 heroes. Terrorized, loaded up with the nice root on 2. Janter interrupting with the blast off. Storm is going to be low on HP. Warwick surviving for the time being, but he's also tanking a lot of damage from this, and he's going to Rolling Thunder. And he's surviving with it too. Always want to fly. Pushes himself back to the high ground position. Infernal needing to scout out Warwick. His ulti runs out now as that shield crash is popped. I'll just swashbuckle away. Oracle the only casualty from that battle.
Surprisingly
Always want to
enough.
fly also loses his Stampede. He's got Purifying Flames now.
I mean, listen. Fade Bolt plus Purifying Flames, absolutely terrifying. A lot shorter cooldown with the both of them, so if I was Vichun, I would be I would be out of there. This is good enough to be on a top team.
Sometimes can be the difference between life and death. One quick Purifying Flames cast. I'm talking about in the damage sense, not the healing sense. Infernal.
I mean, I think of all the spells that backfire. I think the reason we don't see Purifying Flames backfire more often is just because Oracle players are terrified to death that they're going to do it.
Yeah.
And the Shadow Demon Disruption, you see that more often just because there's a little more like, yeah, but I had to.
Yeah.
about it.
It's true, it's true. So far, so good for our Rubik player here, standing in for the team. Things have been looking pretty good here. Monte also caught up with that net worth deficit. We're behind a couple thousand gold a few minutes ago, but have been able to corral themselves together, playing the tempo with the Storm Spirit. And it's not just one Orchid, it's going to be 2 Orchids, because Storm Spirit also wants his own. And there are plenty of good targets to silence up.
Absolutely, both of the supports. Dead Meat, the Centaur, that's a lot of damage mitigated, even while you're not necessarily going to be wanting to take him down because of the Blade Mill. Like, not being able to cast a Stampede, no double edge, could make the difference at the start of the fight. And of course the Pango. Pango dies to Orchid.
Yeah, that was the one. That was the one thing we talked about in the draft, right? With Pango not having any defensive items in his regular build. Action there. Quick brambles down. Janter trying to hunt down a Willow, but Willow's already out of there with the teleport. And Shukuchi away. Crystallize. He's going to have to soak up some damage from Vichun and Warwick, but he's back to safe waters.
Precious bounty.
That's
Impressive
the whole team
that-
rotating there.
Yeah, both teams rotating fully towards that one wisdom rune, knowing that that would really cement the gap between the two support sets.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nightpulse very correctly making sure that Monte doesn't grab it, but they had to actively chase him out. That was a preemptive Rolling Thunder and everything.
Nightpulse says they are stacked up
flying in for
here.
center.
They do smoke themselves up and try to make a move happen elsewhere on the map. Storm Spirit currently farming the Radiant jungle. That's not the first place they're going to be looking for your opponents, so Nightpulse waiting for someone to show in mid to protect the tower that's below 200 HP. But they're just going to sack this one. Now to the triangle. Oh, Storm's moved into the triangle, actually. He might be in the line of fire. That's the blink on Centaur.
Sure, but he's uphill.
And he shows himself and he lands it right on the spot, but still Moonlight able to dodge it. Infernal, though. He's got that Orchid. Oracle in a bad position right now. The duo has to get out. Infernal, 5 more seconds for another Guardian sprint. Quick reinitiation there from Kami. Get the stun out. Slardar being held on the spot, disarmed. The mines are placed down, but he's going to slither himself away. Just dropping debuffs on the opposing team. Oracle low on HP with that ulti up and running. Will go down. Techie's down as well. Monte take 2 kills. QBFY fighting in the river. Kami with Warwick right next to him as well. The Vortex won't do too much, but he's landing on top of a root. Sent in by QBFY. And always want to fly. Gets a double kill from this fight. Warwick dying on the Pango, and a big streak recovered. 3 heroes dead, but Monte lose nothing.
Absolutely nothing. That all of the damage that Nightpulse has gets laid into that starter, but he's so overfarmed right now. And they don't actually get him. And now Moonlight. Oh, that was
gets
a cool
caught by a bit of a
cast.
curve. The duo with the curve fortune's end cancels out the teleport from the Storm Spirit. They lose both of the pushers, so they do actually get something in the end for Nightpulse.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a streak on the Rubik as well, I think.
It
Pretty
was,
neat.
yeah. 4 kills. Also, I was curious about what actually killed the Rubik in the end, because it looked like he stole the War Stomp, or the Hoof Stomp, but Hoof Stomp isn't supposed to trigger Retaliate, right?
I don't think so, no?
Yeah, okay, Blade Mail. Okay, we'll take Blade Mail for it, because the passive actually might have done enough damage to kill him. He was low on HP after all. Thank you, Observer.
That is very, very close, though. I guess you
Again,
always
the
want to
same
fly.
thing, to always want to fly. The same end result this time. Gets the Stampede steal for his team, but they won't be able to do much with it. Or can they? Top lane Crystallize. Actually, jumping straight on top of the Oracle, but won't actually cause a fight with it. On the hunt. He sees Warwick. There's the Orchid. No blink on him. Stun from Kami. Prevents them from getting in. Warwick will be able to get out. They'll sack the Centaur maybe, but he's tanking a lot of damage. And a very good target for the Oracle ulti as well. QBFY goes down. So does Infernal. Maybe even Moonlight as well. Warwick trying to close in the gap. Storm's able to zap away. Now we're seeing a bigger shift in net worth here. It's a 6k lead now for Nightpulse with these 2 successful fights in a row.
It is, and the big deal here is that Kami has been able to interrupt both of them really well. Infernal was snowballing off of the net worth that he got on the bottom lane, but not anymore. And Vichun didn't even have to concern himself with most of these fights. He's just been farming in the jungle. So that's
Moonlight.
Kami getting gold for the fights.
Ooh.
I don't think he wanted 3.
Yeah, imagine a 17-minute agonism storm.
I mean, I'm imagining, I'm dreaming, but no.
Dreamer girl you are. Yeah, you're not going to see that one come out there. And actually, I liked what Oracle reacted to it, was self-cast the Q and try to actually root the Storm Spirit. Just a tad bit too late on the release.
What is your next step now if you're a Monte?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So you had a mid-game advantage or an early mid-game advantage to press while Vichun was farming, but he's halfway to the BKB right now, and Kami is not stopping.
No, not at all. He's playing super aggressive. Oracle, though, silenced up. Is it enough damage? No. That was the Storm Spirit Orchid this time. Slardar is only just now teleporting, a very, very long teleport to the outpost, and the fight's breaking loose already inside the jungle. Beautiful stun, Kami landing it on 3. Might get stunned up by the Willow, who's already dead. Will stun the Luna as well, but Slardar's gonna miss out on all of this action. Moonlight's gonna die to the swashbuckle from the high ground, and Kami's not done yet. He's going for more. He'll finish off the next one. That's the Rubik gone, and Slardar forced into the tree line. Infernal. He's got opponents in every direction, and make that a 4th kill and another 3k swing for Night Pulse.
Ouch. The start of that is absolutely well, though. I'm checking for the vision right now, but I don't think there was a way for the techies, for Janter, to actually see that he was going to get a double blast off there. He was working off of heroes that had just moved out of sight from the other ward and just counting the seconds.
Yeah, now Night Pulse can start setting their sights towards the bigger items. Because they're in the lead. They're in a very decisive lead even. Monte, they can't deal with the Centaur. Like, they're trying to hit everything else when they ever get an opening for it. Moonlight diving deep, trying to get the Oracle. He'll get it, but will he die for it? Most likely will, and he walks into Janter's minefield out of all things. Always Wanna Fly is also down. Luna and Kami dealing with Infernal. Infernal's trying his absolute best, and he'll get it. The stun block is enough, but again, this Centaur is just nuts. Kami is constantly on them. The right set. And he also has an Eternal Shroud, so what are you going to do to this guy anymore?
Absolutely nothing. Infernal, yeah, gets out. Good Orchid there as well. And making sure that Pango can't follow him, but what a slaughter once again.
Yeah, 10,000 damage to the 4.4k from Monte. Just tells how one-sided these fights are. And will continue to be.
Yep. And this is a Weaver who went for the Desolator build-up as well to synergize with his Slardar here. That does mean that he does not have the farming capabilities that a Weaver with a Maelstrom would. And you don't have the disables of a Gleipnir either, so let's say holding that Oracle in place while the Stampede is popped or something like that, not happening. You just are going to have to chase him down away from the rest of your team and then be isolated and alone while Kami chops down your teammates.
Yeah, Kami a happy butcher. 9, 2, and 8 with the Centaur. Just it's been really fun to watch how he plays a Centaur this effectively, because most of the time we just see a casual Stampede and 1 stun when he goes in. This Centaur has more presence than, say, a Meepo player that is just off the charts. Because he seems to be doing whatever he wants, and every move he makes plays a really big impact.
And it just gets easier and easier as he gets tankier and tankier.
Yeah, it does. It does
Nobody can touch him anymore.
But he's really using it to his advantage, which is why this is looking so good. And that's a gem. He's got double eyes in his inventory.
Why not? I mean, if we were wondering if Kami was picking the Morphlings and the Weavers because that's his carry hero pool and he still has to do more adjusting to the offlane hero pool, the answer is no. No.
Bit of a response coming out, at least from Monte. They'll take 2 quick kills when the supports are alone. I'll do that. I was actually laughing a bit. I sent an Instagram reel to a friend of mine of RP players who start to play Dota, and they sort their inventory to look like the correct slots for the items. And I was looking at Centaur. You could put a gem on the left, a gem on the right, an Eternal Shroud in the middle, and then the Blade Mail on the lower middle, and then the boots in the backpack, and we would have seen a really nice looking inventory on the Centaur.
A great little face.
That was, it was basically had like a Quelling Blade on the left, he had a shield on the right, the Stout Shield.
Yeah.
And
then
like
the Plate Mail in the middle.
Yeah, the Helm of the Dominator, no, not the Helm of the Dominator, but the Helm of Iron Will. And then he had 2 boots in both backpack slots. I need to send you that one, it was actually good. It was a good reference. Wish Dota inventories were built like that, where you have to put an item into a slot. But this game would be so different if it worked that way.
Well, exactly. Like, I don't want to be discouraged from buying double boots.
One boot for each foot. Well, Techies is getting hunted here. Does get the taser disarm out onto the Slardar, but still that blast off will do him no good. Getting the kills on the map that they can get.
Yeah. No, Monte still packs the firepower in these pick-off situations. That's absolutely the case. As long as they are able to manage their waves well enough and they get opportunities to kill, well, anybody who's not the Centaur, they can do it. If it's the Centaur, unfortunately the backup is going to arrive in time every single time. He's just too thick.
Yeah, and to make that team fight better, not only just to pick off power, we got a BKB lined up on the Storm, we got a BKB lined up on the Weaver, we got a BKB lined up on the Slardar. That's the name of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they have already been slowed down a bit, and the problem is that normally you buy these BKBs here, and then suddenly you can stand in the path of the Rolling Thunder. It doesn't matter anymore. The Centaur throwing the double edges out, not nearly as painful as they were before, but you need them early enough that VTune doesn't have the physical damage yet to say like, ha, yeah, that's cool and all, but I will shred you anyway. And unfortunately, that's already a butterfly up and level 20 plus the shard.
Always want to fly. Very aggressive position. They'll use the Stampede just to make sure they'll get this kill. They will take it. And with the Rubik out of play, it's instantly a handicap situation for Monte. That tower is going to be history. That's a level 20 Luna with a very different type of build here with V2. It's not the Kanda we're used to seeing at level 20. It is a Butterfly Luna.
Exactly. And the reason you have the butterfly in this game is because, of course, what's going to kill you is the physical damage. There's no... I mean, there were a couple of big magic nukes, but Rubik needs to get the right steals for that, etc. And right now, your other two cores are soaking up so much attention for you and keeping the support so busy that really all you have to worry about is the possibility of course focus firing you. And that would be all physical. So, butterfly, great pickup here. And you know what? Since you're farmed to the gills anyway, why not buy your phylactery now?
Sure. Might as well. Still gonna complement the item build very well. Already have that butterfly buffing up your right-click damage, and then you get yourself a Kanda on top of it. Sure. Just a different order. Still the same. Dire Scan is right on the money. The whole team is there, by the way.
Yeah.
Couldn't be more
but
accurate
they're
than
also all there because they know what's going on. The question is, do they realize how far they're willing to go?
Ooh, what a perfect start for a fight if you can take that Oracle out of the way, but no. He will survive. And just like that, even with the advantage of the Aegis, Monte's team fight just got a whole lot harder. They're going to try it again, but saving this Weaver, they're going to require a miracle, and that's not going to happen. Always Want to Fly is also getting blown up by V-Tune. They'll take down Janter. Kami now chasing Moonlight. Silence or not, this guy's got a Lotus Orb, and he'll use it for the second time this fight. Infernal get caught to make that a fourth kill. Monte just making it look a bit too easy. Fast reactions, though. You gotta give it to Kami. He saved and salvaged that fight. One Lotus Orb cast to the back line to save the Oracle. He cuts the spells off, and suddenly it's a whole different fight.
Was all it took.
Because they could have killed the Oracle, and from there they could have started dismantling that team fight piece by piece.
No, that was exactly the plan, and they did that completely correctly. If you don't have to... If the Oracle is dead right there and you don't have that weird stutter step moment where it's like, oh shit, he's not dying, what do we do now? Then the counter engagement also doesn't come in nearly as hard. But you move out again, well, that hurts. You hope that, for example, V-Tune has already popped his BKB or he's already popped his Eclipse. You try to dodge that sort of thing. Maybe the Stampede comes out and then you steal it, who knows? But
yeah.
Instead,
Instead, we're just going to witness Monte's, Night Pulse's greatness and Monte's ultimate demise, because it looks like we're done for this series, at least in the eyes of Night Pulse. They want to go straight for the tier 4 towers with the mid lane gone. There's tier 1s and tier 2s still up on the side lane, so they'll take the direct path to victory. Moonlight still has something to say about it, though. The Oracle getting focused on the backline. Has to pop his own dust to find the Oracle, but unfortunate for him, he's still getting the zap away, but that damage is a bit too much for him to deal in the front, and Kami will slice him down. There's the GG well-played call coming out as well from Monte. Night Pulse is just simply too good. Simply too good.
Simply too good. I have to ask the question, right? If you can play lineups like this, if Kami breezes through with the center like this, why in the Lord's name do you actually pick the Naga Siren last in the previous map? Why do you do that? You can just play a normal lineup.
I mean, yeah, VTune, like, this guy's been playing with some pretty top teams. He's also been in, like, TI qualifiers. I think he's also been to TI himself, at least at some stage. But, you know, it's not just down to him. You know, Kami, like, you just highlighted him. Like, he's also been playing a really, really good tournament so far. The whole team is impressing. It's not just one or two individuals. Night Pulse just looks a little bit better than the rest. And, of course, you need a winner from Group B. This, in my eyes, truly is the winner of this group. They still have a series to play tomorrow, of course, versus Rest Farmers, but Night Pulse has so far looked so much better than everybody else, who have actually looked really good, too. So that's saying a lot.
Absolutely, and that now leaves the middle of the pack scrambling for points, because everybody who goes up versus Night Pulse gets zilch on the board, and that's going to leave them scrambling against each other. And I think the worst one is it's Rest Farmers, isn't it? Yeah, Rest Farmers play against Night Pulse tomorrow, first match, and they're going to have to... They need those points. They need at least one of them, but really, if you want to secure yourself a finish in the top 3 here, you have to beat Night Pulse, and that looks like a really tough challenge right now.
Yeah, teams 3, 4, and 5 are playing separate series. They're not playing against each other's, so their head-to-head scores are going to look very different, because these are our matchups. We've got Rest Farmers versus Night Pulse, Monte versus Nemiga, and Navi Jr. versus Yellow Submarine. So like you said, Rest Farmers probably the hardest challenge for them. Monte, well, Nemiga were able to get a victory on the board today for the first time. They looked very solid in that first game versus Navi Jr., but I think they have the easiest pair up out of the East, because Yellow Submarine sitting in second, Navi in third place, one game apart from each other's. A lot can still happen, and I think this is for the first time in a while. This group and its final day, every series actually matters. It's not just down to the first one. All 3 impact the final standings, and we might even get some tiebreakers.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, our Rest Farmers are going to be able to take a game off of Night Pulse. Has the Nemiga now been freed from the shackles of, you know, needing to perform? Because they didn't look better today. And Monte versus Nemiga, that could have been an upper bracket matchup the previous time that we played this tour. So, who knows, if both of them come to play, that could be a very good matchup as well. And a Navi Jr. versus Yellow Submarine to round it out. Get the now we get the youngster derby that I was looking for earlier. These are 3 phenomenal series. I'm very excited about tomorrow.
Yeah, there's going to be some great matchups tomorrow, and of course leading into the tiebreaker day on the May 19th, if any of those ties are still unsolved. That's going to be the day to break them, and on the 21st, the playoffs are going to be kicking off, so a couple days break until we start knocking out teams and dividing the prize pool between all of the top teams from Group A and Group B. So don't miss out on the action tomorrow. There's going to be a lot decided, but... until then, folks, I want to thank all of you people who've been watching today. I know it's been a very hectic day. It's been filled with a lot of technical difficulties on all ends, not just us, also the players everywhere. But I hope tomorrow is going to be a smooth day. And also for production, our guys who've been sighing all day long that, come on, can we get a straight update? Tomorrow, I wish the best. That's going to happen as well. Thank you so much, Kips, for tuning in. Looking great, sounding great as always. But until then, folks, tomorrow, take care of yourselves. Good night, and bye-bye.
It's hard to imagine a match without first blood.
Drink it.
Check it out.
There are more chances you'll be paid at 1xBet.
One chance.
One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
Fuck.
Use your skills into gaming. 1xBet.